How's it going, everybody? Welcome aboard. TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing and 949 doing another driver swap endurance race at Silvertone. 8 hours of Silvertone is about to kick off. Qualifying is in a few moments. We're in max wait time. In the booth with me, we've got Eric from TRACKILICIOUS. How you doing today, Eric?
In the words of Daniel Ricciardo, keep.
Excellent, excellent. Snyder, you still in here? Oh no, he's down. He's down in Eau Rouge. Okay, cool. All right, so we're
go ahead. Fired up and ready to go.
Absolutely, man. It's going to be a fun one. Really looking forward to it. Sun's out. 32C on track. A little bit of cloud cover here at Silvertone as we go into qualifying, and it is a split qualifying format between GT3s and GT4s, if I remember correctly. It is a long qualifying session. It's a 1 hour qualifying session, so we're going to be here for a bit while everybody's out on track getting set up for their qualifying runs. Go ahead and get the picture-in-picture set up correctly. Oh, and as per usual with ACC, we have a little bit of a game crash. So here's what I'm going to do, folks. I'm going to switch over to the other camera. It's nice to actually have another one. I'm going to switch over to the other camera real quick and let that run while we get the other game rebooted. We'll be back with the main screen here in a moment. Give me 1 second. It is Reed Aldred, Shy Guy, laughs about this because every time I stream, ACC will crash once. Every time. I've reinstalled it, verified game files. It's kind of funny. It's just, it will crash always once. So let's get logged back in. At least it's easy to at least the server browser is easy to navigate, right? So Eric, you sir are going to be in the Shameless Plug AMG as a late entry into the driver swap endurance race here at Silvertone. How's the AMG feel?
I don't know. You really don't know until you hit the track with other people. You know, like you might feel fast and then you're on the track and you're the slowest person. But I will say that in a couple of hours of a little bit of fine tuning on the AMG here, I went from 18s to 12s. So, 218s to 212s. So feeling pretty good about that portion of it. Just hoping that I can maintain that proficiency. Am I saying the right word?
Proficiency.
Yeah.
I mean, to be proficient in the car is probably to be fast. So yeah, I think you're onto it.
So I've set the super high goal for my team, just not to be last.
All right.
That's our objective.
Squad goals.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and get the broadcast back on the main screen. Let's give this a shot and see what explodes. What's the worst that could happen, right? So we'll switch back over. It's going to be savage, you think? It'll be interesting. I definitely think it'll be interesting. I'm also testing out a something new and different for the stream. I've got a more vibrant LUT on the main screen. You guys can probably tell between the main screen and the picture-in-picture, the colors are a little more vibrant in the main screen. But if that seems a little awkward, we can always shut that off. There's nothing like experiencing with that contrast be boosted. Well, here, I will just for your sake, Toasty, I will cut that down. Watch this. It's like magic. Boom. Look at that. Boom. Full-blown cold may not last 8 hours. Well, Detox, man, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. We really appreciate it. Got Coasty in chat hanging out. He can't be with us today. because his graphics card has gone to a farm upstate where it's going to get to run free and be with the animals. Hopefully he'll get his graphics card back before too long and be able to join us for the next time we do this, Eric. And there are plans in the works for another round of this, right?
Absolutely. I think we already have the schedule down, just trying to figure out some of the details of length of races and lock down the tracks.
Yeah, I think this format has served you guys real well, has served us very well. It's been a lot of fun getting to broadcast on the endurance side of things. I don't get to do that too much. Mr. Shy Guy's in chat. How are you doing, Shy Guy? Shy Guy has got an AOR race today, I believe, if I remember correctly. I might have also forgotten, Shy Guy. I can't remember if you told me you were gonna not do it or not. Thursday was a long time ago. Feels like years ago. So yeah, we're just hanging out, getting ready while the GT4 cars are out on track, setting qualifying times. Currently, Eric was on top. Now he's down about a half second to Andreas. Is that Mastachero? Mastachero. Part of the NAP Sim team in the GT4 league you guys have. Hoping to get a few more people before the 1 hour qualifying session is over and dusted, but we're going to be hanging out for a while, everyone. So strap in. 8 hour endurance race. We got 53 minutes left in qualifying.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's going to be the first half hour for the GT4s, and then the next half hour for the GT3s.
Absolutely. In fact, you know what we should do? You know what we should do while we are... Let's see if I got these buttons wired up correctly. Hey, look at that. All right. So if I actually jump over here real quick, we are doing a bit of car action. Gyro. Oh, you doing some prep, Shy Guy? Well, that's cool. Got some picture-in-picture action with the shameless plug AMG in the top right corner of your screen. Eric in the booth with me while at the same time pulling driver stint duties for the 8 hours of Silvertone.
I'm really excited. This is going to be really fun. You're going to hear the stress in my voice depending on where I'm at. As you can hear right now, I'm trying to put down some fine lines and maggots and beckets, which is almost impossible to get the right line for me. Hey, we're the 10th up, so we're trying.
Looks like you're handling the understeer quite nice through Stowe. That high-speed entry on the right-hander at the end of Hanger Straight is pretty tricky, and a GT4 car does not have near the same aerodynamic downforce of a GT3 car. But looks like you're navigating it just fine. And the interior on the AMG GT4 is just popping. I love that car. He seems to be getting used to it, Reaper. It is times are going down. Impressive showing, Eric, by the way, for getting used to a car inside of 24 hours. I think you were burning the midnight oil with not only, you know, owner guy setup duties, but also racing guy setup duties. So that's a lot.
Yeah, you know, I was fortunate that I've driven the Mercedes before for a season, but I mean, it's a completely different beast with the new tire model, right? So the thing that I have to my advantage is I, as the owner guy, server duties comes into play, rarely get to practice. So not practicing is something that I've practiced quite a bit.
So Reaper's saying you'd be a lot faster if that livery didn't look as good.
Yeah,
and that livery does look good, by the way.
Actually, I have a anecdote on that as well. I actually had this livery made, but got rejected for the T-swizzle, as people from our server will remember.
Okay.
Her notice would not allow me to run this Canadian-themed lumberjack jean jacket livery, so we went with the T-swizzle instead. So I had it in my back pocket, otherwise I was going to skip the livery. But I did add a couple of sponsorship logos on there to a little bit of a thanks for all the servers that we work with and all the streamers that are kind enough to take their time and help us make this thing as awesome as it is. So explicitly yourself and Mr. Jason Alvarez, who will be joining us at some time today, hopefully.
The pleasure, I'm sure everybody that's been involved with hanging out with you guys, it's probably all ours. We get an opportunity to race with a bunch of good communities and a bunch of good people, and get to look at some really good liveries out on track too. So it's kind of like the total package for a fun community experience. So if anybody is looking for a North American racing community that is kind of like on the rise in developing their calendar and the kinds of competitions that they have available, you should definitely check out TRACKILICIOUS on Twitch. Hit the follow button, hang out with us. Snyder down the freshly minted Hamilton Straight into Brooklands. Wonder how the Maka, with its dynamic mechanical grip systems and whatnot, handle the Brooklands and Luffield complex. Now you guys are getting the audio from in-car on Eric's AMG as he's cutting around track from the gyro cam. And we're going to be doing a lot of this in-car with Eric while he's racing, because he's going to be in the booth with me, and I think it's kind of neat to have a driver on the track that's also kind of like doubling streamer duties at the same time. So who knows? Maybe we'll see an opportunity or see something fun where he's talking about something, some big idea while he's driving the car, and then you get to see, I don't know, him bump somebody. I don't know. But oh, we're back on Jarek now as he heads down the hangar straight. Maka, I think, is going to be a pretty strong contender around here. I think Andres is just like got jet fuel in that BMW. The Naps boys love that BMW, man.
They do a pretty good job at it, so can't really blame them. And Mr. Loves, as if it wasn't enough to stream and try to put a qualifying lap down, I now have an 18-month-old that has just arrived at my rig and seeking attention.
I mean, the duties of a man with goals, you're never going to be short on them. Tanner Masters in the DST Aston Martin, going through Maggots and Beckett's right now in the GT4 Aston, that is. Look at the body roll on that car as it cuts through Beckett's right now on approach to Chapel. That is a good question, Shane. I believe he is, but I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me on that. Haven't actually talked to Beltan since Thursday, since our GT Sprint Series race.
playing with the button box. That is changing my view. All right, I'm gonna have to abort this lap.
All right.
Yeah, this is part of life. You have hopefully, it's pretty cool because it's one of the fun things about being a dad and a wannabe sim racer is that you get to see their interest kind of grow and stare into the wonder of triple screen setup and pressing buttons and moving the steering wheel around. So it's while annoying at times, mostly pretty cool.
Indeed. The thing that I think is also probably pretty exciting for them is all of the wonderful lights and things to poke and prod at. Definitely a lot of fun. Definitely what you want to see. Switch cameras now. Let's pop the picture back up. Does look like so the Mostachero clan, are they all like brothers?
So you have Andres and Diego, who are brothers.
Yeah.
And then you have Allard Meza, who's a fellow Peruvian.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And hence the NAPS team, the North American Peruvian Syndicate. I don't know what the S stands for, but I just made that up.
That would be Sim Team. They are the NAPS team. But
I feel like Syndicate is a little bit more villainous.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. People can call them villains. I mean, it is a wonder to watch them shake down people in that BMW. Like you watch the GT4 double headers you guys do in enduro races and stuff, and just seeing a car get swarmed by silver and red Beamers, like it is.
Yeah, and the cool thing is all three of them are blisteringly fast. It's not just one. Oh shit.
So we got 42 minutes and 22 seconds left in qualifying. The last half is going to be when the GT3 runners head out on track. Diego Mostachero in the NAPS BMW. 2 minute 12, 465 is the time to beat. Jarek Snyder, though, is putting in some work. He's only a little over a 10th out. Now, that's going to probably invalidate his lap, so he's probably going to pace himself around the course, get set up maybe for another one, or head into the pits for a setup change. Want to make sure that I'm recognizing everybody in chat who have joined us. Thank you all so much for being here. This is TRACKILICIOUS 949 Driver Swap Endurance. 8 hours at Silvertone. It's going to be a long day. I hope you have coffee. I hope you have food. I hope the bathroom is close by, because it's going to be one of those things that you're going to want to get what you need as fast as possible, get back to the action. It's going to be 8 hours is a long race, so it's all about surviving. It's all about maintaining focus, maintaining concentration, trying to minimize your time loss, because time loss is the great killer in endurance racing. You can always push, but you'll never gain back time you've lost. Diego moving around Eric as they go into the Brooklands and Luffield complex. Wonder if Diego's going to take another whack at it. Just following along as got a few drivers out on track right now. Actually, the full GT4 gang's out on track. So we're winding down the first part of qualifying. GT3 cars will be heading out in under 10 minutes. You know what I forgot to do, Eric? And no, actually, it is up. So I do have up for your viewing pleasure. Our pitwall.live server is also running live timing on this race. Let me just double check real quick. It does look like everything is up and functional with that. So let me just copy and paste this link into the chat. For anybody that wants to follow along, we are using the 949 Sim Racing live timing server through pitwall.live. Be sure and check that out. If you want to follow along with your favorite person out on track, it's free. You don't even need to sign up for an account if you want to use the anonymous timing wall, which is comparable to what you would get from like Radio Le Mans, that kind of thing. The free account is actually pretty decent. Got Jarek Snyder in the 789. So it does look like Ali G has jumped to the top of the timesheets with that 2:11.9. About a half-second gap between him and Diego. Snyder is only 0.2 back from that, so it looks like the front end of the GT4 field is getting pretty close. They got 7.5 minutes to wrap it on up. That's probably going to be a track cut. And I don't know what it is, and I'm afraid to jinx it, but it looks like the autopilot in the broadcast app is on point today with following along. I say that, and then it immediately cuts to the same camera shot for both. Oh, man. Ooh, Eric's back out on track. I should switch over to Eric. Let's see what Eric's doing.
Yeah, just getting warmed up here to try and see if I could do anything. I did have a more competitive time in practice, so I'm trying to relive that glory.
Listen to that angry BMW pulling out of the pits, man. That thing sounds... The exhaust on the BMW GT4 sounds very angry. Switch around. Actually, let's go... So there's Eric out on track. Let's switch over to... Take a look.
Yeah, I invalidated in T1, so
Well, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, yeah. So probably give me another lap of practice, see if we can put something together,
And
so we're
another
not
one.
left in the dust here.
You know what I'm gonna do, Eric? I'm gonna leave it on you, and we're gonna run real quick and get a refill on the coffee, because something tells me we're gonna need a lot of it.
Sounds good. I'll try to see if I can talk through my lap here coming
Got it.
up. Well, I do apologize in the amount of things that I had going on. I did not have a chance to go back and remember the corner names. Um, but I do find that I'm getting quite a bit of trouble with the understeer here on this Mercedes. Gonna take it easy in this last corner here, cool the tires down just a little bit, get myself on a nice wide entry. See if I could go for a hot lap here. Gonna take this last corner wide as well, build up some speed, and hopefully be able to slow it down, not invalidate on T1 again. Got it? I think we got it. We got it. Not very fast, but still valid. We have some time to make up for sure. Throw this thing around, see what we can do. The good thing about the Mercedes is that, as most of you already know, it just eats up curbs. You can cut those corners so much. I don't know, is it advantageous? I don't know, but at least it allows you to survive. Wide again. Just cannot seem to get this thing turned today. Oh, there's an invalidation. Yeah, that front end is just not turning for us right now. Have to be a little bit more creative in the next lap, see if we can put anything together, which would probably be our last chance at it. So let's see. We'll have to see what we can do. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, so I got a 113, 114, I think, something like that. I mean, it felt okay. It's not clearly not as competitive as I would like it to have been, but what I was mentioning is like you feel really good in practice, but you come out here and then all of a sudden you are in last place, which isn't something new for me, but well, in sim racing. Let's see. One more chance. See what we can do here. Find 2 seconds. It's a good start. 2.5 tenths, 3 tenths on the first corner. look like it's gonna happen here. So I guess we're gonna have to switch our expectations and make sure we don't lose time in the race. Try to drive a smart race and see if we could pull some magic there. We'll finish the lap regardless. Let's see. Get a couple more corners of practice. Oh boy, that's terrible. Hmm. And that's it for us. We will see the GT3s coming out now. Well, that was less than ideal, but we're not too far down the list. We're only 4th, so that's exciting. Spin things in a positive way. See the motivation from my teammate, J Otto, aka Beef Whiskers. Thank you. Did not crash. And go out and look and see what the GT3s are doing here. So we have a couple of people out here experimenting with the Beamer. Very exciting here. It's pretty quick, so curious to know how well it turns out. I wonder if they're going to be packed, whether it's in the front, in the middle, in the back.
Apologies for my tardiness, everybody. Looks like the GT3 runners are out on track. Got Jay Quid in the Absolute Sim Racing Spec 1 Maka. Love that clean blue-white livery. How did things wind out for you, Eric, in the GT4s?
Less than ideal.
But did the car feel good?
No, it didn't feel the same. Yeah, really, really understeery, which is interesting.
I wonder if it's the track conditions, because you are on a fast track right now. Even with the GT3 runners, I expect their pace to be a little bit off because the track hasn't quite hit optimum yet.
Oh, okay. You know what? That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you're probably running into a situation where the track wasn't as rubbered in as you'd want it to be, and it'll get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get there. And over in the switch the cameras real quick over on the other system. Get a little bit of free roam going. Picture.
Well, Philip, I am going to have to excuse myself now. I will be right back.
Absolutely, man. I got the helm. Don't crash. Beef Whiskers subscribed with Prime. Beef Whiskers, if you're still in chat, man, thank you so much for the support. I'm sure Eric and everybody at Trackalicious really appreciates it. Hope you can grab a nice beverage, grab a nice snack, and knuckle down, because we've got an 8-hour endurance race around Silvertone.
Actually, he will be grabbing his steering wheel, as he is one of my teammates for the race.
Well, there you go. There you go. Beltane did post in chat that he can't find the server password in Discord. Is that in the raceapp.eu booking site information?
So the server password was being distributed by Josh. I will reach out to him now.
Well, if that's Josh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually bump around and take a look and see if I can find, because Josh has a tendency to post messages related to the races.
I have it. I have it. He was just meant to reach out to Josh if he had read the driver's briefing and was
Gotcha.
at the driver's briefing. But I will find Mr. Beltan's name here. And
oh no, he's got it. He's good.
Okay.
Fantastic.
All right, and now I will excuse myself.
Absolutely, sir. So Riley Manier in the team frenemies. I'm gonna have to go. My interest is peaked now. Let's go to the timetable and take a look. So Riley Manier and Ed Kerstetter in the frenemies car, the BMW M4 GT3, which we are running the M4 in this last race of the Driver Swap Endurance Series. It's interesting to see the M4s out on track, and there are a lot of them. There are a lot of M4s in this field. They're the only ones that have set time lapse. Autopilot's doing funky things, so what I'm about to... Excuse me, folks, I'm going to go on mute.
I am back, and I tell you, Philip, I am so excited to see how this qualifying plays out, because these guys in the BMWs, they're no slouch. And we got, I don't know who's teamed up with Carbon, but Danny Basin is wicked fast, aka Carbon. Manier, Willis, Kerstetter, the titans of Trackalicious in 949.
There are 4 people racing with Carbon today. There's what is it? I'm not familiar with first names, so I've got more Etier and Vulcan Bakerdens in here. I'm happy to see Vulcan racing today. That's going to be exciting. Don't know if you've ever had an opportunity to race with Mr. Vulcan out on track. He's a good dude.
I have not.
It does look like we did lose somebody from the GT3 field. I hope that's not a technical issue and that they'll be able to rejoin. I believe that might be Scott McLeod in the number 2.
Yeah, Scott did mention that he had his a little bit of a hiccup in forgetting to charge his VR headset.
Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully he can get back into the session in the correct order and not run into any kind of technical issues with rejoining the server. Jonathan Quid in the Absolute Sim Race. Oh, now we're back to Carbon in the Racing Sim Tools eSport 88. I did not know that Carbon was doing Racing Sim Tools eSport. Hey, Dad, how you doing? My dad's watching the race. He's here.
Hello, Papa Millie.
So 20 minutes, 30 seconds left. So Marlow in the 8:05 with a 58.565 on the top of the timesheets. 0.04 of a second between him and Carbon. And here's the thing, folks. This is an 8-hour endurance race around Silvertone. And what that means is this is going to be kind of a battle of fortitude, right? Because with 13 cars out on track, the field is going to stretch out a lot. But the one thing I will say that's going to be interesting about that is you get to see kind of a race of survival of the fittest from a perspective of focus, determination, not making mistakes, being very, practical out on track. Because again, you got an 8-hour race. If we got eight GT3 cars jockeying for the lead of the race into turn 1, it's going to be an interesting 7 hours and 55 minutes that come after. So it's very much about keeping a cool head, getting through 8 hours of racing. Eric, how many of these endurance races have you done in ACC, by the way?
That would be 0.
0. So this is your first one. Okay. Well, excellent.
Yes,
Welcome to the club.
I will say though, like I do lemons races with my team from Garage Kept Motors. And I've done go-karting endurance races, like 2-hour type stints, and I love long races. It's just, I like the getting settled in. I like the discovery of something new along the way. Weather changes, which is very possible in Silverstone, so I love that adventure of a longer stint. And plus, it just means more drive time, and that's what kind of I enjoy about it as well.
I would love to do an endurance race in real life. I don't know if they make cars that are practical for someone like me to drive for an endurance race, because I can't get thrown around in a vehicle like that. I'll snap in half. But I have done some karting, not endurance karting, but so that's a lot of fun. Yeah, the endurance racing experience from a sim racing perspective is always interesting. It's really just kind of down to your sim of choice and what sort of like technical hiccups you could run into. As we just about saw a technical hiccup between Stuart McLeod and the Silk Cut Maka. Looks like him and one of the BMWs almost came together on the exit of left field. So 58.565 for the 805, Eric. Looks like the GT3 field is pretty quick around here.
Yeah, and that's on a fast track.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Well, we've yet to see Mr. Kerstetter out, and I'm sure he'll be hopping in fairly soon. But yeah, and he just got... was that? Okay, no, I think it was Marlow. So that's a new name for me. Marlow, is that someone you're familiar with?
Marlow? No, not really. Might be somebody who just heard about the series through word of mouth and decided to hop in for some fun endurance racing action on a Saturday. Lots of good, fun racing, folks, with the NA community. I mean, we've got Trackalicious Sim Racing. The stuff we do over in 949 is pretty fun. There's no shortage of people in North American time zone that are looking to have fun racing on the weekdays and the weekends. You should definitely check them out. Be sure and hit the follow on Trackalicious, because they've got another season of the GT4. I'm trying to remember what you guys call that series. Do you just call it like the GT4 series?
Yeah, it's GT4 Championship.
Ah, the GT4 Championship. Oh yeah, actually, be sure and check out Trackalicious Sim Racing's website, because they actually have information related to the sim racing side of things on the page, as well as the calendar when I guess you guys are going to post the new information for the upcoming GT4 series.
Yeah, it's actually already up on our Discord, so that has all the updated information in our Discord channels. So you could find out. We start in January, and we have a GT3 continuation of the GT3 series on Thursdays. GT4 series on Thursdays, GT3 series on Sundays, and the endurance series once a month on a Saturday, which is, as you know, in partnership with 949. And we are actually going to be starting an iRacing series with 949 as well. So really excited about that. And that's going to be on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be my introduction back into sim racing. So looking forward to getting involved in some of that iRacing action. Matthew Marlow and the Flyboys 805 hasn't improved his time, but still up at the sharp end of things. A 58.535 for his last lap. Oh, excuse me, I'm looking at Carbon now. Carbon's the one with 58.535. He shaved the time down to .333. They got 14 minutes, 13 seconds left in qualifying. It's 2:22 on track, fast conditions, 34 degrees. So it's going to be warm, but the track's not going to be really rubbered in. And it's going to be interesting. We did have a late arrival with Robert Lewis jumping in the 950 Aston Martin for 949 Sim Racing. He's going to do the no practice enduro challenge for 8 hours. And that's right, folks. 8 hours. Beltan is going to be driving for 8 hours solo. You'll notice Stuart McLeod in the number 2 sitting 4th on the timesheets right now. He's still trying to get loaded back in. Both him and Robert Lewis are soloing an 8-hour endurance race. That's wild.
Who's the other person?
Stuart McLeod.
Oh, wow.
In the silk cut. Yep. That's going to be a banger. So yeah, we're just hanging out, getting ready for 8 hours at Silverstone. Hope everybody is comfortable. Aaron Free in the RB Racing BMW GT3 going into the Maggots and Beckett's complex. That new M4 looks amazing. It's my favorite car right now in iRacing. And I'm glad to see it in ACC. I know a lot of people in the iRacing community kind of roll their eyes at a BMW M4 fan. But I just love that car is, to me, a more competitive version of the Lexus. I feel like its handling characteristics are very similar, but I feel like it's it's a much more competitive version of the Lexus. I'm really looking forward to when they hit this thing with a little bit of a balance, though. BMW M4 is a little bit floppy on balance right now. It's a little stupid. It's really quick. But man, does that car just not look amazing?
You know what? I am very much so not a fan of the road car.
Okay.
But love the race car.
You like the pig nose on the GT3, but on a road car it looks a little too silly for you.
Yeah. I feel like it finds itself on the racetrack.
I think the road car is all right looking. I really feel like the GT3 they do a lot more with the front end to provide some of the aero package that makes it look really kind of mean, and I like that look. I also like at night. I love the front lamps when the lights are on. Kind of like looking at it as it's oncoming, because it's got a very interesting lighting setup in comparison to the other cars. Yeah, I would say it's probably like the second craziest lighting setup on a car outside of the Porsche, with its quad LEDs per bulb kind of thing. Ed Kerstetter, Team Frenemies in the 27, shaving that gap down. Carbon on top of the timesheets, though, folks. A 58.095 in fast conditions. Marlow's 1/10 off the pace. Ed Kerstetter shaving it down to 6/10 now with the 58. 202 being the best. We're going to see what... Oh, no, that's Matthew that I just saw. Matthew's got the 58.202 for his best lap so far. Ed Kerstetter's going to try and see if he can gain a little bit of pace advantage on Mr. Danny Baisden.
So I am being requested for some of my team duties. So I will hop off and be right back, as there is some identification of setup problems clearly as on my lap. And the wizard Mike Burkoff is going to be making some adjustments. So I'm going to hop in there and I'll be right back.
Fantastic. So everybody, thanks again for joining us. This is Tracklicious 949 Driver Swap Endurance Series, 8 hours of Silverstone. We got 9 minutes, 12 seconds left in qualifying. Mr. Danny Baisden, Carbon on Twitch TV with the 58.095, currently sitting on top of the timesheets, and there's less than a half second between the top three right now. It's going to be a heck of a race. It's going to be all about endurance and testing your mettle. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and we hope you are excited as we are. Take a bit of an opportunity right now to tinker around with setup a little bit. Just wanted to say hello to everybody. How's it going? Got the picture-in-picture working. Provolone, you do not have to thank us one bit, sir. It is a lot of fun to get to do this sort of show. I don't get to commentate on a lot of endurance races, so the Trackalicious 949 driver swap endurance is it's a fun opportunity for me to just kind of do what I do on the weekends anyway, which is usually sitting in front of a laptop or a computer and watch motorsport and do all sorts of nerdy things about motorsport. Like, actually, let me get a scene set up for you guys so I can show you a little bit about what I'm talking about. Studio mode, so I don't take you guys away from the action. Stuart McLeod back out on track. Silk cut. He is currently fourth fastest. Within a second. Hopefully he can shave some things down a little bit. Pop on over right now to that pitwall.live data while we take a look. So we got the pitwall.live data up. Carbon, as you can see, on top with that 58.095. It does look like let's see here. Looks like the Sector 1 times is where Carbon is getting the most bang for his buck right now. Sector 3 times, he seems to be struggling in comparison to the other Beamers out in the field. Interesting to see how that continues to evolve over time. Working on building this little handy dandy stream setup while we're watching this wonderful action out on track. We've got James Alker, Genji on Twitch TV for Crazy Rabbits Racing in the Porsche 911. Genji has been doing some work in the 949 GT Sprint Series. I'm going to go ahead and swap over to our standings real fast. I kind of want to take a peek where Genji's at. Let's look. I think he's in split. No, he's still in split 2. Okay. All right. Good. Currently sitting in Division 3 with 68 points. Back in 6th places with 4 finishes. No penalty points. Within striking distance, Patty McNichol and Celine Witcher. He's going to have to push a little bit harder if he's going to catch up to Shane, Chris, and Sam Ramsbottom at the top of the Division 3 leaderboards in the 949 GT Sprint Series. But Genji's pretty quick. Carbon's back out on track. I think he's looking to try and extend a little bit of an advantage while the timing is right. Track just switched to Optimum, so now here we go, folks. We got 3 minutes left on track, and the folks that are out on track are going to be hitting that track evolution. So it's going to be the time. And we do have a lot of our GT3 runners out on track, turning laps. I do see Shane Rees is yet to set a time lap in the 949 Porsche. Kerstetter's out on track. Kerstetter's quick. So with the track being under optimum conditions, with the temperature dropping just a hair, I wonder if he's going to put in some pretty quick ones. We're about to find out. Does look like Danny's up about a tenth. Looks like Kerstetter's up a couple tenths, too. Danny comes across the line, sets a 58.322, not faster than his previous best. Marlow's kind of sitting on even delta right now. Don't know if he's going to be able to improve. Kerstetter does look like he's about to improve. Let's see if we can switch over to him real quick. Kerstetter's winding his lap down now. Currently about 3 tenths up on his previous best. 4 tenths up. And here he goes around the corner, and he jumps to the top. Pole position, provisional pole for Ed Kerstetter with a 58.067. Him and Carbon race his teammates in the GT4 championship for Trackalicious, but Ed Kerstetter throwing down the gauntlet on his teammate and making a statement with that 58.067, almost in the 57s. Carbon then turns around and pips him by 0.02 of a second. This is incredible. A 58.047 Carbon provisional pole. Let's take a look at the data while we're watching Ed Kerstetter doing his out. James Alker actually has a tenth or two in the Crazy Rabbits Porsche, but a tenth or two is probably not going to make a shot for Jay Quid. Kerstetter, in the meantime, we're keeping an eye on him. He's found a couple tenths out on track. does. Man, he has got some good pace in that car. We're going to switch back over to Ed Kerstetter right now, who might be getting set up to jump into the 57s in max wait time. So this is for all the marbles. So Stuart McLeod is done. Alker's done. Baisden's in the pits. So Carbon's in the pits, and is Kerstetter going to have the pace advantage he needs as he closes out Sector 3 to take pole position at Silverstone? 57.995 for pole position. Ed Kerstetter with a banger. Ollie G in the D station putting it on pole position for the GT4 runners. And folks, that is your qualifying session, man. That was exciting. Let's return to the garage real quick, pop up the timetables while we're hanging out. What a fight there at the end. Switched to optimum conditions with less than 4 minutes left on track, and the two front runners in the GT3 category start going pound for pound, taking swings at one another to try and get that pole position lap. Big congrats to them. Very exciting. Very exciting. So we're in session wait time. We're waiting for the clock to roll over and get us into, and there we go, 10 minutes of session start time. Plenty of time for people to go hit the restroom. We're going to pull up some music real quick while we're waiting. But yes, we're getting ready for a real banger here at Silverstone. 8 hours, 13 competitors on track. We've got 8 GT3 runners and 5 GT4 runners for the next 8 hours are going to take the fight to Silverstone. It's going to be really exciting. Hope you've got time to go freshen up, get something to drink. We're going to leave the intermission screen rolling. I think that's this one. Be sure and take a break. Give yourself a moment to stretch because it's about to get hot. So we'll be right back with more action for the Trackilicious 949 Driver Swap Endurance Challenge at Silverstone in a moment. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, I'm back. Gotta refresh with some coffee. And we are in 1 minute and 35 in session start time before we start our 8 hours of Silverstone here on the Tracklicious 949 driver swap endurance race. 13 competitors are about to take the track for 8 hours. It's going to be a tricky one. Does look like there are 6 mandatory pit stops in order for this race, or on offer for this race. So you notice by your favorite driver's number, there's going to be an orange number 6. That means they have to serve 6 mandatory pit stops before they are good to the regs for the rest of the race. Once you've seen your favorite driver serve those 6 mandatory pit stops, it will switch to a green flag, and you'll know your favorite driver's good to the regs. SD61 Nina, thank you so much for saying good morning. Hope you do. Oh, you drinking some iced coffee. Interesting. I'm drinking hot coffee because I'm lazy. With us being in the final 30 seconds, let's get switched over to the main screen for the race. They're getting ready to do the formation lap. Does look like Riley Manier is going to be starting in the Frenemies BMW. And they are rolling. Let's switch over to the drive button. Oh no, it is it says Ed Kerstetter in the car, but it also says Riley Manier at the top. So I'm not entirely sure if ACC is going to stop line of me or what. Okay, let's shut off autopilot. So we'll do a quick rundown of the grid while we do the formation lap. On pole position in the Frenemies BMW car 27, Ed Kerstetter, Riley Manier, snatching pole position at the very end of qualifying when the track conditions rubbered into optimum, less than 4 minutes in the session. The Frenemies and the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW going toe-to-toe. But Riley Manier and Ed Kerstetter pulled it off. Pole position for them. Car 27 for the BMW. In second place, we've got Carbon, Danny Baisden. We've got a full... Actually, I'm going to pull this up on the timetable real quick. We've got a full house in the Racing Sim Tools Esports car. We've got Carbon. We've got Moore. We've got Etier. We've got Vulcan Bakkerden in the 88. 4 drivers for an 8-hour race. Should be a lot of fun to see. They're pretty quick in the car, and I'm super excited definitely to see Vulcan out on track. We got Mark Dizen in the Flyboys 805. Who's racing with Mark? We got Marlow, Matthew Marlow, and CB. I believe it just always shows CB on the race. In the 805, third place, Stuart McLeod in the Silk Cut Maka, solo running 8 hours of Silverstone like a true legend in the number 2. Josh Willis, Aaron Free, and Brock are in the 22 BMW. That's the Red Bull entry into the 8 hours of Silverstone here. We've got Green, Quid, Rohrer, and Andrews in the number 3 McLaren 720S on the third, on the third row of the grid alongside Josh, Aaron Free, and Brock in the Red Bull. Oh, okay, I see who this is now. We got Genji, Justin Moffitt, and Sean Piner in the Crazy Rabbits 911. Oh, man, I am super excited about this, seeing a lot of these 949 guys in here, and I'm super stoked. In the 23, 7th on the grid, AG, Ali G, Provolone and Masters in the D-Station AMR, pole position for the GT4s, 8th on the grid. We've got the Mastachero clan and Jay Hay, I don't know who that is, in the 14 for Naps. BMW M4 second in GT4. Jarek Snyder, Chronotis, and Andrew Peckerell in the 789 AWA Incorporated 570 10th on the grid. Shane Rees, out of place right now, the 948. That is the 948 entry for 949 Sim Racing in the Porsche 911. Shane Rees, Chris Pennycook. We've got Trackalicious Eric, Mike Burkhoff, and Otto in the 55. Shameless Plug, AMG, 12th on the grid. And then in the back, we've got Robert Lewis, none other than Beltan 621, the godfather of 949, in the 949 Sim Racing Aston Martin, car 950. That's 13th on the grid. And that is your runners. Here, actually, we'll go to this camera. For the 8 hours of Silverstone, they are double file as we get ready to go racing. Up to the control line we go. Let's actually switch over to Ed real quick for the start of the race in the helicopter cam. Control line's at the very end of the straight. And away we go. 8 hours of Silverstone is now underway. 25 degrees on track, 9:43 a.m. Lots of space being... Oh, man, they almost touched right there. The two BMWs off to a cracking good start into Maggots and Beckett's. It is Danny Baisden on the inside line. Are the teammates going to come together? No. Danny's just going to back out of it and let Ed go. Now, the thing is, from a pace perspective, it felt like they were swinging even-fisted at the end of qualifying. So what is it going to look like in terms of race pace for this event? We're going to find out. Josh Willis in the top right corner of the screen in the RB Racing 22 on the inside of the silk cut going into Stowe. We got a banger of a race right out of the gate. So 7:59 on the clock. We've got another almost 8 hours to do this in. Vale Chicane, the two front runners are going toe-to-toe. Danny Baisden does have the OP line through Club Corner, and he pulls out in front of Ed Kerstetter. What a race so far. Let's jump to the onboard. From Danny's perspective, going into Abbey Village in the loop for the first time. This is the slow complex. I wonder how the BMW does out of low-speed corners. The Silk Cut is hanging with the BMWs, though, so it's not like the BMWs, or the McLaren and the... it doesn't look like the McLaren is really a slouch for pace in a straight line in comparison to the BMW around Silverstone. This is some good stuff right here. Right out of the gates. Look at these shots. Andres Marstachero, looks like he is letting Shane Rees in the 948 Porsche through at Brooklands. Shane's a little bit behind the 8-ball in GT3 category. He's going to have to clear some of the GT4 runners to get through the traffic. But Andres Mostachero in the Naps BMW M4 GT4, currently sitting second in GT4, trying to chase down Ollie G in the D station. And he's got Jarek Snyder like right on his tail by about 4/10. Just catching back up with chat, we've got Vivacious, Rudy, and I'm going to say that totally wrong. Can I just call you IG? Can you check stream chat real quick? I will do that right now, Max. That's a fantastic name. Absolutely. GT3, GT4, 8 hours. That's perfect. Thank you, sir. Mad shout out to Mex Defender for hooking me up with a stream title. So Carbon in the lead of this race. Ed Kerstetter is not letting him get out of touch, though. Let's jump around in the GT3 category on the main camera and take a look and see what's up on track. I think this Silk Cut is in a bit of a fight with Josh Willis in the Red Bull 22. Actually, let's go from Willis's perspective in the onboard. Just want to say a big hello to everybody in chat. Hope everybody's having a good time. Max, again, thank you so much for the assistance, dude. Really appreciate it. Jay Willis getting a little squirrely on corner exit. Through left field down the start-finish straightaway into Cops. Looks like the BMW in front of Dizen in the 805 was getting a little oversteery on corner entry. Might be running a slidey rear end, maybe a more aggressive brake bias to the rear. Whoa, Willis is fighting the car. Through Chapel and now down the hanger straight. Here, let's get this camera out of the way so you guys can see a little bit more of the action on track from the gyro cam of Josh Willis. Let's actually switch over to the onboard dash. And that's going to give you an even better picture. So it looks like a pretty clean start to the race. Not seeing nearly any contact whatsoever on track at the start of this race. So everybody's playing it cool. I do want to take an opportunity to share with you guys the pitwall.live link. If you want to follow along with live timing and scoring, you can find that information right there. So Kerstetter seems to be dropping off just a little bit. So cherish these fights right now, folks, because this is an 8-hour endurance race. I do not suspect that these fights are going to be hanging with us for long. Stuart McLeod has already dropped back to the tune of 3 seconds. Looks like Green in the number 3, Maka's dropped back from Willis by about 2.7 seconds. And then it's going to be about 8 hours of pure focus. Can't be distracted, can't lose the beat on the race for a moment while you're behind the wheel. Carbon right now, though, is setting some blistering pace out on track. I'm just looking at the Trackalicious 949 timing data over on Pitwall, and we're looking at an average lap time right now from Carbon of a 59.4, and Kerstetter's pumping in about a 59.4 as well. So pound for pound, they're almost pushing the exact same times, of 55.42 to a 55.49, so about 0.07 of a second difference on average between these two. "21 people hanging out with us. Thank you all so much for stopping by. You're watching the Trackalicious 949 driver swap endurance race at Silverstone, 8 hours, mixed class. And it looks to be a really good start so far. Carbon's in the lead. Racing Sim Tools Esports, 88. Ed Kerstetter's keeping him in touch, though. Let's jump back to the battle that has been super spicy so far. And I'm talking about Jay Willis, Mark Dizen. You see this a little bit from two angles. With the power of technology, let's take a look at it from the helmet cam of Josh Willis as he tries to chase down Mark Dizen in the 805. Interior on the new BMW just looks mint. Let me know what you think in chat, who you're rooting for. What sort of things are you looking for in an 8-hour race at Silverstone? What do you think about the 1.8 patch? What do you think about the BMW M4? Kind of talk to me, chat. Josh Willis is fighting that car mid-corner exit through the high-speed stuff, and I just got to wonder if there's like something where the front end is either gripping up too much. Let's see if he fights it through Abbey. Looks like he's got it figured out through there. Carbon's extended the gap to about a second now. We're going to keep an eye on Josh as the race progresses, but let's bounce back to our GT4 runners right now, because Ollie G right now seems to be just cruising. And but Andres Mostachero in the Naps, rooting for Naps, are you, Vivacious? So the Naps BMW is keeping that D-Station Aston Martin in touch. Like he's not letting him get too far away. I don't know if he's got like a lasso around the rear wing of the Aston or whatnot, but Andres is keeping up with him. They are pulling a gap on Jarek right now, about 4 seconds. It's almost grown to 3.8. Robert Lewis is trying to make up ground, lost after not qualifying in the GT4 category in the 950, and Trackalicious Eric in the Shameless Plug AMG. Currently 4.1 seconds back from Mr. Robert Lewis. Let's actually get on the other system real quick so we can get a little bit of that flavor of Shameless Plug AMG. There he is.
But we actually had a last-minute setup change here, so trying to get used to this new version of the AMG.
The 2.0 Shameless Plug car is out on track. Everyone, get ready. We got the onboard gyro cam from Eric's car in the Shameless Plug 55 AMG. Does look like you're navigating Brooklands and Luffield a little bit better. Ollie G in the meantime losing a little bit of ground to Andres. Let's switch over to Andres' perspective as he is trying to chase down Ollie G from the Dash Pro cam. Listen to the whine on the BMW M4 GT4. Down the hanger straight. Looks like from a pace perspective, the Aston is pulling away a little bit. Might not be close enough in the draft. So, Eric, I think we are in for a real banger. It's optimum conditions on track, 28C. There's going to be a little bit of temperature variation as we hit the afternoon heat. But start of the race did not see a wink of contact between anybody on track. It looks like folks are just settling into their race. And now it's all about concentration and strategy.
Yeah, I think the big thing that'll be the varying factor amongst team is setting tire pressures to optimize stint times. So for all of our pits, for 6 of the pits, we mandated tire changes, and that's an attempt to make it fair for the single man drivers, single man teams, I should say.
Yeah.
It's really going to be the winners in strategy are going to be those who know how to maximize and optimize tire pressures based on the predicted temperatures that are be coming up in the following stints. The other thing, I don't know if this is just Eric is not a great driver versus others can handle it no problem, but you know, there are a couple of corners in here that are going to be challenging for track cuts. So that could be something that comes into play as well.
Oh, for sure. One of the things that I love about the difference between ACC and iRacing, because I love it. I love going into a special event like Spa and listening to all the iRacers like complain about track limits. Oh, it's too aggressive, it's too aggressive, it's too aggressive. Here in ACC, they're doing an 8-hour sprint race. You get 3. And then on your 4th one, you're getting the drive-through. How's that for aggressive? So I think that track limits is definitely going to be a factor for the folks that are out on track. Brain fade's a thing in endurance racing. And for the folks that are running like the smaller teams, I feel like lack of concentration and track cuts due to brain fade are going to be probably a little bit more of a risk for them. So we're just going to have to wait and see kind of how it all shakes out. But speaking of shaking out, this battle between Andres and Ollie G is just something else right now. They're keeping it nice and tight in the GT4 category. Let's get the rear wing of Ollie G in the DST Aston. Now, he seems like he's pulling away a little bit in terms of straight line pace from the BMW M4, which actually I thought that would be worse. I thought the M4 would just like take the Aston to Gapplebee's, but has not been the case. They are getting lined up for the entry into Maggots and Decades. Let's see what Andres can do out of Chapel. I just love watching the realistic physics of this game do its magic. The body roll on the GT4 cars, watching them sway left and right through a complex. Oh, here we go. We got a mad draft about to happen. Ollie is not going to make it easy for him. Into Stowe. He's got the inside line.
Boy.
I'm telling you, I was really convinced. Oh, man, Ollie G's off track. Let's look at the data on that one. Looks like there might have been contact between him and Andres. Let's switch over to the other PC real quick and see if we can pull up and see what happened. I was actually looking at the data. It's back.
And we're 7 laps in and already dealing with lap traffic. The joys of mixed class racing.
I'm not sure I was able to go back far enough to get that, but it does look like Ollie G is still out in front of Andres. That's wild. It's wild. I was thinking that we were going to see something like that, but not really. We might do, folks. We're going to do this. We're going to do this live. Let's actually jump to the Go back. We're going to do a little bit of trickery online. Go to So you got that set up. Replay in the top right corner of your screen, folks. While we're getting ready, this is where Andres closes in on Ollie. Through Maggots and Beckett's, and now, so he's going to come out of Maggots and Beckett's with a very good exit. Well, actually, out of Chapel with a very good exit, keeping it close, well within a half second. Starting to pull a bit of a draft on him now. So going to Stowe. Here he goes, lining up on the inside. Not able to get it done. Now we're just watching this whole scenario as it kind of unfolded. He is just like glued to the butt end of the DST Aston Martin as they go through Club Corner. Actually jump forward. We are start of lap 8. Oh, man, and they're going at it again on track. And this time now they got some GT3 runners bearing down on them. We got Danny Baisden nose to tail with Andres Mostachero. And that is allowing Ed Kerstetter to get in there a little bit. The GT4 cars move off to the inside, or the outside, and just get out of the way. But Kerstetter has kind of closed the gap down. Here's, up in the top right corner of your screen, now here's the event as it unfolded between Andres Mostachero and Ollie G. So Ollie G takes the defensive line into Stowe. They go into Stowe. Andres gets him on the switchback, and now they're getting ready to go side by side into the Vale chicane, and I can't tell what happened there. It looks like they just touched. Ollie G had shot off into the grass and stayed out in front. So I'm not sure what the stewards are going to think of that, but there it is. And we're just lining up again for a redo of this fight. While that's going on, though, let's switch over to the front runners because they are starting to duke it out now, too. Well, bounce out of this replay. Turn back to the action. Almost into our first half hour. We got 15 more of these.
Crazy when you say it that way.
Yeah. Silk Cut, McLaren, Stuart McLeod, solo running the 8 hours of Silverstone, moving through the GT4 traffic that is fighting right now. Ed Kerstetter is losing a little bit of ground to Danny now. Let's switch back over to the fight that's been going on this whole time. Josh Willis in the Red Bull BMW trying to find his way around the 805 Flyboys BMW of Matt Dizzen. Oh, man, what a shot getting ready to go into Cops. They back out of it. Wow. Navigated that whole scenario. It was scary. Definitely scary. This might have played into the battle between Mostachero and Ollie G, but Ollie G is going to stay out in front. Oh, they are nose to tail on exit of Chapel. This is a replay of 2 laps ago. Kind of curious how it's going to play out this time. You guys be the judge and tell me what you think in chat. Which was better through Stowe, the prequel or the sequel? Into the Vale chicane, man. Andres is just not letting him go. He's just not letting him go. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that, man. Battle. Just pop. Well, let's bounce around and take a look at some of the other contenders that are out on track that may not necessarily be within fighting distance, but are still in the race for sure. James Alker, Gingy, on Twitch TV, and the Crazy Rabbits Porsche trying to catch T Green in... What is T Green in?
McLaren?
Yeah, he's in the McLaren. He's in the Absolute Sim Racing McLaren. Tyshawn Green in the Absolute Sim Racing McLaren number 6. Navigating through some GT4 traffic as they go through Village in the loop right now. But Genji is like right on his bumper. So the Crazy Rabbits Porsche has showed up to fight in the GT3 category. Into Brooklands and Luffield, man, you can see him plugging the steering into the number 3. Just trying to get that car to turn in through these medium and low speed corners. I want to say thank you all again so much for coming to hang out with us on Saturday. This is the TRACKILICIOUS 949, 8 hours of Silverstone driver swap endurance series. 7 hours, 35 minutes left on the clock. Danny Basin in the lead of this race after 12 laps. It's a tough fight at the front. Carbon and Ed Kerstetter are going at it right now. In the meantime, Alker does find his way around green, it looks like. Let's switch over to helicopter cam. Straight line speed seems to be benefiting his setup quite nice. Back at the lead of the race, Danny Baisden in the 88. Ed Kerstetter in the 27. They're going at it. Track temperature's already bumped up a little bit. 30 degrees on track. A little bit of bit hotter than it was at the start of the race. About 5 degrees. We're dealing with optimum track conditions. A little bit of cloud cover over the next 10 minutes. No wind to speak of necessarily. They're going through Woodcott right now as they approach Cops to start another lap. 13 laps in the books. Get through the data. Fights that are on track and hot, still the ones that are on track and hot. We've got Josh Willis trying to chase down Matt Dizzen. Or is it Matt or Mark? I think it's Mark. Check. Yeah, it's Mark. Sorry, Mark. Mark Dizzen in the 805 Flyboys BMW. Currently 2/10 up on Josh Willis in the Red Bull BMW M4. Looks like Genji is starting to gap Tyshawn by a bit. About 2 seconds over the span of a lap between them. Shane Reeves about 9.9 back from Tyshawn. And Andres Mostachero does find his way around Ali G to take the lead in the GT4 category. About 4/10 between them right now. Kind of curious when the first round pit stops are going to fire. And who's going to pull driver changes. Yes, Vivacious. Provolone's got you covered. Each class will have a winner at the end of this race. So, your boys in the Naps Beamer starting to pull a bit of a gap on the DST Aston Martin. Been a relatively clean race. For those that are looking for the live timing and scoring information, you can hop on over to pitwall.live. We've got that site up and running. In fact, let's pop on over to the Pitwall site real quick. Take a peek at the state of affairs on track. Let's actually clear out what I was looking at before. We're going to switch right on over to the Pitwall scene right now. So we've got the battle on camera 1 still raging over in the top right of your screen, the battle between Carbon and Danny Baisden, and they are duking it out as they head down the Hanger Straight right now. Let's actually take a look at the data between those two drivers as the situation has evolved over the race. Kerstetter on the inside of Stowe, though. He is making it work here. Let's actually pop back over real fast and just watch this battle into the Vale chicane, side by side. Kerstetter did nick the inside curb a little bit. I wonder if that's going to compromise his corner exit out of club. Holy cow. They're going at it. Down the F1 straight into Abbey. Them getting back into the action. So you can take a look at the gap chart over here. You got the yellow line at the bottom. That's Ed Kerstetter. He's the control in the gap chart, which you can see right here on the screen. It does look like Danny started to build a bit of a gap through the middle part of the stint, up to about 1.2 seconds, and then Kerstetter just starts slowly reeling him in, and now we're down to, you know, less than 0.3 of a second between them as they go at it on track. Kerstetter is just keeping him in touch. We're looking at average lap times right now: 59.797 for Danny Baisden and a 59.899 for Kerstetter in the Frenemies BMW. It has been a very, very interesting race so far. Just looking at the data for stint times, and it does look like, figure out where the fastest lap was set. Not seeing that data right now. We're going to switch back over to the main screen so you guys can get two-camera action as they go through the lapped field through GT3. Not sure if that's going to count as a track cut, but he does have a little bit of a blue flag separation, giving him a little bit of eased pressure. Danny Baisden. The DST Aston Martin coming back strong now. Close that gap down to 0.6 of a second between them. Does look like Josh Willis finally found his way around the Flyboys 805. And has grown the gap now to about 1.3. And that's your battle for P4 between Josh Willis and Mark Dyson. I'm thinking we got to be getting close to the pit window, probably in about 20 minutes time. Oh, actually, I think you guys got a 75-minute timer, if I remember correctly. Carbon has pulled a whopping gap navigating through that back marker traffic. Looking right now, does look like Kerstetter did get around. Not see anything in the way of contact, but he's definitely not going to be happy about losing that much time. Switch back over to the battle between Ali G and Andres Mostachero. Doing a quick check-in, Eric. How you holding up over there?
Surviving.
Surviving?
Yeah.
That's what endurance racing's all about, man.
Yeah. Pretty miserable being in the back, but we are still alive, which is the main thing.
Absolutely. The thing to drink in about it, man, is just getting into the zone. I mean, What other set of circumstances could you find on a Saturday where you can basically sit in the car for hours on end and turn laps? Competitively speaking, it's pretty tricky, but I think endurance racing as a format is a lot of fun. I have a blast doing it. I get an opportunity to. Carbon is losing a little bit of gap to Kerstetter now. It's dropped to within a second, 0.827 between them. Ollie G is keeping Andres Mostachero in touch. Less than a second between them while we are watching this battle unfold out on track. Let's get a bit of that onboard action from Eric in the shameless plug AMG. So what do the track conditions feel like right now, Eric?
So the temperatures are getting warmer and warmer. Tires are still okay from where we originally had them set to. It's uneventful in terms of weather. So we'll see if there's anything crazy that starts happening as we go through the day. But as of right now, there's nothing to write home about, to be honest.
Yep, clear conditions for the next 10 minutes, 31 degrees on track. It is about 6 degrees hotter from the start of the race, I want to say. And we're just now hitting that afternoon sun in Silvertone. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works out towards the end of the stint for folks. Jumping around real quick, let's check in with the race leader who is now coming under fire from Ed Kerstetter again in the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW M4 GT3, the brand new BMW M4 GT3, freshly added in the Thanksgiving patch from ACC, the 1.8 patch. In a bit, go ahead.
I was gonna say something we didn't talk about earlier is we talked about strategy and the different factors that can come into play with regards to winning this race. One of the things we didn't mention is the depth of the bench. Mm-hmm. So you look at Baisden and Kerstetter, who are, both of those guys are phenomenal drivers. Let's not kid ourselves. Who do they have coming in second, third, fourth? Now we know Kerstetter's got Meneer, who in his own right is a phenomenal driver, and they'll be flipping back and forth between two, whereas Baisden has a team of 4. So every time these guys jump into the car, it'll take them a couple minutes to get used to it, and that's just going to be time lost.
It's going to be tricky for him, no lie. But the thing is that whole depth of bench thing, that sword cuts two ways. So think about it from Ed Kerstetter and Meneer's perspective. So they've got 2 cars, or 2 drivers. Meanwhile, Danny Baisden and he's got 3 other drivers to share the car with. One of the things that is very tricky is that as the race leaders really gain on this GT4 traffic, and Ed Kerstetter is using this as an opportunity to maybe pounce a little bit as they go through Village in the Loop. The depth of the bench in how it cuts both ways. Let's get back to that point. So Danny's going to be in the car. Let's say they do even driver stint lengths in terms of like doing 2 stints apiece, 1 hour pop, 2 hours per driver. That's going to give Danny an hour to get kind of like settled into the car, and then an hour-long stint to really start to plug out some good stuff. If Ed Kerstetter splits with Meneer and they do 4 and 4, when Ed gets in the rhythm, he's going to have 3 hours potentially in the car to bang out quick ones. Meanwhile, if Danny swaps over to, let's say, 4 in the car for the Racing Sim Tools Esports, Moore is going to have a stint to kind of like get settled into the car, and then he gets like a stint of like, I understand how this works now, I'm going to start banging out fast ones, and then they got to kind of like reset again. Meanwhile, if Ed Kerstetter stays in the car for 4 straight stints, as long as he doesn't hit brain fade, he already knows how the car handles by stint 2. So the depth of bench can cut 2 ways. We'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, and I think, in my opinion, if they double stint Kerstetter and Munir, they'll be freaking flying.
Indeed. And the other thing, too, about it, and this is another area where depth of bench can cut.
And sorry, we have our first drive-through penalty.
Oh, for track limits. Danny Baisden getting nailed with that drive-through. He's probably going to go serve it quickly. Now, with the drive-through regulations the way they are, he's going to have to serve that drive-through, and then he's going to have to, and this is what you were talking about earlier, Eric, about track limits being a thing for an endurance race. With the drive-through being dealt to the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW, they're going to have to go in the pits. They're going to have to pull the drive-through penalty before Danny can pit. So for Danny to be able to get to his pit stop, he's still going to have to serve that drive-through. So he's going to take 2 trips down the pit lane before he can even get a set of tires put on. That's harsh. But at the same time, too, you just hate to see it this early in the race. But the thing is, there is 7 hours and 20 minutes of racing, and the Racing Sim Tools esports car is quick, and they have a deep bench, so they've still got a lot of tools in the toolbox they can use to do what they can. It looks like he might be trying to pull the full distance out of that drive-through before he comes in to serve.
Probably to maximize, the usage of his tires as he has them right now.
I think so too.
Now, if you were in the driver's seat with Ed, what would you be thinking right now?
So Ed, if I'm Ed, I'm like wanting to keep the BMW M4 in touch. See, they're just running into this GT4 traffic now. I'm thinking Danny should have pulled the trigger, serve the drive-through, let Ed deal with this traffic, and then come back out fresh as a daisy and try and make up some ground. But because they're dealing with this traffic now, he's going to pit, or he's going to take the drive-through, probably get stuck back in the traffic if he plans on finishing out his stint, lose time, then go in for the end of stint tire change, driver swap. Assuming he's taking a driver swap. It does look like Genji is going to be the first one to hit the pits in the 23 for Crazy Rabbits. Could be that people are stopping early. Could be a matter of people running light fuel loads on the first go-round. Could be that people are beating up these tires in the 1.8 patch.
And we're seeing a bit of cloud cover coming in. I don't know if that's different than it was before, but I don't think it
is. Yep. It's cycling at about 10 minutes a whack on the weather information, so I suspect we're going to see cloud cover for now. If that changes or anything like that, I'll be sure and let you know. But looks like Danny is coming around to serve another lap. He's got at least one more lap to serve that drive-through before he gets nailed with the DSQ. I hope that gets sorted soon from his end. If I'm Ed, I'm just going to be. This is the point where I flip on the cruise control. It's all about not getting a drive-through yourself, using the fact that your competitor made a mistake to your advantage.
Right. Now, the real question is, how many track limits does Ed have?
Oh, yeah. Warnings for Ed, that'd be very interesting. No, I wish that's something we could actually tell. That would be something that I would love for Kunos to add into the data for ACC. But it does look like... Carbon hitting 4 inside of the first hour is going to be... He's definitely going to be bummed about that. Ed has 0 warnings from what Rudy says. Well, now, that changes a lot. So it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the Racing Sim Tools esports car, but But again, there's still lots to play for. A drive-through right now would probably shove him down into P6, I want to say. So the Crazy Rabbits car has already pulled a driver swap. They've got Justin Moffitt, or as we like to call him, Muff, in the car, in the 23. And he's out on track. They've got one mandatory pit stop out of the way, as does Tyshawn Green. Tyshawn Green taking a mandatory pit stop off the table. But it looks like he's staying out in the car. Danny's coming in to serve that drive-through now.
You know, I'm surprised. It's early.
There could be a number of things. It could have been about navigating traffic. I mean, it just could have been about a number of things that led to the circumstances where he got dealt the drive-through. Tuning back into the GT4 runners, Ali G in front of Andres Mostachero. These two have been going back and forth all race. I'm thinking they're probably going to do this and see where Danny's cycling out. So Danny proving me wrong, as I'm often wrong, folks. He waited just the right amount of time to serve that drive-through and come back out on track and dodge the GT4 front runners. So he's got a little bit of clear air, and now he's just going to push. 3 wide down Wellington Street. Ali made the move into Brooklyn. It's very interesting, Provolone. Thanks for the report on that. You got to be cheering on your boy Ali in the car, man. You guys and the Naps folks are really going at it. This is some good racing for you guys for an 8-hour endurance race. For this kind of racing to still be happening 45 minutes into the race, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, and knowing the Naps guys in LAG, they're not going to relent. This is going to be a battle through and through.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It does look like Carbon did cycle out about 3 seconds back from the battle with Mark Dizzen and Josh Willis. So looks like Carbon's going to finish out the stint. And then, yeah, this is going to be fun for 8 hours. You're not wrong. So Carbon's going to finish out the stint, and then he's going to go in and take a mandatory pit stop. Does he go for the driver change or not? That is going to be an interesting question. Let's check in, actually, with Mark Dizzen, because Mark Dizzen is going to have a pretty quick Racing Sim Tools BMW catching him, but we're going to tune in from Josh Willis's perspective real quick. Josh Willis setting a 2:02.517 last lap. I actually want to take a peek, because I'm going to try and figure out what is the closing interval for Danny. So if I take a look at the P3, P4, P5 in pitwall.live, let's switch over real quick to the pit wall scene. On board with Josh as he's doing his thing. Now let's focus on Danny. So already, as you can tell, Danny serving his drive-through right here at the very end. Let's drag this out a little bit. So he has served his drive-through at the beginning of lap 23 and already starting to close down. So 3.2 down to 2.8. So almost 4 tenths out in the third sector as he's catching the 805. So he's going to be closing in on Dizzen pretty fast. So we're going to keep our eye on that as that situation progresses. Let's get a good shot from Mark's perspective, from Mark's dashboard as he's chasing down Josh. He's keeping him close, 6 tenths between them. Still a lot of racing action, folks. You're watching Trackalicious 949, driver swap endurance, 8 hours of Silverstone. 13 competitors still on track, 7 hours, 11 minutes. It's going to be a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us.
So it looks like Stewart's coming into play here now. What do we have? Warning number 3. Warning to number 3 for ignoring blue flags.
So that's probably a little bit of the GT3 front runners moving through traffic and having to deal with back markers. Although I haven't paid Discord, so I didn't see who actually issued the review.
That was from one of our stewards.
All right, are plugged back in to the roaming camp, and Andres Mostachero in the Naps BMW chasing down Ollie G while we're watching Mark.
God,
Ed making a
just
little
inches from me, and I was trying to stay on my line, and he was being brave.
Oh, but Ed, that's because Ed trusts you. He's got faith in you. He's got faith in you, man.
Yeah, more than I do.
So a guy that is moving through the field right now at a clip, Carbon, slowly gaining on the Mark Dizzen, Josh Willis duo as they duke it out in P3, P4. Currently down to 2.5 seconds after 2 laps. So that's about, I want to say, 0.8 in about a lap, Carbon. Gotta wonder where this pace is going to start to fall off on these tires. Looking at last lap times, looks like Ed is dropping into the 201s. Stuart McLeod's in the 201s. Josh Willis is in the 201s. Basically, everybody's in the 201s except Danny, who's in the 202 after having a pretty sketch last lap. In the GT4 category, 212s, 213s for the front runners there. And pace is starting to fall off a little bit for them as well. So I'm thinking we're getting close to when people are probably going to cry uncle and go in for some fresh rubber. Roughly 8 tits in a lap, I think. Oh, 8 tenths. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. He meant tenths.
I don't know what kind of laps he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of laps he's doing, but I'm pretty sure it's not suitable for young children. Let's look at Tyshawn.
One would argue it depends how young the child is.
That's true. So the Tyshawn navigating around. Who's that? Oh no, it's Stuart McLeod, who inherited second place after Danny serving the drive-through in the Silk Cut, getting around Tyshawn Green in the ASR Spec 1 McLaren. Tyshawn currently about trying to get an update in the app, but it does look like Willis and, oh man, this is going to get spicy. Looks like Willis and Dizzen are right on time to catch Tyshawn going through Village in the loop section. Let's see how they navigate traffic as we head down into the end of Sector 3. Chat, how are we doing? Almost got the first hour out of the way of the Trackalicious 949 Driver Swap Endurance Series at Silvertone. 8 hours of endurance racing, multi-class. Whoa. The Flyboy BMW getting awfully close to the shameless plug AMG. That make your heart skip a beat?
No, I was fine.
Yeah.
That time I was fine.
Yeah.
It was Ed's like coming in really quickly and me not expecting that.
That's Ed. Ed's just got faith in you. He's like, you know what? He's like, you know what? I'm gonna blow through this corner. Eric's fine. It's fine. Sometimes it doesn't always feel that way on the other end. Out of Chapel, Josh Willis does get a good exit, and they've got a blue flag between him and Mark Dizzen, and there's Danny Basden in the background as they head down the Hanger Straight. Let's actually hop on board with the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW from the bonnet cam. Man, I'm going to need to work on the bonnet cam on this one. It's got the standard stock, like, right behind the intake on the bonnet cam, and I'm just like, boring. Like, I need my camera angles to be different. Out of club corner, though. It's laying it down. Let me look at lap times. I'm curious about lap times for Danny. Dropping down now, 2:01.7, but Ed Kerstetter, in the meantime, is a spaceship. Set a 2:07 last lap on lap 26. You got to wonder when the tires are going to give up on these beamers. They are. Seems like Ed's starting to get quicker somehow. It's just unnatural, man. It's not science. It's just unnatural, Eric. Like in the argument for a child psychologist everywhere about nature versus nurture, what sort of environment does Ed Kerstetter grow up in where he ends up punching in 2:07 laps on used sets of tires? Danny Baisden's going to take the first bite of the apple in the front runners of GT3 and head into the pits for his mandatory scheduled stop. So what we're going to do, folks, let's punch this button over here. Let's find Ed Kerstetter out on track and just focus in on the race leader bit. Actually, let's bounce around a little bit. We haven't been paying attention to some of the other folks that are out here. Let's check in with the 948 of Shane Rees and Chris Pennycook as they head down. I believe that is the Hanger Straight. No, that's the Wellington Straight. Getting ready to go into Sector 3, Brooklands and Luffield. And while that's going on, let's jump over on camera. Take a look at the races. BMW. As they sit in the pits, we're going to pay attention and check to see if we see a driver change. Hitting the control line. Let's take a look at that pit stop. What were we looking at for a pit delta? Pit delta of 1:07 for Carbon. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Actually, you know what? We've got a couple of references we can use. So that's going to drop Carbon down the order, I think, a little bit. But it's going to get him out of running up on the back of Dizzen and Willis. Shane Rees navigates around the GT4 front runners. Oh, man, Danny's just sending it up the inside of Stowe. Brave move. Brave move. Gets it done, though. Gets it done. So let's take a look. We got Danny's pulled a pit stop. We know Genji has pulled a pit stop as well. Where's Genji at? So the Crazy Rabbits crew has done that. Tyshawn's done a pit stop. So if we take a look at the pit stops that have happened, pit stop with Moffitt was a 1:09.0, so a little bit longer. I wonder if the driver change had a factor there. They're back to racing. Ooh, Willis looks like he made his way around McLeod. Something must have happened. Something must have happened. Stuart McLeod has lost a lot of ground, and Josh Willis is now in second place of this race. I want to thank you all again for hanging out with us tonight. Hitting hour, we're going into hour number 7 here in a minute. We're starting to have our first scheduled pit stops from the front runners in GT3. I haven't seen GT4 car pull the trigger yet, but you're watching Trackalicious 949 at Silvertone, 8 hours. Josh Willis on the screen right now in the Red Bull Racing BMW M4 GT3 car 22 in second place, 26 seconds behind Ed Kerstetter. The GT4 front runners are beating each other up. We got Ali G in the D station, Aston Martin trying to get away from Andres Mostachero in the Naps BMW M4. It is it's a pretty spicy fight so far. know what they say. Just drive faster. Gotta sport my True Racing drive faster coffee mug. True Racing on Twitch TV. He's a good dude. Big fan of Dave. Him and the Geodesic guys are a lot of fun. So Josh is starting to pull a bit of a gap on Stewart. I wonder if Stewart had a run-in with a wall. Let's do some investigating. We'll do some forensic analysis of Stewart's car. Not seeing anything in the way of vibrations or weirdness on the car. Let's bump into the camera real quick and just take a look from the side. A little bit of road grime. Doesn't look too crazy. So I'm thinking he's fine. I'm just not sure what happened here. But he is starting to come under fire from Mark Dizon. We're going to jump on board, Mark, from the Dash Pro cam of the Flyboys 805. Last lap was a 2:01.6 for Mark. 33 degrees on track, optimum conditions. Still waiting to see who from the GT4 front runners are going to pull the trigger on pit stops. I'm thinking those tires have to be hurting by now. After 30 laps, Ed Kerstetter in the lead of this race. Was holding about a 26-second gap on Josh Willis. Does look like the Silk Cut is in the pits for his scheduled pit stop. Stuart McLeod in the number 2. Solo running the 8 hours of Silverstone. Like a legend. You know something that has kind of snuck up that I didn't quite expect to see? Beltan, he's running the Optimum Motorsport colors, but he's 949 through and through on the gearbox of Jarek Snyder. Stuart McLeod taking the pit stop. We're going to check in with him here in a minute just to see what the pit stop length looks like for him. "25 people tuned into the show to watch. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. In the booth with me, I've got Eric from TRACKILICIOUS. Say hi, Eric. I say that, and he might have just bounced on me. Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. Oof. GT4, Josh Willis navigating through the GT4 traffic as this battle for the final step of the podium in GT4 is just spicing up quite nicely. BMW M3 just throws it up, or M4 GT3 just throws it up the inside of Village. If that doesn't get your blood going, Any other teams having hot tires? That's a good question. Here's the thing, Dyson. I'm not seeing people pull the trigger on these pit stops kind of out of cycle. I've seen Tyshawn do it. I've seen Genji did it in the 23 for Crazy Rabbits, but I haven't seen any other ones yet. Carbons was kind of around the time when I would expect people to try and pull the pit stops. Which McLaren are you in, Dyson? Actually, let me check the timesheets. I can probably tell by looking. Actually, I don't see your name in the list. Shows what I know. Oh, you're P7 right now? Oh, you're in Tyshawn's car. Okay, cool, cool. Excuse me. So that's you. So that's... Oh, okay. I see. J-Quid. Is that Roher and Andrews? Well, I mean, in 1.8, the volatility of the tires, I think, is really kind of starting to catch people out a lot. With the volatility of the tires, especially when you're dealing with, like, temperature swings, I would not be shocked. And I know we're doing it for this race, and I'm not saying we made a mistake by having accelerated time, because I think it is accelerated time here. But I'm actually kind of thinking that there's going to be less races that run accelerated time because the temperatures on the tires are so temperamental in 1.8 from what I've seen. That's just my take on it. Let's look through the data real quick. Does look like we're watching the closest fight on track. Actually, we're going to jump in with Mark real quick because he's not within 2 seconds of Josh. We're starting to see, believe it or not, I'm actually kind of surprised we're in the second hour of racing and the field is starting to stretch out finally. I was expecting this to actually happen a lot sooner. So now we're in that phase of the race, folks, where the on-track battles are not nearly as hot, and it's all now down to strategy and execution. In the front runners, we still only have, 3 people that have yet to pull a scheduled stop. Now, they've got a 75-minute pit timer. Looking right now. How are you supposed to view the live feed to commentate? Is it just Twitch? Oh, Max, I was actually thinking if you wanted to live feed to commentate, that you just launch ACC and just spectate. But, you know, if you want to jump in the booth and you want me to stream to Discord, I can do that too. That's fine. Either or. Like when we do in 949, when me and Reed are Reed Aldred, Mr. Shy Guy 98, my cohort in the 949 GT Sprint Series broadcast booth. When we do commentary together, usually we're both logged in with our ACC clients and set to spectate, and then kind of like, you know, cruising around to look at like what each other should be focusing on. And usually my game is usually kind of like the camera that everybody sees. So what'll happen is like Reed will tell me like, oh man, this is starting to heat up, so I'll switch over to it. We'll start doing commentary over the top of it. The other thing that I can do too is while Reed is investigating a particular thing, if we're doing a single stream where we've got both cameras on the same stream, I'll take the second PC and actually focus on what Reed's watching. So Reed will tell me what battle he's watching and I'll switch it over there. And as it starts to heat up, when it starts to get a little bit closer, I'll move it into the main feed. So we're going to bounce around now. I'm going to fire autopilot off in the main camera. Let that run. Willis navigating through the GT4 traffic. That's Andres Mostachero. Now, Mark Dysen's going to move into the outside, or the inside of Stowe. And here comes Josh throwing it up the inside. I think Mark might have waited a little too late to take the dive, and he's going to lose a little bit of pace out of the corner. So autopilot's tuned in, laser focused on the Mark Dyson Josh Willis battle for P2 right now. These two have yet to stop for fresh tires. I wonder if Danny might have pulled the trigger early in his pit stop timer. He might have pulled the trigger early, get on fresh rubber, and then attack the track, and then try and get enough pace in bank where he's inside the pit window of this battle for P2, And there's Eric in the shameless plug AMG on board with Andres Mostachero. And I don't see Ollie G anywhere. I think Ollie might have gotten past finally. Yep, there he is in the background. So Andres Mostachero dives into the pits. Here we go, GT4 runners. Josh Willis is in the pits too. So let's take a look at Josh Willis in relation to Carbon. So if I switch on the main screen, let's turn off autopilot. Stop that. Go find Carbon, switch to the helicopter cam and the track map. So we've got the track map pulled up right now. Carbon's now coming down Hamilton Straight on approach to Brooklands, and Josh Willis is in the pits. So what we're going to do with camera 2, real fast, I'm going to do it real quick because we don't really have a lot of time to mess with camera swaps. Switch to helicopter cam, Willis in the pits. Now let's take a look at that on stream. So Willis is getting his tire change right now as Carbon is coming into the pits right now. He's not even off the jacks yet. This worked out exactly the way that I think Carbon planned it. Took the pit stop early, attack the track, and then try and pass Josh in the pit window to get past the traffic finally. So now he's going to cycle out ahead of Josh. Josh is off the jacks and rolling through the pit exit and back out on track now. So he's going to do the same thing to Mark here in a minute. And this is why Danny is such a good driver in ACC. He's already thought this out. He's already it's like playing chess for Danny. He's already lost. He may have lost his rook, but he's already thinking, 5-6 moves ahead on how getting dealt that early drive-through, how he can use that to his advantage to navigate this traffic. And Ed Kerstetter's in the pits right now. Let's take a look at Ed out on track. So if I switch over here to Ed, I'm pretty sure he's not in any risk whatsoever because Danny's been through the pit lane now twice. I'm pretty sure he's under no risk at all, but he's in the pits all the same. Let's go ahead and get the track map out of the way. Oh, Danny is closing in on this GT4 battle quickly around the outside of Village. Now, see, these kind of moves, like Danny is doing what he needs to do. He's being aggressive, trying to navigate this traffic. But I wonder if it's moves like this that might have ticked up on his, track cut warnings. Mark Dyson's in the pits now. So if we pull up that track map again, let's do that real quick. Pop the track map. Switch back over to find Mark, who's stationary in the pits. Danny's exiting left field. He's going to pass Mark no problem and inherit second place in the race. So everything Danny needs to do to try and kind of start to get back into fighting mode. And his last lap was a 2-minute 0.5, which is pretty quick. If we're looking at the data right now, last lap from Riley Manier's in the car now. So last lap, I'll have to go back through the pit wall data to find out what the last lap was. So Riley Manier in the car, Ed Kerstetter out. Interesting that with a two-man team, they'd swap out like that. But they might have a game plan in mind they want to work from. So hats off to them. Get set back up. So after the pit stops, Carbon back in second place. It does look like Brock did get out. So the 22. So it looks like Josh swapped in Brock in the Red Bull. And they did get back out in front of Mark, who did not do the driver swap on the scheduled pit stop. So that's going to be interesting. So Mark's kind of aware of what the car is doing on track right now. Temperature's changing a little bit. Cloud cover's increasing, so it's holding the temperature at about 32. Wonder if Mark is going to use the fact that he's got a little bit of familiarity with the race so far, the track evolution, to try and gain some ground on Devin Brock. We're going to leave the intermission up real quick. I'm going to run in for a quick restroom break, and I will be back. So stay with us, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is Tracklicious Sim Racing 949 Sim Racing Driver Swap Endurance at Silvertone. 8 hours. We got 6:46 on the clock, and we'll be right back. And we're back. I see you're in the booth with me here, Eric. How's it going?
Yes, sir. You know, overall pretty good. Pretty good. Disappointed about pace, but strategically from a no damage, no track cuts perspective, I was pretty happy to be able to go through the full 73 minutes, 74 minutes without any incidents. So happy about that.
That's a good deal, man. What do you think of your first stint in the car, first endurance race?
You know, not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty competitively quick in real life, and being off pace in these sim races is quite aggravating, and spending 74 minutes thinking about that is quite the mental challenge, to say the least.
Oh yeah, for me, so I don't know. I've always been slow, or I've always felt like I've been slow. So for me, when I first started getting into sim racing, when it was like people doing Project Cars 2 leagues and stuff like that. For me, in those moments, it's all about the personal goals. So what I'm doing in that scenario is I'm kind of like locking into what I want to get out of this. Because to me, it's like if you're not fighting for a race win, you're fighting for improvement at that point. That's just the way that I view things. So it's always about like, what are the things as a driver? What are the check boxes as a driver that I can start to do to kind of develop my craft? Because if you're not going to get the experience of being a race winner in that instance, then it needs to be a learning experience from like a life perspective kind of thing. So it's like, what am I going to do to make sure that I leave this race better than when I showed up? So that could be a number of things. It could be focusing on, navigating traffic is a big one. I feel like that's a big one that a lot of people kind of like take for granted, is not focusing on being present in the race and focusing on where your car is in relation to everyone else, and how can you navigate this scenario, this setup of cars on track to the best of your abilities. But, I'm also not fast, so that may be the wrong way to think about it. Totally. It's just the way that I navigate the situation myself, so to speak.
Yeah, that personal challenge is a good way to look at it. And like I said, I mean, I set a pretty low expectation for myself, but my teammates are gonna do better. They're pretty quick, especially Mike Burkhoff. He's got quite a bit of experience, likes driving the Mercedes, so he's gonna do really well. I mean, he's already turning out lap times that are quicker than my best, so I expect that that's going to improve even more as you get to that sweet spot of lower fuel load with not so bad tires.
Indeed.
That being said, the goal that I set out was, hey, just don't crash, don't get damaged, don't cause damage. Got a couple of close calls, but managed to keep it together. And no track limits. So pretty happy about that. Of the most, to be honest, because 8 hours of Silverstone. I mean, it's gonna happen. We're gonna get at least one, if not two. But we just got to be careful not to get that 3 and hope our competitors do it right. That play a little bit slower, but play the strategic game.
So, got a question in chat. Is there a chance of rain in this race? There is weather randomness turned on. I can't remember what you guys had in settings. I do know post 1.8 that with weather randomness can like swing wildly depending on how much you put into it. When we did our first wet race in 949 at Donington, running the same kind of like stock 0.3 randomness for a rain race was like, it was, the variability swings were pretty wild. So I don't know what you guys have for randomness, but right now it's 35C on track with light cloud cover as we are deep into the afternoon heat. I think it's going to be a race about managing tires under these track conditions, at Vita. So your team needs the rain. I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, fingers crossed, because rain for variability is definitely exciting to watch. So we'll see. But go ahead.
We definitely do have the variability set. We try to emulate. So Josh Willis, who's in the 22 car, and is our he's our league administrator. He usually tries to set the settings in such a manner that best represents the track and the climate that we're in. Being that it's England, I'm sure that the weather randomness was set to slightly higher, and we've experienced the same thing that you're explaining, of that the same settings cause higher weather variability, and saw some crazy swings in, I think, both our GT3 and GT4 championship sessions last week and the week before. So I do think that something is likely to happen, but for those that don't know, we just have no control over it. I mean, you could suggest something, which is what the knobs we have to turn are in terms of randomness and variability.
It's a good way to put it.
Start, but I mean, that knob doesn't have an indicator of where you really are. It just there's a black box behind it, and the black box does what the black box does, and you just are along for the ride.
That is a beautiful. That is probably the most. That is probably the most eloquent way of putting it. If I may say so, that you can certainly suggest what the game will do, but as anybody who's been doing server administration of ACC since this game came out, that's basically what it is. It's a suggestion, and then the game's kind of like determined to remind you that you're allowed to go pound sand. So we'll see how the variability swings at Vita, but I could do a little rain dance for you right now if you want. I don't know if this is old man dancing enough for you. Anyway, 6 hours, 32 minutes left in the 8 hours of Silverstone. TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing in 949. The driver swap endurance series is coming to a close. On board with Andrew Pickerel in the AWA Incorporated 789 Maka. And I got to talk to these guys, right? Because in the GT4 series you guys do and stuff like that, the people that run the Maka, they're my people. Like, I love that car. Like, my favorite GT4 car is the Ginetta, full disclosure. I also like the AMG, but the 570 and the fact that it forces you to understand it with its dynamic driver aids is it's a special car. And the people that are willing to tackle that car like have my absolute respect. I would even argue more so than the Maserati, because, you know, Cardo Racing School, Cardo Huesca. Have you seen him yet in the Maserati, Eric? It's a sight to behold.
Yeah, I believe we've run with him in open lobbies, public lobbies. That's where we first met him.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, when he's in the Maserati, it's a sight to behold. But even with no driver aids in the Maserati, I feel like the dynamic driver aids in the Maka kind of throw your head for a loop. So for me personally, I tend to have like mad respect for people who are willing to tackle the 570 and make it perform well.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he run the Maserati at our 2 hours of Misano?
He did. And I'm telling you, man, it's just awesome to watch Cardo out on track in the Maserati. It's like I said, it's a sight to behold. And for the folks that don't know, lower right corner of the screen, Cardo Racing School Cardo Racing School. I think it's Cardo School.racing is the actual website. I'm gonna look that up real quick just to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. It is CardoRacing.com. Be sure and check that out. Cardo Huesca, he's a good dude. The Trackalicious guys like him too, so all the more reason to check him out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tanner Masters in the D Station Aston Martin, currently on top of the GT4 bunch, and it looks like he has started to pull the gap on, what is that, Jeff Hay in the 14. Jeff Hay has dropped back to about 11.2 seconds on Tanner Masters. Devin Brock did lose some ground to Mark Dyson in the 805. This is kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking that Mark was kind of in the cat seat a little bit with a little bit more experience under his belt on track.
And what's interesting here is if you look, Mike Berghoff's actually catching up to Jeff Hay, is it?
Yep. So he's pumping 2:14.605 was Mike's last lap. In fact, real quick while we're on the main screen, let's do this. Let's get some gyro cam action from Mike. I mean, I just did that. I just bumped that button, and of course autopilot immediately kicked it off. So let's get this out of the way and listen to that soundtrack from the AMG in the shameless plug 55 AMG out on track. I'm telling you, dude, Berghoff is a weapon in the AMG. An absolute weapon.
He loves it.
Now, somebody that I'd like to see him go toe-to-toe with in the AMG, I'd like to see Dave Carter grace your GT4 league with the AMG presence, because I feel like that performance is gonna turn some heads. Through Village in the loop right now, though, it does seem like Mike has got the car settled in the low speed. I also just love the interior of this car. You know what it is about it? It's just simple. Like, the dash tells you what you need to know. Button placement and everything makes sense. There's no, like, crazy Alcantara dash or anything like that. It's just a dash. Just does what it's meant to do as a racing car, go fast. And he is hanging with Jeff Hay. Just hanging 2:13.9 for Berghoff. Let's do some bouncing now. Let's take a look. What we got going on track. Devin Brock navigating some back markers in the GT3 field. So after 45 laps, Riley Manier inherits the car from Ed Kerstetter in the Frenemies, Team Frenemies. They've got 5 mandatory pit stops left to serve. Carbon recovering after the drive-through penalty. Now, here's the thing, Eric. The drive-through penalty, right? Drive-through penalty, pit stop early for Carbon. If I told you that Carbon had taken 2 pit stops before Ed Kerstetter's car took 1, and I said after 46 laps that Carbon's within 20 seconds of the team frenemies BMW. Would you believe me?
And that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Danny's absolutely moving right now. Whoa, I'm not sure if something happened with Tanner, but that was a very slow exit out of Village in the Loop. Might have just broke a little too hard. Don't see a car around him. I think he's largely on his own. Carbon's last lap was a 2-minute .972. Now Riley's starting to step on a little bit. 2-minute .695 for Riley last lap. Actually, let's take it. You know what we need to do? We need to take it to the science. Let's take it to the science. Pull up pit wall.
And I'm going to step aside for a second, and I'll be right back.
Absolutely, sir. So this is kind of exactly what I was expecting to see from a driver swap like this. So Riley Manier had a little bit of a development period early on in his stint. So if you take a look between when he got in the car and say lap 42, lost a little bit of pace on Danny. But since then, I think he's stabilized the field a little bit. So now drop down to, you know, about 20 seconds. And you know what? Actually, I think this might be, I think Riley might be doing all right. I think he's probably just holding a little bit of a pace in hand kind of scenario. Looking also at the pit stops real quick. Just want to check a 107.826 for Danny and a 107.999 for Ed. So, pound for pound, they're swinging pretty comparable on managing their pit stops. Let's switch back over to the race. "22 people in channel. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. This is TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing 949, 8 hours of Silvertone. We've got 13 competitors out on track, 6 hours, 23 minutes left in this race. Riley Manier in the Team Frenemies BMW is on top. But Carbon, Mr. Danny Baisden in a Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW is hanging close, 20 seconds between them. So at this phase of the race, as I've mentioned before, folks, this is all about concentration and minimizing your mistakes, minimizing your time loss. Because if you take away that drive-through penalty right now for Danny Baisden, he's gapping Riley by about anywhere from like 6 to 10 seconds. So that is what it is all about. Maintaining your gap. Don't lose the time. It's very important. I'm going to leave this screen up real fast. I'm going to get another refill of coffee real quick and grab a snack, and I'll be right back. I'm going to leave it unmuted, though, so that if Eric comes back and wants to say hello, he's more than welcome to do so. I'm back. Got myself my little energy bar. Ready to go. Shane Rees in the 949 UK. Porsche navigating the GT4 back markers in 6th overall. Trying to catch up to Stuart McLeod. Stuart McLeod and Robert Lewis are solo running the 8 hours of Silverstone. If that doesn't count as crazy for you, I don't know what does. Ooh, getting a helmet shot inside the 911. 991 Mark II for 949 UK. This is a great shot going into Abbey. Full commitment. Shane Rees and Chris Pennycook driving his car there. 949 GT Sprint Series. I'm going to chew my food and not subject you guys to my eating habits. Again, I want to give a big shout out to the Tracklicious Sim Racing guys. It's been a lot of fun getting to do this series with them. And we hope you all have been having fun to watch it. 8 hours of Silverstone. Cardo's in chat. How are you doing, Cardo? Ooh, Danny's navigating that GT4 traffic. What's Danny been able to close that gap down to? He's kind of holding it at 20.3. I wonder if Riley's got pace in hand that he's just not... He's not letting go of. Cardo, how is everything with the wheel? I know you've been racing with us the last couple rounds. Race is going pretty good, so we got 13 competitors for this one. Haven't lost anybody yet. Accidents and incidents on track have been kind of minimal. The field is starting to spread out, as you can imagine, with Silverstone being such a big lap. The story of the race kind of unfolded within the first, I don't know, half hour, with Carbon getting a drive-through penalty for track cuts. And if you look at the pace delta, if he hadn't gotten that that drive-through, he'd be in the lead of the race by 8 to 10 seconds right now. The story that we don't know, though, is it looks like Riley Minier, either at his absolute maximum on race pace, is able to hold the gap on Carbon, or has pace in hand. I can't tell which. But the Frenemies BMW out front is doing really good to maintain the gap to the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW. It is a long race. Wheels super good. Had bad luck in last. I know, dude, man. You've gotta. I don't know, man. You gotta do a rain dance before, do some sort of like ceremony. I don't know what you got to do before a race, man, to get some better luck. I'm gonna cross my fingers and toes for you for the next one, that you go incident free. The Audi is evil, dude. The Audi, and that's the thing too, man. I know you probably picked the Audi right before the season started and stuff like that, but the 1.8 patch, I think, has really kind of caught the Audi drivers out, and the NSX drivers. I know the NSX drivers have been complaining a lot as well. So I'm wondering if like mid-engine cars are just kind of like suffering a little bit with 1.8. I mean, I say that, and frickin' Luke Southall was like a rocket ship in the 488. On board with Jeff Hay in the Naps BMW. He's losing some ground to Tanner Masters in the D-Station Aston Martin. The D Station Aston Martin looks like Shane Reeves is navigating around the outside of Village and the loop, giving him plenty of space. You're crying together? I hear you, man. Into Brooklyn's Luffield. Looks like Shane has got this Porsche sorted, Cardo. I seriously think he's got this car sorted. I say that, and he immediately just goes off track on the exit of Luffield. Hopefully that's not a track warning. Moffitt's going in. I think... So Genji pitted early. I wonder if they're doing an early pit strategy, getting their mandatory pits out of the way, and then trying to figure out how to piece together the last couple stints for the end of the race. But Moffitt's in the pits for a scheduled pit stop. At least I hope it is. Oh, him and Jake Quid. So this is kind of the story for these two back in P7, P8. So Tyshawn took the pit early. I think he stayed in the car. Jake Quid's in the car now. But Moffitt takes the pit stop. I wonder if he's going to put in Piner. Try and make up some ground. Well, no, I'm seeing the number 4 tick down. So it could be that Muff is staying in the car. Man, I don't know if the tires are just dead for Shane or what, but he is going all over the place now. So, Cardo, you got your wheels sorted. When's the... What's the strategy for... Because I know you were racing in VR exclusively until your headset broke. Are you going with like a better monitor situation, or are you going to try and go back to VR? So there's the Flyboys BMW navigating through the GT4, eventually going back to VR. That's the thing, man. I think when I get back in the sim, I think I'm going to switch back to VR. I just need to figure out a good situation where I can stream with it and still talk to chat. Because I'm just worried that... Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, the reason why I don't race in VR is because I do streaming. So I want to be able to engage with chat meaningfully. And I just can't seem to find a solution that kind of works for me in VR. I know the Protocharge guys, Zach Patterson and Pete Hutchings, really enjoy using the Oculus and enjoy using the... Yeah, it is. In my opinion, it is horrible. Like, I don't know how Zach does it and survives. I think it's just mostly the fact that, you know, because he's doing his VR thing. I mean, he's more... I think he's more focused on the racing and it shows in his results. But I just feel like it's just too awkward for me. So Devin Brock in the Red Bull Racing BMW, currently sitting in 4th, 10.7 back from Mark Dyson, who is navigating through the GT4 traffic. Got Jeff Hay in front of him in 14, and he's just trying to find his way around in Maggots and Beckett's. Around the outside of Chapel, down the Hanger Straight. I think that's going to be enough to get it done. This is a very awkward camera angle for Autopilot to pick. Let's jump to the Helicam. Yes, sir. Apologies for the quiet, folks. Just don't want to chew in your ear. I'm eating an energy bar. Hour 2 is coming to a close. 8 minutes left in the second hour of racing. This is Trackalicious Sim Racing 949's 8 Hours of Silverstone. Riley Minier in the lead of the race after 4 laps. Carbon losing a little bit of ground. 26.636 between them. Mark Dyson and Flyboys BMW in third. Devin Brock in the Red Bull Racing BMW in fourth. Stuart McLeod in the Silk Cut. Maka, Shane Reeves in the 949 Sim Racing UK Porsche. Sean Piner in Crazy Rabbits. Jay Quid in the ASR Maka, and that is your GT3 runners. Meow. That's right. That's right. That is right. Carbon's got the fastest lap of this race. What did he clock in at? A 1:59.180. So Carbon does have some pace in him. How you doing tonight, Genji? Doing all right? You guys got Sean in the Crazy Rabbits Porsche. I think it's gonna be a quick one. Sean's pretty quick. So Tanner Masters, man, Burkhoff is just making ground, dude. Race leader in GT4, and Burkhoff is just like all over him. Like, I'm gonna unlap myself. Get out of my way. It's like the Kimi Räikkönen of GT4. Get out of my way. I know what I'm doing.
I come out here and rough talk him and run him off.
Six hours, 6 minutes left in this race. 3:24 p.m. on track. 34 degrees, clear skies, optimum track conditions. Starting to get a little bit of wind out of the southwest. Riley Minier in the lead. Team frenemies. 26-second gap. GT4, the gap has grown to about 12.9. Robert Lewis, though, started from the back of the GT4 field, and in the first 2 hours of this race has really covered some ground to get inside the top 3 of GT4. Let's actually jump over and take a look at Beltan. He's running Optimum Motorsport colors, but he's 949, no doubt about it. Last lap from him was a 213.325, so he's fine in the car. And he is starting to pick up the pace on the front runners. So Tanner Masters had a 214.670. Jeff Hayes pumped in a 218.427. Probably dealing with some traffic on track, but Robert Lewis is really starting to close the gap down. Fastest man on track, though, Jay Quid in P8 in the ASR number 3 with a 201.377. Man, it's awesome. We've still just got a full field here in... I haven't lost a driver yet. I say that, and then immediately a driver dips out. God. Jinxed it. Is that Stewart? Ah, it's Stewart, isn't it? It's Stewart. It's unfortunate. Shouldn't have opened my mouth. Stuart McLeod in the Silk Cut. Unfortunately, our first retirement of the race. Hopefully, he'll be able to get back out on track. Ooh. Jeff Hay struggling a little bit on corner exit in Village, and Beltan setting up the pass in the loop, going through Antry down Hamilton Straight. Let's hop on board Lewis Hamilton. He's been closing this gap down as we've been watching. Showing him the nose into Brooklands. Is he going to take the dive? He's going to keep it there. He's going to leave the door open. He's going to take it. There's only one way to handle Beltan. Slam the door on him. Like, if you don't slam the door on him, he will walk through. And with that, I believe Beltan, 621 Robert Lewis in the Optima Motorsport 950 for 949 Sim Racing is in second in GT4. Jeff Hayes not letting him go, though. They are getting set up into Maggots and Beckett's, and Beltan loses ground. Ooh, wow. That was a interesting sequence of corners there. They are really racing one another. Look at this battle. So Jeff Hayes got the inside line into Stowe, and it looks like a little bit of a pace advantage in the M4. Just in a straight line shootout, the M4 just seems to be gaining ground. Now under braking, Beltan giving him plenty of space into Stowe, but now Beltan's tables have turned. Beltan's got the inside line into the Vale chicane on the brakes, braking a little bit deeper than Jeff, and he gets the move done. Jeff Hay giving him the fight, though. Hats off to Jeff. I'm wondering if these tires, though, for both these guys is just kind of shot. We're at the end of the 2-hour mark. It's got to be about time for them to go in for a mandatory pit stop. Got to get that tire swap in there. We're going to pop the autopilot camera back on, bounce around a little bit. There's the race leader, Riley Manier, navigating the GT4 traffic. Am I nuts? Is Shane Reeves gaining on carbon? Am I missing something here? Did I miss something? I don't see any accident data. Last lap for carbon was a 2:03.3. Oh, that was a bad one. So there goes Carbon, taking his second mandatory pit stop of 6. Going into the pits. Let's actually, real quick, we're going to swap it over. And Carbon. Here. Off autopilot. Make sure there are no dramas with that pit stop. $26 people in chat hanging out with us. Thank you so much for joining us today. You're watching Tracklicious Sim Racing 949, 8 hours of Silverstone. Danny Baisden in the pits for a mandatory pit stop, or a scheduled pit stop, I should say. They have to take 6 mandatory pit stops during the race. Looks like a no drama llama for, Vulcan Bockerden graces us with his presence, everybody. Vulcan Bockerden on Twitch TV. He's a good dude. Go check him out. Glad to see him in the Trackalicious Sim Racing event. Didn't know he signed up. That's awesome. Jake Moore, Zach Etier, that's the crew for Racing Sim Tools. I believe I'm pronouncing that right, Zach. I hope it's Etier. I could be wrong. If I am, sir, please be sure to correct me. If Carbon's in chat and I'm saying his name wrong, also feel free to correct me, Carbon. I know you don't like actually correcting me when I'm getting names wrong so that you can make fun of me later. But would appreciate it. Appreciate it. It would be a good guy thing to do. So Riley navigating through GT4 traffic. Burkoff clears Burkoff. Riley Manier, team frenemies, in the lead of this race after 60 laps as we cross the threshold into hour number 3. 5 hours and 56 minutes left in this race. 34 degrees on track. Still in the afternoon heat. I'm really interested to see what happens when we start to hit the apex of the afternoon, start to see those temperatures start to fall down post 1.8 patch. I think the tires might come into... might be a factor for people that don't adjust their pressures adequately for the temperature swings. It's really cool to see Racing Sim Tools Zach in here. For folks that don't know, Racing Sim Tools is actually a really cool application. You can use it for getting telemetry data, use it for setup stuff. It's kind of like a guided Motec. I use it when I'm actually racing. I use it. Also use some of their setups too. I was a big fan of the Silvertone Lexus setup. Thought it was really good baseline. I actually ended up using that as like my baseline setup for like everywhere. Because I know that the Racing Sim Tools guys, oh wow, that is a very damaged McLaren, it looked like. Did I see that correctly? Was that a lot of damage on the front end of that guy? Let's take a look at that. It does look like there is front end work that needs to be done to that car. Nice. Okay. But I forgot what other tracks they had available for cars like the Lexus, but I did the Silvertone one, and I watched Zach's videos on YouTube. And seeing him walk through the setup changes on the car, which I'm still kind of like a little bit lost on dampers and how they work. But I basically took that baseline setup, and everywhere I've gone with the Lexus, that has been the thing that I've started from. I load the Silvertone setup, I get my pressure set, I start setting my aero. That's kind of like how I tend to work. And it's been a really good experience. The front end on that Maka is just so trashed right now. He's got to have like nothing in the way of front end downforce. And the McLaren is very sensitive to downforce. Like if you take a hit in the rear, it can ruin your lap times. Wonder if he's going to go into the pits for some repairs. does not look like it. He's just going to suffer it out.
Well, sir, I apologize about my extended leave, but I am back.
No problem, man. We've just been hanging out, watching people drive around track and talk about it.
Yeah, wow, looks like Burkhoff's made up a place already.
Burkhoff has, yes, he has made up. You're correct. In the overall, he has made up a place.
I was a lap down. How did he do that?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Burkhoff has been hustling. Like he shot past Masters. Not quite like he was standing still, but more like he was distracted reading the paper. But yeah, he's moving. Riley Manier is doing pretty well pace-wise in the car. Expecting him to come in for a scheduled pit stop, as well as Mark Dyson and Derek Brock. Vulcan Bakkerden has jumped in the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW and is now out on track right now. 7.6 seconds back from Devin Brock. Let's actually check real quick. I'm interested to see what Vulcan's numbers are in the BMW. Oh, never mind. It's easy. Last lap was a 59.745. So he's already punching well well above his weight in terms of lap times for the rest of the field right now. 2 minutes is the average for Vulcan right now. He doesn't have too many laps under his belt, but Vulcan is quick, so I'm interested to see what he can do out on track. Have you ever had an opportunity to race with Vulcan?
No, I have not.
Vulcan's awesome, dude. You should check out his Twitch channel, Vulcan Bakkerden. Really good dude. Does race with us in 949. Also races in Rapid Drivers Club, and he's a pretty good dude. Super positive. Mathematician, guitar player, loves heavy metal. My kind of dude.
All of those things are things I am a fan of.
The AWA Incorporated 789 for Andrew Pickerel in 11th right now, 5.2 back from Jeff Hay, who has lost some ground since you last spoke with us, Eric. Robert Lewis is actually up into second in the GT4 category after starting stone last on the field. And he's 10.7 back from Masters. If I'm taking a look at the timing data between Beltan and Masters, I just want to take a look at that. Let's
So while you're looking at that, I actually discovered the source of my team's 12th position. It looks like we have someone drop out.
Yes. It looks like, man, it's hot out there. You're not lying, Carbon. You're not lying. Dude, Carbon, I didn't know you were going to be racing with Vulcan and Zach from Racing Sim Tools, dude. That's awesome, man. Also, glad to see you in chat, dude. Looking at the data right now, got the GT4 data pulled up between Masters and Beltan, and you can kind of see from the curve that Beltan is slowly reeling in Masters. So Beltan in the Aston Martin with very little practice, still a weapon.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about before, right? The amount of time Beltan has versus Masters has in the car is a full stint different. Now, what we were talking about also earlier is that brain fade. We're in hour 3.
Yep.
The start of hour 3, and you could get hit with some, but Beltan being Beltan, the Rock of Robert has done 4-hour drives with no problem at all before. So I think it's really when we get into the 6th and 7th and 8th hours when we might see him waver, but that's just a prediction. It's not even a prediction. It's a possibility. Do I think it's a strong one? You know what? He's a beast. I don't know.
Indeed, I'm looking forward to see what Beltan can do in the car. I think he's going to do great. One thing I did want to say, there's like a 9/10 advantage between Beltan and Tanner Masters right now in Beltan's favor. So that's a big advantage. So I'm not sure if when they go into the mandatory pit stops, is it going to be the case that, wow, look at Vulcan just navigating through, getting around Derek Brock and just blitzing off into the distance. The pace advantage right now for Beltan, given the upcoming pit stops, I'm wondering how much of that 10 seconds he can shave down. With a 9/10 advantage, I'm thinking a lot.
I mean, 11 laps, right?
Yeah. So, Carbon, what do you think of the M4 so far? I mean, a lot of people have been complaining about it being horribly unbalanced, but forgetting the balance for a moment, you've raced a lot of cars in ACC. I'm just kind of interested in your take on the M4 and its handling characteristics. Is it a car you like? Is it a car you dislike? Where do you sit on the fence with the M4, Carbon? I don't know if you've had an opportunity to drive the M4 yet. Have you, Eric?
I ran like 2 laps.
Okay.
I don't get a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things, so
yeah.
this and through your grace, I've had the opportunity to be a part of this race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that either. So
yeah.
Thank you again.
So Timbuktu with a question. I'm still new to ACC. Why I rarely see Bentley in competitive racing leagues? Well, it depends on what racing league you're watching, Timbuktu. If you watch the 949 GT Sprint Series, we have a number of people that are running the Bentley in both. Here, Madhouse Racing has some Bentley runners. Crazy Rabbits has some Bentley runners. What are you guys running in GT3? Who's running the Bentley in Trackalicious?
Reggie King had it last season. I don't know if he's running it this season.
Yeah.
He was pretty decent at it too. I think one of the big things is that it's right-hand drive. It throws some people off. It throws most people off.
Yep.
So it's a matter of preference. Even though I mean, when it comes down to it, you get used to it pretty quickly. And it's a different beast in that, you call it the Boatley. It's a big car. So that's one of the other things that people take into consideration. But I don't think it's to say that it's necessarily slower than the others.
So I am going to look up something real quick on that because everybody calls it the Boatley, right? So it's got 2746 millimeters on the wheelbase for the Bentley, right? Everybody calls it the Boatley. They say it's huge. I got hit with some Zach facts in one of Zach Patterson's streams. And if I look at the wheelbase on the M6, 2901. So 2746 to 2901, the BMW M6 is giant. But at the same time, it is a very, I think the thing about the size of the car that kind of throws people off is from the inside that right-hand drive, like brain game you have to play. But it is still a big car, but it's not the biggest. Crazy enough, I thought for the longest time it was the biggest car on the field, but it's actually the M6.
Yeah, but it's the biggest car people actually drive.
That's true, and that also depends on what league you're talking here, because Dan Tizarro with Turn 1 Sim Sport would have some words with you about the M6. To be honest, I still think he's wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen an M6 being driven for a year now.
So there's a guy that races with Protocharged Sim Sport, Sam Holloway, who is an absolute weapon in the M6. Like, front end of the field, fighting for race wins, absolute weapon. Haven't seen him in the 1.8 patch push the M6 around, but he's quick. He's genuinely quick.
Yeah, but here's my question to you. If he's quick in the M6, how would he be in any other car?
That's a good question. That is a very good question. Probably faster, but at the same time, too, you got to ask yourself when you think about how somebody's fast in a car, are they fast or are they fast in that car? Because, I mean, it's kind of like, that's what I love about sim racing. That's what I love about motorsport in general. There's so many, the analysis cuts both ways kind of scenarios. Like we were talking before about like driver bench for the endurance races, whether or not someone's fast versus fast in a car. It cuts kind of like both ways depending on how you look at it. I haven't seen Sam race anything other than the M6, but every time I've seen him in the M6, he's an absolute monster. So I have to assume, at first blush, he's going to be faster than something else. Speaking of faster and something else right now, Robert Lewis is 7.1 back from Tanner Masters. He is cutting into Tanner Masters in a big way. You can see him at the end of the straight. You can smell blood in the water, and Beltan smells blood in the water. That's when it's time to get out of the pool. He's definitely coming. So Timbuktu, hopefully we answered your question about Bentley with a lot of arm-waving supposition and conjecture. Riley Manier in the lead of this race after 67 laps, 5 hours, 42 minutes left. 32 degrees on track, temperatures dipped a little bit. Westerly wind at 2 kilometers an hour.
And that lead is with 1 minute and 14 seconds. So it's not just a lead, it's a massive lead.
Yeah. It is. It's a pretty big lead, but you want to talk about somebody who's moving right now. I'm going to pull it up in the pit wall data real quick so we can talk about it, because I just want to show off some monster pace right now. And when you want to talk monster pace, got to talk about him. We got to talk about him because he is catching Mark Dyson at a rate of knots right now. Switched over. There we go. And that is Vulcan Bockerton. Look at that graph on the right. Look at that graph after the pit stop. Just boom. Just it's like Paul Bunyan, and he is just chopping trees in terms of this lead. He is just chopping it away. He is gaining on Dyson at a rate of knots. He's gaining on Manier a little bit. Wonder how much pace management is happening from Manier and the Frenemies BMW. For them, I really feel like they're probably their strategy that they've kind of like dropped into is pace management, navigate the traffic. Because while the Racing Sim Tools BMW is the faster car on track right now, they've got a gap to work with, and it's going to be all about consistency. Don't lose any time. But we'll see.
Yeah, there's no way around it. The Frenemies car is right now a favorite to win, and it's their race to lose.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we've seen Riley do this many a time before. Builds a massive gap at the start, and then really manage that gap to a point where he's mitigating risk, controlling the wear on his tires to ensure that they can maintain that gap and not do anything silly along the way.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Is he going to try... Oh, actually, Dyson's in the pits. So Dyson's in the pits. That means Vulcan's going to inherit P2 back for the race. So really, I'm kind of curious now. So with barring mistakes on the track right now, the pit stop cycle is kind of like weird and wonky at the front of the field because the Racing Sim Tools got the early DT. Is it going to be kind of a back and forth seesaw battle between P2, P3, P4 as pit stop cycles keep kind of like pinging back and forth? Because if you look right now, so Dyson's in the pits, Bockerton's gone around, but Brock's only 22 seconds back, so he's in Bockerton's window. He's going to potentially inherit a place back from the Racing Sim Tools BMW if he can keep this pace. The question is, can you keep pace on Vulcan Bockerton? He's the fastest guy out on track right now. But we'll see. Manier navigating GT4 traffic and now down the Hanger Straight. Yeah, it's just going to be interesting. We're just going to have to wait and see.
So another thing that just happened, so it looks like the Naps team had a second pit stop. I wonder why.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're going in for a tire change. Like that is 100% mandatory. That is probably scheduled. It's just kind of late for the GT4s are kind of throwing me off a bit because they're really running their stint lengths out. Like they're running them out in a big way. Like, if I look right now, that is the second scheduled pit stop, and it was a minute 12 in the pits versus a minute 16. So they're getting their normal pit stop done and dusted. What's interesting enough, you look at the gap between Meneer and Bockerden right now, and I'm waiting for it to pop up on screen so that everybody can see it. Any day now, ACC.
While you do that, I'm going to go check in on my team and see whether they're paying attention to when that pit needs to happen.
Absolutely. Any day now, ACC. I would just love to see the actual clock time difference between Vulcan Bockerden and Riley Meneer. Or the delta difference, not the clock time. So Brock's in the pits. Meneer's in the pits. Okay, cool. So let's do this. We're gonna move fast. Let's switch over to here. Shut off autopilot. Click on Bockerden. Pop up the. Actually, switch over to Meneer on the helicopter cam. He's pulling into the pit box right now. Switching over to here. Shut off autopilot and take a look at Vulcan Bockerden. So Vulcan's hitting Village in the Loop right now as they're up on the jacks. So down the Hamilton Straight. So they're off the jacks now, rolling down the pit lane. Let's see what the delta is between these guys as the 27 is now out of the pits and on the road. "75 seconds. So... And I don't think that number's accurate. I think, oh man, that's wide. Wonder if that's a track cut. Waiting to get another sniff of the delta. Come on now. I'll just go to pit wall. It says gap still 75.745. There it is, 18 seconds. So, wow. Okay, so after the pit stop cycle, it looks like about 8 seconds has been found in the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW to their advantage. The Frenemies car still in the lead after 70 laps. Pits from the lead, comes out in the lead. But the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW is gaining some ground. I'm going to take a look real quick in pit wall. I want to see what the delta was. And while we're doing that, let's actually bounce back over here real quick and turn the autopilot back on for camera 2. Do the same thing for camera 1. Just going to do a quick peek through the field. So with Provolone back in the car for DST, Diego Mustachero in for Naps. Beltan's in the pits. Let's actually switch over to him real quick. Actually, let's jump over to Provolone. Here on stop. Pull up the track map. Stop. Up. And Robert Lewis. It's pulling out right now. So that is an excellent stint for Robert Lewis, who is going to be in the lead of this race as he goes into Maggots, now Beckett's. 789. Very unfortunate. The 789 AWA Incorporated getting its 4th track cut and a drive-through penalty from 2nd place. Now, they were They were 11th in the overall, but they're going to cycle down the order. That might bring the 55 shameless plug AMG into play. So that is not what they were looking for at all, I can guarantee you. Jump back to the autopilot now. Alan Andrews in the ASR Spec 1 McLaren. Sorry, everybody, just doing a quick check through on pit wall data. I just kind of wanted to take a look at the frenemies. So first pit stop was a 107. Second pit stop was a 108. So a little bit, maybe a second on the table. That doesn't explain a 6-point dip unless there's an actual pace difference between... oh, wow. Oh, Chronotis was in the car when the drive-thru was handed out. So that's unfortunate for Chronotis, but he's going to serve that drive-thru penalty, then be on his merry way. All the GT4 runners have taken their mandatory pit stop. Shane Rees with 949 has yet to take his, and it looks like Andrews has taken another pit stop in the ASR, probably for some repairs. Yeah, Vulcan is moving. Vulcan is very much moving. Let's actually pull that up real quick so that you guys can see kind of what Cardo's talking about. So we actually take a look at that right now. So here is the gap advantage between them right now. So you can see how before the pit stop, before Ed Kerstetter got back in the car, so Riley Meniere started to build a bit of a gap on Carbon. A little bit. It got all the way up to 30 seconds. And then the pit stop happens. Of course, there's a huge jump. Then look at the remaining stint of Riley Meniere in relation to Vulcan. Drops from a minute 30 all the way down to a minute 20. So shaves like 10 seconds off of Riley. And then post-pit stop, it's been kind of fluctuating a little bit. Been kind of like frozen at the 18-second mark with Ed Kerstetter back in the car. Do I have a link to the pit wall? I absolutely do. Wouldn't you know? Robert Lewis in the Optimum Motorsport 950. That is Mike Burkhoff, or excuse me, I believe that is Otto. Is that the John Otto of Limp Bizkit fame? I don't think so. I'm just joking. Jake Otto. So Vulcan's 18.9 back after 73 laps. Ed Kerstetter navigating through some back markers in GT3. That is the Crazy Rabbits Racing 23 Porsche. That is Sean Piner in front. He gets out of the way, lets Ed go. We're going to take a quick restroom break, everybody, and I'll be back. But in the meantime, feel free to enjoy. And we're back. Looks like the race leader is... Oh, no, that's the Flyboys BMW. Chris B. He's in the 805 now, navigating through some back markers. You can get the pace delta understanding right there between GT3, GT4 right now. That BMW between Cops and Maggots and Beckett's just straight up just gapping. Thanks everybody for joining us. You're watching Tracklicious Sim Racing 949 Driver Swap Endurance. 8 hours of Silverstone. We got 12 competitors out on track. 23 people in chat hanging out with us. Thank you all so much for stopping by. Let us know what you think of the race so far, as we are under 5.5 hours left in the race. 27 degrees on track, 528. The temperature is actually falling pretty quick. So I'm wondering, with the temperature swing this fast, what this is going to be doing to tires, and what is this going to be doing to the current stints. Because when Vulcan got in the car, it was 32 degrees. It's already dropped 5 degrees with the cloud cover out on track. 2 kilometers per hour coming out of the west. And it's going to be cloudy for at least another 10 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Just looking around through the data. Just trying to figure out kind of like what's going to be the story from here. Vulcan has lost some pace to Ed. It could be that Ed got in the car. Also could be that the temperature swing is starting to catch Vulcan out a little bit. I think when Ed got in the car, the downward swing had already started. So I'm wondering if the tire pressures or the frenemies BMW was a little bit better prepared for this stint than the Racing Sim Tools Esports BMW. But we're going to wait and see as that situation continues to unfold.
Yeah, the other thing I don't know if you've talked about is Robert Lewis is now in first place on even pit stops.
Oh yeah. He passed. He did the overcut on Provolone and Mostachero. Well, they already gotten past Jeff Hay. So Mostachero being behind Beltan when he came out of the pits, unless Mostachero had like massive push laps on his out lap and the start of his stint. I figured Robert would stay in front of him, but what I did not expect was the overcut from Robert Lewis to be so significant. Now, Provolone's in the car. The gap has started to drop a little bit between them, but yeah, like Beltan has just put in like an absolute monster show, starting stone last in the GT4 field and now being in the front of the GT4 class in this race.
Driving by himself.
Driving by himself, yeah. Now, here's the thing. We're still an hour and 20 minutes from halfway. What does hour 5 Beltan drive like?
Why don't we do this? You know what? Let's make a note of his lap times. I think that's the best comparison. So let's call it 14. 2:14. He's at 2:13.9.
Well,
okay.
We can do that. I just want you to know that I can do that handy dandy calculation with the click of a button in good old Pitwall. Pull that up for you real quick so I can show you what I'm talking about. So if we take a look at the Pitwall data right here, let's go take a peek at the evolution of Robert Lewis on track. Where's he at? I don't know why I'm doing this manually. I've got this handy search function I can just type into and get. But anyway, so if I take a look at Beltan's stints over here in the stint calculator, I can punch the average here, 2:14.458 for first stint. This is Beltan getting settled in the car, no free practice, didn't participate in qualifying, started stone last, 2:14.458. Second stint, 2:14.106. So 0.3 immediately on the average, just gone. Like he's just like figuring out the car, the car's starting to come to him, that kind of thing. Stint number 3, 2:13.572 on the average for Beltan in stint number 3. So he is figuring the car out.
So give me a how many laps was stint 2?
Stint 2 was 31. Stint 1 was 31. So looks like he's doing maximum stints in the GT4 that he can push it, which is about 31 laps. Looks like. Actually, let's look across the field. So, across the field now, if I pull up the stint calculation for across the field, 31 laps from you and Beltan and Snyder. Also, the 82, Ollie G. So 31 seems to be the maximum. Now, Ollie G, so the DST and the Naps car both have fluctuated a bit. But 789, the 55, and the 950 have all consistently been pumping in 31 lap stints. Nifty, huh? He's speechless, folks. Just dazzled him with data. I've either dazzled him with brilliance or baffled him with bullshit. I can't tell. So Ed Kerstetter in the Frenemies BMW now. Good thing Autopilot has decided to lose its mind and show me the same camera from 2 angles. Same camera from 2 angles. Man, I'm telling you. We're not even 4 hours into this race and I'm already starting to lose it.
I'm here for emotional support.
You're here? Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I need it. I need it.
So, we are, what is it? 2 hours and 40 minutes in?
Yeah.
Ooh. Long way to go.
Oh man, I'm ready. I'm ready. I got my walls already set up. I'm a Kool-Aid man through 4 hours. I'm gonna Kool-Aid man through 6 hours, and then I'm gonna Kool-Aid man through 8 hours. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna slam so much coffee. Like the GDP of Colombia is gonna like jump by like 20%. So Ed Kerstetter, go ahead.
I was also curious to know, with your handy dandy data machine, to see the laps that Burkhoff was putting down with respect to the rest of the grid.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that real quick. So
because I mean, he had some pace, but looking at our best, you know, it still looks like we're a second, or at least 7/10 behind everybody else.
So Burkhoff's average lap time was a 2:14.392. That's what he was doing in the car.
Yeah. And what was that relative to mine?
You were doing 2:17.829.
Yikes.
Keep in mind, man, you got less than 24 hours in that car, dude. Don't beat yourself up too bad. So
he had less than 2, and he just had surgery. So,
well, but that's the thing though. Burkhoff understands the game. The weapon in that car. So 215s look like about where the rest of the field is sitting. You know, high 214s, and then you got Burkhoff and Beltan right now are the fastest 2 guys in the car, at least for the second stint. So, but Beltan's like Beltan's just like cracked the code. He's like Da Vinci Code, open the Aston Martin, all knowing, and doing 213.7s now. What's Provolone doing? 214.1s. 214.1s for Mastachero as well. So even with the Naps guys in the car that drive in the BMW on the regs, Beltan in the Aston right now is just too strong. Where's the rain? Where's the rain, Genji? So it's cloud cover, 26 degrees. So I'm not sure, Genji. Don't know what to tell you. Not a weatherman. Neither is ACC.
So, question. I always thought it was Genji, but you're pronouncing it Genji. So can we get a...
Genji, you want to weigh in on this? Because, to be honest, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I just guessed. I guess wrong often. And sometimes to comedic effect. As,
so is it a Genji with a G or a Genji with a J pronounced? That's the question out there.
So is it GIF or is it GIF, Genji?
Yeah, GIF or
Which
GIF.
is it? Genji for ginger. Okay, never mind.
But I mean,
thank you for letting me pronounce your name wrong this entire time. That's okay.
I mean, it's been wrong even further because it's not just Gingy, it's Gingy.
That's right. 3. Yeah. 3. Although is the 3 a backwards E? Are you like hip? Do you do the TikToks? Like are you one of the hip kids that uses a 3 for an E? I'm just gonna just put me in the category of old man yells at cloud. That's me right now.
Yeah. So it's Gingy 3, right? That's
yep, Gingy. Yep, it's Gingy, and I'll get it right from here on out, Gingy. But thank you for Gingy with a 1. Oh, thank you. That's hilarious. Aaron Free in the Red Bull Racing BMW GT3 trying to gain ground on Chris B in the 807 for Flyboys. So the 805 and 22 have been going back and forth pretty much all race. With the pit stops, we're into the third stint now for these guys. Kind of wondering where the battle is going to sort itself for these two. Ed Kerstetter is flying. I just want to look at... So last lap for Ed Kerstetter was 59.2. Vulcan Bockerden's last lap, a 2-minute 3. Cooler temperatures, I think, might have favored the Team Frenemies BMW a little bit better than Racing Sim Tools. Just saying. So, Eric.
Yes, sir.
We're getting close to the end of hour number 3. It's your first time doing an endurance race, but it's your third time casting one. What do you think of the 8 hours of Silverstone so far?
Driving-wise, still pretty exciting and disappointing at the same time, but such is life. You know, I do see similarities in real life and people wanting rain. Our Lemons car that we run is a Ford Focus that grips like heck in the rain. I mean, out of a field of I think 100 plus cars in the first stint, I think we got it up to 14th place in the lowest class, like 14th overall being in the lowest class. And then as soon as the rain goes away, our lack of power just shines, and I mean in a very poor way, clearly. So I get it. I get why people are asking for rain. It's the great equalizer, you know? So I do want to see rain. I'd love to see rain in my stint. And I think when I get on, considering that we're doing a 3-time multiplier, I think it's going to start going dark on me. So I'm a bit worried about that coming up. From a broadcasting perspective, I mean, this is the time in which I would start getting a second wind, knowing that it's the last hour, and things are wrapping up and getting exciting, and we're looking forward to the winter. But you know, we're just at the halfway point, so this is just an earmark in the rest of the race. So a long way to go, and fatigue is starting to kick in. I'm not gonna lie. Unfortunately, I'm not like a coffee drinker like you, so I can't help support Colombia's GDP. I'm sorry, Colombians. But yeah, still trying to keep the energy up and keep things going here.
Indeed. I'm pretty sure you probably support Colombian GDP in a number of other ways. I'm actually kind of curious.
I do not do cocaine.
No. What I was thinking, actually.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, what I was actually thinking was more like from the perspective of just like Colombian dishes. I mean, like chorizo, red beans. I mean, those are all plantains. Like, those are all pretty classic Colombian additions to the table. So hopefully, you know, like when you're going out and you're treating yourself to a nice protein dinner with the fam or anything like that, whenever you get that chorizo sausage, just think about how you're like support for the Colombian agro market. But Chris B and the Flyboys right now is supporting BMW in a big way, because third in the race right now, still holding the gap on Aaron Free in the Red Bull BMW. Like I said, this has been a back and forth battle between these two, but now there's a 46-second gap between the two cars. I think this third stint has really kind of unlocked some pace for the Flyboys.
And I am going to have to step away yet again. Real life responsibilities are calling, but I will be back shortly.
I'll hold down the fort. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
And big thanks to everybody who decided to hang out with us on your Saturday. I know F1 qualifying was early this morning. Hope that went the way that you wanted to see it, or at least it was as exciting as you wanted it to. Not going to weigh in on the championship, because to be perfectly honest, if they beat the crap out of each other, that's just exciting. I don't care who wins. But yeah, it's been an exciting Saturday. Exciting 8 hours of Silverstone. Even with the small field, I feel like we're getting a little bit in the way of getting to follow along with these drivers as they evolve in the car. A lot of excitement from the perspective of the battle at the front. Racing Sim Tools guys are on the back foot with the drive-through. They've been able to unlock pace in the car at seemingly random times. It does look like the Team Frenemies car, in the cold, at least, in the cooler temperatures, has found a bit of an ace up their sleeve, or had the ace up their sleeve the whole time, and they're starting to move pretty quick. The battle for P3 between the Flyboys and Red Bull are it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out as the sun starts to go down. And then the story of the day, in my opinion right now, is Robert Lewis starting stone last in GT4 and being in the lead right now by about 7.3 seconds in GT4. So I think it's been a pretty exciting Saturday. Don't know if you'd agree with me. Let me know what you think in chat. Diego Mastachero in the Naps BMW. Let me look and see where he's at in relation right now. So Provolone's dropped back to 8 seconds back from Lewis. And then, so there's Jake Otto. Jake Otto's gaining some ground. 10 laps back from the overall race leader. Now it says 8 laps. I wish the application would tell me the right number. 25 seconds between Mastachero and Provolone. Still plenty of time on track. Andrews, I think, is just limping that Maka around with damage. That, or I could be getting like a visual glitch. Ed Kerstetter, Team Frenemies. Navigating Mike Burkhoff in the 55. Shameless plug AMG. And now through Woodcott, down the start-finish straightaway he goes. Comes across the line, sets a 59.962. So still quick. Still really quick. Oh, wow. Around the outside. Through Cops. Ed Kerstetter moving. Right. Getting to the tail end of hour 3. Kind of curious when the next pit stop's going to fire. Let's take a look at the pit wall data real quick and take a look-see. Fumbled around a little bit with my all data real quick. I just wanted to take a look actually in relation to the GT3 field, how the pit stops are working out. Shane Rees having some trouble in that third stint. So Ed Kerstetter's about 17 laps in a 34-lap stint. That's another thing, too, that I'm noticing, man. The Frenemies BMWs get 34 laps out of a tank. Carbon got 31 laps out of a tank in his second stint. So it could just come down to straight-up consistency between them. Indeed, Cardo. Indeed. Definitely cheering for everybody to just push like hell and have fun. What's up, Carbon? Give me the word on the street, man. You're on the team. What's Vulcan struggling with right now? The pace has kind of dropped off a little bit. Well, actually, I don't know if the pace... I mean, he put in 59s. Yeah, Vulcan is very legendary. Are the cooler temperatures not faring for the BMW for you guys? I really feel like the 3x time swing post 1.8 is probably going to go away. Like, I feel like less series are going to run accelerated time now that in post 1.8 world the temperatures and weather conditions fluctuate so wildly. I feel like adding that accelerated time just exacerbates an already tough problem. But you know the thing they say about weather, it affects everybody the same. I mean, it's not that it affects everybody the same. Weather happens to everybody, so you can't hide from it. All you can do is figure out a better way through it. And right now, it looks like the Frenemies BMW is pretty quick. You want to join me in the booth for a second? Whoa. Something I've been waiting for a long time. Whoa. Carbon.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing, man?
Man, we're doing good, except for I ruined our race with a drive-thru, so we won't talk about that.
Well, you say that, and we still got half a race left, and almost 30 seconds between you two right now. It's not completely off the table.
No, for sure. It's still really early in the race. Vulcan's doing a good job right now. He's just fighting with those old tires. We're probably 15 to 20 minutes off of pit strat from Ed and Riley at the moment because I pitted a little early. So.
So with the cooler temperatures right now, it seems like Ed's car is handling the cooler temperatures a little bit better, because even though Ed is pumping in 59s right now, he was not pumping in 59s in the start of the race. That could have been because you guys were fighting a lot. Do you feel like the temperature difference between kind of what you felt in the car, you haven't felt these cooler temperatures yet, do you think Vulcan's struggling with a temperature swing in the third stint at all?
We certainly are. When Vulcan got into the car, we were still around 25, 26 degrees ambient. And over the stint, it's dropped 3 degrees or so. So the tire pressures are off. And at the beginning of my first stint, my tire pressures were off as well. So I was hitting close to 29 PSI on some. But the temperature swing it's a huge variable. And if you don't take account for it, it'll bite you.
Yeah. So this is the first time I'm getting to talk to you in voice chat in a long time. But one thing that I really am anxious to kind of like get your wisdom on is the 1.8 patch, because it's been kind of a love-hate thing for people that I've talked to. I don't know if you're getting the same thing from your buddies that also race ACC, but it seems like tire pressures, temperature fluctuations, it really makes these cars sensitive now in terms of mechanical grip. Are you seeing kind of a similar thing in the 1.8 world?
Absolutely. So the number one thing that I have yet to be able to figure out is graining. It doesn't matter how many laps I do. It doesn't matter how slowly I bring the temps into the tires. I just cannot avoid graining on the front end. And that could be my driving style. It could be a number of different aspects. I mean, don't get me wrong, this update is huge. It's a big step forward for ACC. The addition of this car, the physics of the tire model, it's great, and they're still working hard on it.
Yeah.
But it's an adjustment that I don't think a lot of people were expecting, and so those who figure out the tire and the physics first are obviously going to pull ahead. The tire, it feels pretty consistent over, let's say, a 60-minute stint. The problem is when the tire drops off, it feels like it goes off a cliff.
Yeah. I see that kind of with the pace figures when I'm like looking at the data in pit wall. It seems like everything kind of does just like drop off. Because even towards the end of your second stint, I just saw like the curve between you and Munir, who had pitted, who was on fresher rubber by about to the tune of almost, I don't know, 6 laps by the time the end of your stint. Like I could see towards the end of that lap, probably the last 6 laps of your stint, I just saw the pace starting to kind of go away from you. Is that kind of what it felt like at the end of your second stint?
Yeah, exactly. So it was right around the mark that Vulcan's at right now. He's still pulling in low 2s, so he's doing a great job managing those tires. But right around the 45-minute to 50-minute mark in this stint, the front left just it melted away and gave up on life. And it could be, again, my driving style. It could be the hotter temperatures. We're not seeing as hot a temperature now. It could be a number of different factors. However, in the M4 sprint race that New World Sim Racing held, after about 50 minutes, the tires completely died off too. So I think that's kind of like the time mark that you really start noticing, at least in this M4, that has a lot of front end grip. That's when you notice that the tires just give up on life. So.
Yeah. So, real quick, because it's getting close to the end of Vulcan's stint, and I don't know if you guys need to like talk and do race strategy, but one thing I really want to talk about real quick is the Racing Sim Tools esports guys and stuff like that. You've put together a pretty interesting merry band of mercenaries for this go-round of 8 Hours of Silverstone. How's the team taking the race? What are you thinking of 8 Hours of Silverstone? I know the DT wasn't what you wanted, but at the same time, I hope you're having fun. I hope the guys in Racing Sim Tools Beamer are having fun. What's it like for you guys?
It's great, yeah. Zach and Jake, our other two teammates, they're currently doing the RWB 9 Hours of Kailami. So they're over there, but they'll be joining us after Vulcan's next stint. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to mention any names, but Cardo was supposed to join us, but I guess work's more important. So, no, it's been great. We've done some setup work, and that setup work, I guess, is essentially just getting it ready for the race. But we're looking at this more as just something fun and just to get back on track. I haven't done an endurance race in God knows how long, so yeah, it's great. I love the TSR boys, and it's so nice to be able to like make a race work in my schedule, because we've talked about this in the past.
Yeah, dude, you got a wild one, so
it's tough.
Yeah.
So it's been fun. It's been great, and it's awesome to see you guys partnering up with TSR and everything too. So
I appreciate that, man. It for me, more than anything, it's just fabulous to see you and the Area 52 boys in the car doing your thing. So just keep it up, and give everybody in the Racing Sim Tools Beamer hello from the broadcast booth, and good luck with the rest of your race. Thanks for stopping by and giving us some on-track analysis. I really appreciate it, Carbon.
Absolutely, and I'll be hanging around. So if you guys need any other talking points, let me know. But I'll pass that on along to them, and looking forward to the next event. Have a good one, Welp.
All right, dude.
I have a quick question for you before you leave. A yes or no question. Had Ed not been behind you, would you have gotten that drive-through?
Probably.
Okay.
Ed really pushes me hard, and I hope I do the same for him. So it's a great relationship between both of us. It's the same with Cardo. It's the same with Vulcan. It's the same with everybody. We like to be competitive on track, but at the same time, we don't want to kill each other. So we're pretty conservative. And I think knowing Ed was behind me and had the pace was one of those things that just pushed me further. So.
Eric coming in with the hard questions, man. That was a good closer. Good closer.
All day. Well, it was really fun watching you guys lap me, so I got to see some of the action. But yeah, always fun to see you guys on track.
Yeah, thanks guys. Have fun.
See ya. Dude, see you, man. Eric coming in with that journalistic chop at the end. I love it.
Boom. That's how we do it. Was loading that one up.
I'm telling you, dude. Trackalicious Sim Racing broadcast booth. If you come in here, you better be ready for the arena when it comes to the tough questions. But Aaron Free in the Red Bull right now. Shane Rees has found some pace in the 948, and he's trying to unlap himself. Meanwhile, his latency is all over the map, and his car is doing some horror show maneuvers on track. Not that he's doing the horror show maneuvers, mind you, folks. It's the delay between his client updating the server and me getting those updates, and his car is just kind of like ping-ponging around the track a little bit through some of the corners and stuff, especially in the braking zones. So Aaron Free is doing a masterclass job of, one, maintaining pace, two, dealing with the fact that Shane's client right now is lagging like crazy. Actually, Aaron just moved off to the side, and he's on the inside of the loop. Hopefully these guys don't come together as they go through Antry. But the 948 has a little bit of pace advantage, it looks like right now. It looks like That may be true. That may not be true. That car is off track. Just keep that in mind, folks. Shane is a pretty clean driver. Races with the 949 family. Enjoy racing with them a lot. Oh wow, this is the 88, trying to navigate through back marker traffic around the outside of Luffield. Is he going to get a little bit of space? No, he's going in the pits. So there's the pit stop for Vulcan at the end of his stint. Wonder if he got the 34 laps in. That's been kind of a thing for the Racing Sim Tools guys. They've been struggling to get. I won't say struggling. It's been a challenge to get the 34 laps in. I think so, because Vulcan's going to hit his pit box. I think he's going to cross the line before he hits his pit box, and that'll be 34 laps in the books. We're inside the. We're now in the 4th hour. Eric, we're getting close to that halfway point. 93 laps done. Can you believe that? 93 laps.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And pretty amazing that it's been a relatively clean race so far. I mean, there have been some close calls, but it's really nice to see the ability of these guys. And as I have some noise in the background here.
Fantastic. You got a fan. Excited fan.
She's upset that she's not allowed to press the buttons on the steering wheel.
Well, that's why you need the detachable ones. It's like detach it, hand it to the kid. Knock yourself out. Race along with them. Enjoy yourself.
New version of the give them the second remote that's not connected to the Nintendo 64.
Absolutely. Dude. Post-COVID times with the popularity of sim racing, I feel like those kind of strategies are going to be necessary.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, no, don't quit.
Wow. See, that's the thing. I don't know. So we're seeing them on track right now, the 948 and the 22, coming together real close. Look like they might have even almost touched. But again, folks, because Shane's client is lagging as much as it is, don't take what you're seeing for gospel. Again, Aaron Free. Somebody needs to buy that dude a beer after this one, because that's got to be stressful. But he's doing well under the pressure.
And you got to remember, in the last race at Mount Panorama, it wasn't until the very last 10 minutes that we saw a crazy incident between the first and second drivers and a back marker getting involved, which, I mean, the excitement of that race being 4 hours in and first and second still battling it out with 10 minutes to go was unreal.
Indeed. So with the pit stop being done, so Vulcan's going to do apparently a second stint in the car. He's got 3 mandatory pit stops left in the Racing Sim Tools Beamer before, I guess, they're going to hand the car off to Jake and Zach from Racing Sim Tools. Yeah, I think that is here. Actually, check. I'm just looking at the pit wall data. I wanted to make sure. But yeah, I think. Yeah, so this is Vulcan's second stint, and then I'm assuming he's handing the car off to Jake and Zach, who are doing the RWB 9 Hours of Kyalami right now. So after that pit stop, Chris B is now within a second of the Racing Sim Tools BMW. So Chris B has actually been putting in some pretty good figures, but I mean, the Racing Sim Tools car has just been another level. Ed Kerstetter, also another level. Apparently they've unlocked from, I don't know if you caught the first part of my conversation with Vulcan about the tires and stuff, especially in 1.8, but it does seem like in the cooler temperatures that the frenemies BMW with Riley Manier and Ed Kerstetter have figured out these temperature swings. And their pace is pretty good in the cool, and the BMW of Racing Sim Tools is struggling a little bit for pace in the cooler temperatures. So with Vulcan coming in to get that mandatory pit stop done, I wonder if he's going to start to pick it up a little bit, maybe get into those 59s. John Rohrer in the ASR Spec 1 Maka out on track right now. It's had a dramatic race, but it does look like they may have repaired the damage. Nope, never mind. Either I'm getting a visual glitch or they're just not repairing the damage and just running it anyway. For it being the fourth stint in the car, I'd be kind of surprised, but you never know.
So, and you know, I do want to say the figuring out of the BMW, I don't think is happenstance. I mean, that's one of the talents that I don't know Ed as long as I know Riley, but it's one of Riley's talents. Is his ability to predict the setup that's required in terms of pressures and which tire to pick is, from what I've seen, second to none.
Riley was really good at managing the gap in his stint, like really good. And the consistency that he had over the life of the stint was just, I mean, if they end up winning this race, that first stint with Riley in the car might have been the deciding factor, because Vulcan got in the car. Well, Vulcan started the race. His second stint, he really got past the fact that he had that drive-through penalty and started putting in some really quick laps until Ed got out of the car and Riley got in the car. And then it's kind of like any advantage that the Racing Sim Tools Beamer had in terms of pace just froze in time, and Riley just kind of just like gave him the Heisman and held him at arm distance the whole stint he was in the car. So if I see the Team Frenemies BMW finish this race and take the win, that second stint is going to be valuable. And I think Riley's going to get a lot of credit for holding that gap when it looked like the race was starting to come back to the Racing Sim Tool guys.
Yeah, and it goes beyond just lap times, right? There's this whole mental portion of endurance racing. So I'm sure Vulcan's no slouch, right? But his inability to catch up, I'm sure, would have been defeating to a certain amount, right? You go, I'll just catch up with this guy, right? It's not Ed. I know Ed. I'll just catch up to Riley. And then Riley comes in out of nowhere and puts this masterclass performance in his ability to maintain the gap, right? He controls the race.
So another thing about like masterclass performances, hats off to Vulcan, because apparently with the temperature fluctuations and pressures being off, still managing low 2 minutes. So definitely seems like he's got maybe a little bit more understanding of the behavior of the M4. But really, even with the struggles, like really holding decent pace figures, I'm really hoping that now that he's gone through the tire change and we're at 21 degrees ambient temperature, 21 degrees on track as we're in the fourth hour of this race. Really hoping to see these pace figures kind of come to the Racing Sim Tool guys and see if they can take the fight to Team Frenemies. Looking real quick at the autopilot is kind of maddening right now because it just keeps focusing in on Aaron Free and Shane Reeves. They are the closest two cars on track to one another, period. And they've been that way for a long time. But I'm going to bounce around and take a look at some of the other folks that are out on track who've been racing for quite some time. Let's check in with the race leader of GT4, Mr. Robert Lewis. He's in the 950 Optimum Motorsport, but he is the one and only godfather of 949. What a race from Robert so far, Eric. You gotta tip your hat to starting stone last in a GT4 and gapping Provolone by 11.4 seconds. Hasn't even started his fourth stint yet.
Hey, I tipped it the moment he blew by me. Crazy consistent, great performance by him, and continuing to do so. Like I said, I mean, mere mortals would start to collapse at this point in time, but he's not a mere mortal.
Yeah, I know. He's got another 4 hours and 41 minutes of this, and that's just mental to think about. And look how he's handling the traffic with the GT3s, just like finding the absolute maximum in terms of like, this car is going to get past me and I'm going to lose time. How can I minimize that loss as much as possible? Beltan has been doing multi-class racing for a long time in the sim world, and it shows. So he's doing really well. Let's take a look though at somebody who's leading this race, or the car that was leading this race in GT4 for quite some time, but now in second, 11.5 back. Got now 11.2 back. The DST Aston Martin. Jason Provolone's in the car. Ali G in the first stint was an absolute animal in this car. I'm interested to see if Jason can hold this gap. I'm interested to know if Ollie's getting back in the car. And what can Ollie do in terms of his pace figures on catching up to Beltan? Because Beltan's figuring out the car and getting faster, but he's going to get tired. Ali G's been out of the car for a little bit. He'll have to figure things out, but he also will have rested a bit. We'll have to wait and see. What's your big takeaway with the first half of this race getting close to an end, Eric?
Honestly, the only thing I can think of is I wish we had more people. I think we're putting on a great show with the number of people we have, and really competitive racing. Like the quality of people that we have here is unreal. I just wish there were more. That's something that keeps crossing my mind, and I know unfortunately we're double booked with another big event. So appreciate everyone who is here, who's actually driving. So it's awesome to see that we were actually able to put a really nice grid together. But with that being said, going back to your point about LEG coming in, and this will be my last point before I head off to get ready for my own stint. I believe that it's going to be a double hit for Beltan, in that he's going to start getting tired. Not massively so, but a little bit. And LEG does have pace over Provolone. So I'm eager to see the pressure that LEG puts on Beltan when he gets into the car.
Indeed.
I think that's going to be really exciting for that first position in GT4.
Yep. And real quick for you, sir, before you go, one thing I do want to give you guys credit for is even though we only have 12 cars on the grid and we started with 13, I'm looking at the timesheets right now, and I'm seeing, on an average, 2 drivers per car, 12 in the field. That's 24 people that have decided to take time out of their Saturday to be here with us, and that is a really good turnout, for sure. I would love to see more people on the grid, or more cars, I should say. But to your credit, sir, and I'll tip my hat as well to the people who decided to participate with us on this Saturday. I mean, over 20 people for a North American endurance race that's double booked with AOR. Like that's really good. That's a really good showing. That's positive. That's positive reinforcement for the next series of Trackalicious and 949. I'm really looking forward to it, man.
Oh yeah, likewise. I think it's going to be great. And I do want to say before I leave that I think we've talked a lot about what Trackalicious has coming up, and I think I'm very uninformed, and I apologize. That's my fault. But if you could tell the viewers what 949's got going on in their series and the sprint series and where you guys are and where they're coming up next, I think that would be good information for them. And with that, I'm going to bow out and get myself prepared for my next stint.
Good luck, sir, and enjoy it.
See you on the other side.
Yep. So for the folks at home that don't know, 949 Sim Racing community is doing the 949 GT Sprint Series Season 7. I can't believe we've done 7 of those. That's going on right now. We've gotten the first, I want to say, is it round 4? Are we almost halfway through? Let me double check real quick. Well, my brain's starting to fade a little bit too. Not going to lie. Let me jump over to the site real quick, which is 949.racing for anyone who's looking. So round 4 Hungaroring is next week, and then we've got the break for the Christmas holidays before we hit round 5 at Alton Park. We're going to do 8 rounds in Season 7. We've got 2 splits that happen at the same time. 2 streams, 2 casters, same time. You can check that out on 949 Sim Racing's Twitch. If you're looking for the second stream, you can look for 949 Sim Racing 1 on Twitch. Yeah, it's great. It's really awesome. We had massive amounts of participation. We had 50 signups within the first week, hence the 2 splits. We've had consistently around 50 people between both splits every round so far, which has been awesome. So yeah, I'm just like really looking forward to how the season kind of continues and progresses. We've added some new formats that we're not really used to doing. Kind of, I don't want to say stole from Trackilicious's playbook, but we definitely, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery here. We did adopt the doubleheader format as an option for this season, and that's been a lot of fun. We did the doubleheader at what was round 2? Check. That would have been Donington in the wet, man. That would. Oh yeah, I forgot that was wild because we had Josh McKean from ProtoCharge SimSport win both races in Split 1, and that was awesome. We just got done doing the sprint race at Silvertone. Hungaroring's coming up. We've got our signature pit precision event, which is a double mandatory pit stop sprint race. Oh, Vulcan's going into pits. That is her. I hope that's not a drive-through. Pardon me, folks. I'm going to pause on that note. I don't see accident in the data. In fact, I see nothing but, like, really good lap times. But then 6 laps into the stint, Vulcan's in the pits. Oh, that is disaster, man. Had a boo-boo. Oh, no. Damage on the car? I'm gonna go take a look at that. I'm gonna get all up in this car. Let's take a look. So your typical road grime. Oh yeah, see a little bit of damage. No, that's road grime. It's not damage. Not seeing anything on the car. Not really. But man, that is unfortunate, man. Oh, spun into the infield, probably toasted your tires. Oh, pitted for the damage. Oh no. What 24 seconds worth of damage? Oh no, that's unfortunate, man. That is super unfortunate. Looking through the data, I'm trying to see what that could have been. Yeah, keep pushing, man. Keep pushing. Switch back over to autopilot. The game do its questionable magic. Bad luck, man. Bad luck. All right, 5 km/h wind coming out of the southeast. It is 21 degrees on track. Clear skies, optimum conditions. 8:06 p.m. on track with 4 hours and 32 minutes left in this race after 102 laps. Team Frenemies BMW is in the lead of this race. We've got Chris B in the Flyboys 805 in second. Vulcan Bachert in the Racing Sim Tools BMW in third. Aaron Free in the Red Bull BMW in fourth. Then we got Crazy Rabbits Racing with Gingy, Shane Reeves 949 in Porsche, and Horror in the ASR Maka in 7th. That is your GT3 field. In the front of GT4, actually Robert Lewis. So Robert Lewis is in the lead of this race. He's 8 laps down on the overall. So they've got 90, what is that? Half. 94 laps under their belts, and they're in the lead of GT4. Provolone's in the pits, though. Wonder if Provolone might have been involved with that collision. Let's go see if we can find Provolone right now. Where is Provolone? So shut this down. Take a look at Provolone from the helicopter cam. So he's stationary. Okay, interesting. All right. Bump the autopilot again. Let that go. Nothing doing, man. Nothing doing. Ooh, a drive-through penalty for provolone. And that right there, folks, is going to bring Chronotis and the 789 back into play for a podium finish in GT4. Jake Otto in the...
I assume you're talking about the Ali G drive-through?
Oh, did Ali G get the drive-through?
Yeah, yeah.
That is unfortunate, man.
Yep. Just saw that pop up and wanted to come in here and notify.
Yeah, we got Jake Otto in the shameless plug. I wonder if he's going to be in striking distance of Provolone now.
Hope so. Just not come in last. That's the goal.
Well, good luck, sir. It's about time for your stint, isn't it?
Yeah, we're got everything set up, but just wanted to come in and do my streamy duties and inform about the drive-through.
Indeed, indeed.
All right.
Good luck,
Yep.
sir. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right, so 103 laps in the books. Ed Kerstetter in front. So Vulcan's gotten back around both. Whoa, we just lost a driver. We just lost our driver. It put him in freeze car and you couldn't control yours? That's wild. So CB's in the pits. Willis in fourth. All sorts of weirdness is starting to happen, folks. Reese has got a drive-through. Provolone's got a drive-through. Mostachero's in the pits. Just okay. All right, cool. I'm gonna throw my whiteboard out the window because I don't understand what's going on now. 3.5 hours in, folks, and all of a sudden now the race is just something. It's a thing. Kerstetter's still kind of in a different world to everyone else right now. On Earth 2. It looks like everybody's getting drive-through penalties or going in the pits. Yeah, not quite sure what is happening here. But yeah. It's really unfortunate. Feel bad for the guys that are getting hit with the rando stuff. It happens. It happens. So rando stuff happens in the real world, and when the technical gremlins get unleashed on people's races and stuff like that in the sim world, that's kind of like the closest thing we have to the variance that people can have in real world racing sometimes. Because I mean, even though you can have things like engine damage or punctures, you don't really have the same kind of like power steering failure or anything like that you could have in a GT car. So it's just kind of weird when these technical gremlins start to hit. And it does look like we've lost a GT3 car. I'm going to try and take a look and see who it is. So Ali G's back in the car. He's in the back of the GT4 field. Is it Shane Rees? No, it's Chris B. Wait a minute. So there's Hay. So Chris B's back in the pits. The problem is, I think they're running into a problem where I'm pretty sure the lead driver has to join and then swap to the guy who wants to drive the car. I'm hoping that technical difficulty does not trigger a situation where they are either out of the race or driver locked to the end and then taking like stint penalties or something like that. Like that would be a disaster. So Alker is 279 seconds back from Chris B, but the broadcast app totally is not updated yet to give us the real numbers. Ollie G still has a drive-through on the books to serve. I don't know if that's legitimate at all. Fortunately, he's down in stone last now. So the DST guys, all their work just thrown out the window, man. Type it in the wrong channel. Wrong window. All right, so Chris B's in the pits. Shane Reeves is in the pits. I wonder if Chris PK is about to get in the car. So Ed's in the pits after 106. Josh is in the car. I don't know. I'm just keeping track right now. All right, folks, I'm going to pause for a moment and go hit the restroom as we're getting into the end of the 4-hour mark. Ed is out of the pits. What's the gap? Gap's going to be pretty significant because with the extra pit stop for damage repair, but I'm going to give you the update here in a second if I can. Robert Lewis is in the pits. He's got a pretty decent chunk on Chronotis into 789. And there's the example of don't give up, man. 789 got nailed with a drive-through penalty early on. Now they're in P2 of the GT4 category. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild. I'm just waiting to find out what the gap is as soon as the game will tell me. Maybe when he comes across Woodcott, we'll see the number. Says he's down a lap. Now apparently he's not down a lap. 805 had to disconnect. Had to disconnect. Ah. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it, man. Here I can look now in pit wall. Let me take a look. It says it's 151 seconds, Cardo. But you guys sit back, enjoy the music. I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back with more 8 hours of Silverstone. This is Tracklicious Sim Racing in 949. Sit tight with us. Enjoy the race. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's about what I thought, Cardo, when I looked at the pit wall data. Oh, wow. Is that a stop-go 30? That is a stop-go 30 for the 805. That's unfortunate. So endurance racing is delivering on the usual promise of calamity being handed out in ample supply. Riley Manier, after 109 laps in the lead of this race, Frenemy's car has been, knock on wood for them, kind of avoiding a little bit of the gremlins that are hitting other people. Volkan Bakardin, that's about what I thought, about a lap in 30 seconds, about 150 seconds, that'd be about a lap in 30 seconds. Josh Willis and the Red Bull BMW finds itself back in the podium after the 805. Flyboys BMW runs into some drama from technical gremlins. 93 seconds now. Holy cow, huh? Oh, pit stop. Almost forgot. Yep, that's about right. 93 seconds after the pit stop. Also, interesting. So, let's talk about the race lead here. Let's talk about Vulcan. Let's talk about Riley. So, for the folks at home that look at the clock and see that there's a 93-second gap, even with the Racing Sim esports entry off cycle. The interesting thing is they're about to be out of their mandatory pits. With the extra stop, they're kind of on track in terms of pit number with the frenemies. I'm kind of curious if they get to the end of their mandatory pits first. What are the pit stops like for the last, what would be 2 hours of the race? I'm gauging. And what sort of games can they play with either, tires or fueling strategies? There's still some options. So, Mark Dizzen in the pits in the 805 for the stop-go. He's got to go up on the jacks. Can't have any work on the car. And then... So Rohrer actually is also almost out of his mandatory pits. Robert Lewis, in the meantime, headed from the lead. Currently holding an advantage on the Naps BMW. Let's actually take a look. Where is the Naps BMW in relation to Mr. Lewis? Right. Looks like about 39 seconds between the 950 and the 14. And that's just unfortunate luck for the 82, the DST. Like, that is a very unfortunate set of incidents. Want to take the opportunity again. Yeah, disconnect and a penalty. Yeah, that's rough. Feels bad, man. Yeah, we're getting close to halfway. Thank you all so much. Seriously. Like, halfway, 4 hours is a lot of time to invest in a race. Still going to fight for a podium? That's a spirit, provolone. The 82 DST Aston has been serving you guys well, so if there's anyone on track right now that can salvage this thing, I think you guys got it. So go chase him down. I want to say big thanks to everybody who's been with us from the start of the stream. 4 hours is more than 4 hours is a long time to be hanging out and watching Twitch. We appreciate the support. I know the Tracklicious Sim Racing guys appreciate the support. So, yeah, thanks for spending your Saturday with us. This is the Tracklicious Sim Racing 949 Driver Swap Endurance Series finale, 8 hours of Silverstone. 12 competitors out on track. It's been a smaller grid than we've seen in the past, but a lot of drivers, actually, because we've got some teams that are running 4 people, some teams that are running 3 people. In the case of Beltan and Stuart McLeod, one person. Actually, I haven't seen the silk cut rejoin, so I think the number of disconnects with Stewart's setup was just terminal, and that's a shame. Hats off to him though for putting in 3 hours in a race solo. But yeah, it's been an awesome race, and we thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Vulcan is really pushing. Let's take a look at his last lap figures. 2-minute 2. So Riley Manier's putting in a 2-minute 1. I think he's just matching. Thank you for streaming Altruit. You do not have to thank me at all. But do thank Tracklicious Sim Racing guys for putting this thing together. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, Beltan is doing a really good job. Beltan is a weapon, man. Like he is truly a weapon. But, ooh, look at Gingy navigating through the traffic in the Crazy Rabbits Racing portion. My voice is starting to go, not gonna lie. I'm trying to keep hydrated so that it doesn't start cracking too much on you guys. Gonna give myself a little bit of a break from the coffee so that my kidneys don't decide to just peace out and eject. Vulcan navigating through some GT4 traffic. We got the D station, Aston Martin navigating that splendidly. Shane Reeves is in the pits. Really wondering when Chris is going to hop in the car. Let me actually look quick. Just around. Oh yeah, Chris is down there. Interesting. Josh Willis in the Red Bull BMW M4. Got to be feeling pretty good right now. Inheriting a podium spot. Although, actually, I say inheriting. Let's be real. Like, they've had nose to the grindstone. They've been putting in the work. Bad luck happens. Bad luck can happen to anybody. They find themselves in third right now, so it's all about, like, you know, putting in your lap times and trying to keep it clean out on track. But if they can keep this up, man, they might be set for podium. Because right now, Gingy is about 3 laps back, and they're just about a little more than a lap back from... so the Red Bull's a little more than a lap back from Veneer in the frenemies. So I'm thinking the RB guys are going to try and hold this gap. Try not to make too many mistakes. Again, it's endurance racing. It's all about don't lose the time. Very critical, don't lose the time. Looks like the 805's back in the pits. Super unfortunate. Hope they can get technical gremlins sorted. I just know at the end of this 4 hours, it'll be 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. I'm going to go get a delicious meal. Yeah, temperatures drop. It's 19 ambient, 19 on track. Cardo, Coach Cardo. Let me tug on your ear for a minute. 1.8. We were talking earlier with Carbon about the temperature swings, mechanical grip, graining, pressures, the kind of volatility of the mechanical grip system in the GT3 cars post 1.8. You're a coach. Not saying that I'm soliciting for free advice, but as much as you are willing to give a pleb like me, what is your assessment on 1.8 and the volatility of tires? What is the one tidbit of knowledge you'd pass on to anybody who's getting into ACC? (9:26 p.m. on track right now, and the sun is not even really fully down yet. But it's 19 degrees. Southeasterly wind, 5 kilometers. The autopilot is absolutely obsessed with that Red Bull M4, which, I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty car, not gonna lie. Looks like Marlow got swapped in. So the update is awesome. Not easier. It just requires more attention to details. Tires are more sensitive, and that is a big challenge. And here's the thing I've got to say to that. Fantastic. I love it. Bring a challenging variable into the game. Like rain, it's probably an equalizer. And the fact that it's ingrained into the behavior of the game means that it's going to be a constant equalizer that people are going to have to constantly factor into. Especially punctures, pressure loss because of curbs. So that's another thing too, man. Very interested to see how driving styles shift with 1.8. Bump stops are way better than 1.7. Now, when you say way better, like you got Coach Cardo knowledge that I don't have. Not really sure how to parse that sentence, because dampers is like black magic to me. Like I feel like you've got a cauldron in your pit box, and you've got like some like a broth and some chicken bone. Whoa, man, that is some massive oversteer on corner exit for Willis. They don't affect dampers as much. Interesting. Okay. Look at the front end of that Beamer. Willis is struggling. Like, that car is not gripping up, or at least not gripping up in a way that is predictable for him. I'm actually going to go get a throat drop real quick, just to try and hold off as much of this losing my voice as possible. The aero package of the M4 is really impressive. So do you feel like right now, the balance of performance being heavily in the M4's favor, do you feel like a lot of that gain comes from aero? Or do you feel like there's something in the mechanical behavior of the M4 that is different to the other cars in a way that it gives it an unreasonable advantage? While he's answering that, I'm going to step away for just a brief second to get a throat drop. So that's an interesting point. The M4 is a new generation, thus the car feels different. Do you feel like, even in the real world right now, do you think SRO is going to struggle with the M4 in comparison to the rest of the GT3 field? Do you feel like the car is, like, the leap in advancement between the most recent GT3? What would be the most recent GT3 we got prior to the M4? Is that the Merc Evo, Ferrari Evo package? Do you feel like the jump between everyone else in the M4, even in the real world, is as extreme as we're seeing now? You want the Audi Evo 2, so you want a car that's not poopy. That's a Blaine, that's a reasonable request. I feel. Nobody should be stuck with a poopy car. There are people that are super fast with the Ryder. There are. I feel like those people in, like, old times would have been, like, treated as witches, but yeah, sure. There's people that are fast in the Ryders. Supposedly we're getting it in Q2 of 2022. I would be very interested to figure out where you found that from, but I'm also not going to press you, because if you do have somebody who does know that information, me knowing their name might be a bad thing. Just because if people are under NDA or whatever. But, yeah, it would be interesting to see the Audi Evo 1 added into the game, for sure. I'm going to move the autopilot around on the main camera real quick, folks, just so that we can get a little bit of a different flavor here. Apologies that the autopilot keeps throwing it on the same people. You're intrigued now. Of course you are. So Carbon's trying to pump in those fast laps. Let's take a quick peek, real quick. I want to look at that pit wall data. Let's pop on over to that while we're watching on track. So the penalties and the technical gremlins have been just slamming people across the grid. It's kind of brought the race back to a few people that had some early bad luck. We're looking at the grid right now. Let's take a look at the top three. Kind of want to take a peek. So from a gap perspective, interestingly enough, it looks like Willis is kind of like held steady with Vulcan in the cool temperatures. The pace advantage between the frenemies car and everyone else has kind of died off as well a little bit. I really feel like Riley Menier has kind of done his job in a way that I can't quite, like, I can say it to you guys in the audience, but unless you're a person who watched a lot of endurance racing or has done a lot of endurance racing, you might not understand. Like, a quintessential excellent drive from Riley, because he has just basically taken the pace, figured out what number he needs to hit, and doesn't miss. It's that simple. And you can be fast in a car for one lap. You can be fast in a car for a stint. But for you to maintain a pace figure for an endurance race is just something else. That said, Vulcan has been hanging pretty well with Riley. The accident on stint 5 for them, I think, might have taken the race a little bit more out of their hands. But it's been pretty interesting to watch. And Josh Willis in the cooler temperatures, the RB BMW, has started to come back into this a little bit. So it's going to be interesting. It's not over. Not by a shot. Is there a bop on the cars in ACC? There is a balance of performance that is managed now completely by Kunos. I mean, quicker is... So, the one thing that is different about ACC from maybe other games you might have seen, TAC, is there is a chart of the balance of performance based on track. So you've got, like, letter ratings, like A, B, C, D, E, and then you've got tracks. So while on the books, a Ferrari may be an A at, I don't know, Monza. It might be a C at Suzuka or something like that. So if you frequent like the ACC forums or ACC communities like TRACKILICIOUS or 949, you can probably find that chart and see kind of like in the balance of performance where the cars kind of fit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've been following the dramas of the 805 IG. Absolutely. That's been some serious bad luck. Serious bad luck. I'm seeing Genji in the pits. I don't know if that's a scheduled stop or not. Can you find that chart? Here, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can find... let's see if I can find it in our Discord. I'm not sure where that would be. Let's look. Chart's got to be somewhere in here. I was hoping to find that information just like kicking around. Actually, I know what I look for. Here we go. I got it. So what I'm gonna do for you right now, thanks, 6:30 a.m. in Australia. Should you pick a car based on tracks? No. I would recommend against that. No, I got it. You're probably not a member of the 949 sim racing community, so I'm gonna just try and post this in Twitch chat. So I apologize to everybody in Twitch chat that's about to get blasted with a bunch of text. But there's your chart. Copy and paste that into a text document, and then just like punch in some new lines so that you can kind of see the layout of tracks and stuff. But that's the 2021 breakdown. And that's as of November 26th. Is that bop? So, and I'm looking through the channel right now. I don't see any changes significantly to it. So hopefully TAC, that'll give you an answer. But to answer your question about should you pick a car based on tracks? No. You should pick a car based on experimentation and finding a car that suits your driving style in its current state. So find out what your evolution is, where you're at. Find a car that fits you. And if the car is terrible at 90% of the tracks, make it about you being safe, consistent, or quick for the car that you're choosing. Be the deciding factor. if you try to pick a car that's outside of your driving style for kind of like where you are right now, yep, there it is. Stick to one car and try and learn everything. Coach Cardo. By the way, just want to throw out a quick reminder to everybody. You should definitely check out Cardo Racing School. You can do a Google search for Cardo Racing School, or I believe it's CardoRacing.com is the website, Cardo. If you're looking for coaching, his rates are actually really good. And also he's got a Discord server with some really cool people, including people that are racing in this race right now and are genuinely fast. So it is 10:10 p.m. on track, 18C. Riley Manier's still in the lead of this race after 122 laps. The Team Frenemies car has just really been able to navigate this race quite well. We are getting a little bit, so we got a little bit of cloud cover. It is cool temperatures. We do have an increase of wind. As we pass the halfway point. Hats off to everybody, and I mean everybody, that has either participated, watched, been involved in the back-end operations of this race. This has been awesome to be a part of. We are in the second half. We are in the back half of this race. They don't have a car with training wheels on it. I mean, there are some cars that are like really good at there are some cars that are really stable that'll kind of feel a little bit like training wheels with a stable configuration. I don't know if this is still true, Cardo. Cars I would recommend right out of the gates, I would recommend the Aston. If you're into front engine. If you're into mid-engine cars, I would recommend either the Ferrari or the Maka, the McLaren 720S. If you're into GT4 racing, I would recommend the Aston. It's a super stable car. I would also recommend the AMG in GT4. I feel like is a super stable car. I don't know if what your consensus is on that, Cardo, being Coach Cardo. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that statement. I know that the Ferrari is definitely a car that I've seen people that are like new to the game that want to race mid-engine. They've been adapting pretty well to it. But I agree with you. Yeah, that is definitely the case, I think. So we got 3 mandatory pit stops still at the front of the field that the Team Frenemies, the Racing Sim Tools, Esports, and the Red Bull Racing BMW still have to pull. And GT4, they got to take 3 mandatory pit stops across the board. No, but they're basically all on the same pit strategy relative to one another in GT4. It's kind of weird. Camaro is very stable. Yeah, you're not wrong on that. And it, I don't know if it's still the same post 1.8, but pre 1.8, that thing could straight up like gravedigger monster truck over some curves. It is very dark outside. So what we're going to do for you folks at home, try and make this a little bit easier to see. I'm going to look around in relation to the field, try and find where the fun stuff is to watch as best I can, or just bounce around as normal. But I'm going to try and maintain as much of the helicopter cam as I can for the main camera. And I'm going to let the camera 2 just do its thing. As a matter of fact, real quick with camera 2, go ahead and switch over. Eric, Trackalicious, one and only. I believe it is Eric Gokason. In the 55 for shameless plug, let's find him out on track and get into the onboard. Let's actually go to the cockpit cam for him in the AMG. Let's take a peek. Let's watch on board with him. The Maserati is the most stable car in ACC. What are you trying to do? Who are you trying to bait with that statement? That's right, jebaited. Jebaited. All you're looking to do is get back on the lead lap for GT4. I hear you, man. I hear you. When does the next season start? I think January? And that'll be after the 949 GT Sprint Series on Thursdays. Which is some hot racing, by the way. I believe, a quali starts at 9:15 Eastern for the next season. Don't quote me on that. I know they're going to publish the calendar out to the public soon. But the Trackalicious Sim Racing GT4 League is really something to watch. It really is something. So the 789 sliding through the corners. I think the colder temperatures are starting to catch people out. And for the GT4 runners, man, they got to be towards the end of that stint. Let's take a look at the race lead. Bell-10. Last lap was a 2:17.1. So Jeff Hay's starting to pick up the pace. 2:16.5 for Jeff Hay. And fastest guy on track right now is Andrew Pickerel in the 789. So the 789 got dealt a rough hand of cards early on, getting a drive-through for track limits. And then it's just interesting because they're back in it. Not only are they on the podium in GT4 right now, but they're actually within striking distance of the top two. So it'll be interesting to watch that all the way to the end. But Robert Lewis in the Optimum Motorsport Aston Martin currently in the lead after, what is that, 113 laps? Crazy Rabbits Racing Porsche is hanging with the field right now. Currently best of the rest in... no, not best of the rest. Jay Willis would be best of the rest. But Moffitt holding on to fourth right now. Trying to stay out in front of Chris Pennycook in the 949 Sim Racing UK. Porsche 911 991 Mark II. If I'm not traveling for work, I might get the Maserati out of the garage for a spin. I would love to see it, Cardo. Love to see it. I'm not sure at all what the other PC is. I've told it not do autopilot, so stop it. And seriously, in the cockpit cam for Eric. Weird. Anyway. I'm gonna have to get rough with this setup.
I come out here and rough talk him and run him off.
Justin Moffitt for Crazy Rabbits Racing does race in the 949 GT Sprint Series as well. The Crazy Rabbits Racing team is part of the 949 Sim Racing community. They're awesome. They're good guys. I've never seen Justin in the Porsche before. That livery is pretty good too. That's a creation of Mr. Patty McNichol from Scrubs Go Racing Ravens Reptiles fame. Let's check in with P2 in the standings. Vulcan Bockerton, Racing Sim Tools Esports. I'm pretty sure by the end of this stint, we're going to see one of the Racing Sim Tools guys, either Jake Moore or Zach Etier, get in the car. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Buff is doing an awesome job. Let's actually take a look real quick. I want to pull that. That's a good point. I'm going to pull that up in the pit wall data. I just want to take a peek and see how Muff is doing in relation to. So Muff was doing 2:05.7s over 29 laps. And that's pretty decent for not being familiar with that car. He's dropped down in the 203s, though, 203.8 temperatures. And that's keeping up with Gingy. So real good. But Piner, man, Piner's third stint was monster. 2:01.8 on the average for a 34 lap stint. Piner was just putting in work. Oh, no. I watched it all, Tack. The Echidna safety car was nuts. Well, they had 2 safety cars for animals, right? Didn't they have one for an albino wallaby and then or no. The camera saw an albino wallaby. That's what it was. And then they had the yellow flag for the echidna, which for anybody that doesn't know what an echidna is in American speak, it's an anteater, but it's got like a outer coat like a porcupine, but it actually is a close cousin to the duckbill platypus, which I thought was funny. Oh, Carbon gifting Cardo Huesca, a tier 1 sub. What an absolute legend. Apologies for not having like really super duper fancy alerts, Carbon, but thank you all the same. Mad thanks. It's a spiky version. Yep, that's right. I think it'll be on YouTube. I think Supercars is putting all their races on YouTube now, and I think the current ones get on there sooner. Yeah, dude, I gotta figure out how to get alerts for Trackalicious happening from like my setup. We kind of did this like last minute. But I feel like the quality of like the scenes and stuff like that and stuff is actually pretty cool. Like I really love how in OBS I've figured out this picture-in-picture thing. Like I feel like that's pretty cool. And I can even do it for myself and say hi. Yeah, Neil Crompton is an absolute legend. I'm so glad that he was able to recover from prostate cancer and be around for the last half of the season. Because, I mean, that kind of cancer is no joke. Seems to have handled it quite well. Somebody who's handling the car quite well with a last lap of 2:13.39 is Ali G in D Station, Aston Martin. But Tack Grant, so you're a V8 Supercars fan, I'm assuming. What camp are you in? Are you Holden or Ford? And are you DJR or are you Red Bull? Like who's your team? Who's your driver? What's your brand? Give me the skinny. I like Shane Van Gisbergen. I just like, first of all, I like that Shane Van Gisbergen does SVG, does sim racing. I like that he does iRacing. I like that he is a very technical driver in the car. He's a lot of fun to watch. If you've ever watched an SVG onboard, it is super fun to watch somebody executing like technical adjustment of the car quickly. You were a tire tech for Yokohama when Crompton was doing supercars? I mean, a bit dirty. I feel like he's elbows out. I mean, I think you could argue that Scott McLaughlin was probably elbows out in the same way. I won't call it dirty. Like the thing that I actually really like about supercars, in my opinion, is I feel like the door-to-door like shenanigans that you see in supercars, like over in F1 and stuff like that, people just lose their marbles over it. Now, to be fair to F1 standards, it is open wheel racing. The cars are more sensitive to like collisions like that and stuff. But the kind of like racing that they put each other through and seem to be relatively okay with. Like, I don't see like a load of controversy. I mean, outside of like downforce controversy from like 2 seasons ago with like DJR Mustang, but there's plenty of fights in the pits. But at the same time too, I feel like they just kind of get on with it, right? I feel like they just get on with it, and I feel like the level of like throwing meat to the press and stuff, I feel like it's not nearly as bad as it is in other motorsport. It is certainly not nearly as bad as it is in NASCAR. And that's fantastic. I love that kind of like fire and spirit in motorsport. But the thing that I appreciate about it a bit more is I feel like the level of controversy in Australian V8 supercars is just not even a blip on the radar for other motorsports. But that's just me. That's just my take. Like, I've watched V8 supercars pretty consistently for, I want to say, I'm trying to think, the last 3 seasons, I think, was when I got my first SuperView subscription. And with them putting the back catalog, I've gone back and watched as many races at Sandown as I can, because it's just so much fun to watch Sandown, because it seems like Sandown always turns into a complete and utter, like, melee. But yeah. Jay Willis is doing pretty good. So Vulcan Bachardin's in. Yep, Vulcan's in the pits. It's an entertainment pack. Dude, it is. It is such an entertaining motorsport. If I would argue, this is my hot take. I would argue to anybody watching this right now that if you are going to pay money, if you're actually going to pay money for a streaming subscription for motorsport, there is only one to pick, and that is a SuperView subscription and watching V8 supercars. It is more entertaining to me than F1 by a mile. It is more entertaining to me than, oh man, Zach. Is that Zach getting nailed with the stop-go, or is that Vulcan? One of the two. That's unfortunate, man. I feel like supercars is more entertaining to watch than F1 by a long shot. It is more entertaining to watch, in my opinion, than MotoGP. Even though I will say that MotoGP's like graphics and stuff, the way they handle their overlays and stuff, is like probably bar none the best. And like SRO stuff, not even a question. Like, not even on the radar for the top 3, in my opinion. So Zach with Racing Sim Tools is in the car. They got a stop-go 30 they're going to have to serve. That's going to take them further and further out of contention, potentially trying to take the race to the team frenemies. However, 3.5 hours left. An accident on track. Extra tire change for like a puncture or something like that. It'll be interesting to see what they can come up with. Let's take a look through right now. Race is definitely hitting that period of time now where drivers are kind of trying to settle into as much of a rhythm as they can and maintain consistency. That's good. Last lap from 2:01.0 is 0.2 faster than Riley Minier, who did a 2:01.292. So that is pretty good. And not only that, but with stop go 30 and the accident and repairs, like, Racing Sim Tools Esports is probably going to have to put on its get up and go boots to try and stay out in front of the Red Bull Racing BMW GT3. Yeah, that's going to be interesting, man. So Chris is getting out of the way of Josh as they go into Cops. It was a little deep, but I think he might have been able to avoid a track cut warning. Yeah, tough luck, man. Very tough luck, Carbon. I mean, some people do, some people don't. It kind of depends. I don't. Like, I personally don't. So we got the top right corner. Got my commentary colleague, Trackalicious Sim Racing Eric, and shameless plug, 55 AMG. Running the Lumberjack Plaid denim. It's a sight to see. I can show it to you in the dark, and you won't go blind. Josh is turning off his headlamps for kicks. Is it more risky not to? I'm not going to say it's more risky. I don't think it is. I think pit procedures and the kind of way that you approach handling your pit procedures is not going to be compromised by your ability to punch a button, right? It's going to be... It's definitely something else to have to deal with, but you can, like, come into the pits too hot, even with an automatic pit, and still get a stop-go. You just can't. So, I personally feel like you gotta take that approach. Yeah, 45.7 now. So Willis is definitely in the window. Now they still have to pit, so that'll add a little bit more to the gap. But I think the Racing Sim Tools guys are definitely going to have to apply the get up and go magic. Oh no, never mind. The broadcast app just updated, and I think that's why Vulcan just said F. Oh no, Vulcan said F because it's just bad luck. But how's it going, Vulcan? By the way, I'm sorry that you guys are getting some bad luck. Bad roll of the dice. Your stints were good though, dude. Really interesting. I'm really interested at some point to get your take on the M4. But yeah, anybody that doesn't know Vulcan, definitely check him out on Twitch, Vulcan Bockerton. Good dude. Races with racing for the first time. Is this your first time in a Trackalicious Sim Racing event? But races with Rapid Drivers and 949 Sim Racing. The Vulcan Sim Racing community is a cool group. You should definitely check them out. But yeah. So Willis now in front of the Racing Sim Tools BMW. Zach is 4.5 seconds. Now here's the thing. Here's the fun thing. Oh, I'm doing great, man. Feeling better after getting my booster, but yeah. Live long and prosper. Oh, yeah, Vulcan. I get you. Yeah. But Zach's got something to chase now. 4.5 seconds up the road. In fact, let's check in with Zach. In the cockpit of the new M4, which, by the way, is absolutely mint. This is, without a doubt, the most cush interior in terms of the electronics, the rear view camera. It's just, I love this car in iRacing, and I feel like when I get a chance to try it, I'm going to love it in ACC. Vulcan, are you guys done with school now? Are we going to get to see you at Hungaroring? Here, while we're on Zach's cam, let's switch over to auto on the other PC so that you guys can look around the track. We can get a big screen view. There is no exclamation point pit wall command, but you know what I got in store for you, my friend? I'm just going to copy and paste it in chat for you. How about that? That's the kind of dude I am. There you go, Gingy. All right. Zach's sawing on the steering wheel. Comes across line, sets a 59.6. Trying to get his pace up a little bit. I know where it'll be pretty. Catch. Drink it in, boys. That is a pretty car at night. The lights are on. Magic. That is a very good looking car. Does look like Zach has a little bit of a pace advantage. Here, let's put up a bit. I'll actually take a look. Not leave this to chance, shall we? So relative over the stint length, which is not, to be fair, it's not very long for Zach right now. But Willis is averaging a 2:01.2. Zach is just chomping away this gap. Gotta have it within 3 seconds now, I bet. How's it going, Vulcan? Do you guys have any races coming up tomorrow, or are you? Is this your only one for the weekend? That is great, man. I love it when people. I love how technology has been able to make games like this accessible from an accessibility perspective. Somebody that I really admire, and I hope to see him race more, and that is Robert Wickens, who is effectively a paraplegic right now. I believe he's been working and starting to walk a little bit. Ice Blue, I'm gonna have to check him out. But so Zach is all over Willis right now. Willis is gonna have to defend like a lion. Somebody radio Esteban, tell him to defend like a lion.
And I said, get away from here. Get.
Icy Blue? Interesting. Zach is all over, man. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to bounce around now. We're going to bounce around from this camera angle perspective. I want to hop over. showing him the nose on the outside. He's setting Willis up for a dummy on the inside at Stowe. Oh, maybe a little too aggressive on turn in. Saw the back end step out a little bit, navigating around the shameless plug AMG. Man, he is right on him. This is good stuff. Oh, there's a little bit of a tap. A little bit of a tap. We're still going in the same direction, though. Oh, GT4's got him pinned on the outside, so he's got to follow Josh through on the inside of Woodcott. Moves to the outside. Josh is just having to make that BMW as wide as a as an 18-wheeler. And, although, why did I say that? It's not like 18-wheelers are, like, that much wider than a GT3 car. What's the gifts thing doing on here? What do you mean? Ooh, a little bit of sideways motion from Josh, which slows him down a little bit. And look at that, a tier 1 sub from Carbon to Tack Grant. What a mad lad. Around the outside, oh man, he's gonna hang him out. Oh man, that is some close racing. Josh is not happy about that. He's not giving that spot up. Man, they are going to come together. Zach is racing super hard right now on the inside into Village. Josh around the outside now. That is what they do. Look at that. Oh, hung him out on the grass. Josh might have gotten a bit of the upper hand, but he's got a compromised line on the exit of entry. Now, here's the thing. So, Zach's in the draft and had a better line on corner exit. That's a bar across my screen. Thanks. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Oh. Man. These two are racing each other very, very hard right now, and it's giving you guys a good show at least. Wow. I know. That was wild. That was some wild stuff. Willis goes into the pits. That cuts this fight off at the knees. But man, was that not exciting? And if Josh's mission in life, your wife won't buy you anything for Christmas, so I'm glad I got something. Well, Tack, that's sad to hear, but at the same time, too, I'm glad you got a gifted sub out of it. So Willis and Manier are in the pits. So the thing is, so with Willis in the pits, if he set out to try and hold the Racing Sim Tools guys up as much as possible to try and pit in the lead, as far as I'm concerned, I think that's mission accomplished. Like, they may have been like neck and neck by the time he peeled off to the pits. But for a car that had that much pace advantage on the Red Bull, like that definitely kept them in touch, so to speak. But now we've got 3 hours and 16 minutes left in this race. 139 laps officially in the books with the frenemies BMW of Riley Manier and Ed Kerstetter in the lead of this race. Yeah, it's been a wild ride, man. There has been a lot of technical things that have thrown wrenches in a number of people's races, but we still got 12 people out on track doing the thing. Oof. So close. Now around Woodcut. Let's turn on the autopilot. Around. You dropped her off at the Christmas fete yesterday. I'm assuming maybe that's fair. And you didn't pick her up because you were learning to play ACC. Bold move. I couldn't imagine this would go poorly for you. What's up? What's up, Ed? How's it going? I think he's done running because I think they're doing 2s across the board. You're kind of sad, Carbon. I'm sad that you're sad. I'm sad that you're sad, man. Let me hear you, Carbon. Let me hear you, Carbon. So, rumor has it that Trackalicious and 949 might be doing some iRacing stuff. Is that something you might be interested in? Matthew Marlow in the Flyboys AMG navigating the GT4 traffic, trying to get back on at least 4 laps down. I think I heard a rumor about that. Yeah. Wasn't going to let you guys buy easily. Well, Josh, you did. You're keeping them in touch. Like, that's the thing. The bad luck has hit the Racing Sim Tools guys, but the thing is that now between Racing Sim Tools and the Red Bull M4, there's a little bit of a race going on. As far as pit stops, they're even. Oh yeah, that was a hell of a fight, dude. Paying for the damn thing, might as well actually. Same. I hear you, Ed. You'd consider getting it? Well, I appreciate that you'd consider that. That makes me smile. My heart warmed up a little bit. Don't tell Cardo. Well, Cardo, rumor has it that the iRacing stuff might just use free content. So the only thing you're paying for is the subscription, technically. Just saying. I mean, not trying to sound like a pusher and say the first hit's free, but, you know. Too much invested on it not to renew. That right there, Ed, I don't know if you've heard of this or not. You're a technical guy. Have you heard of a sunk cost fallacy? Was an awesome little battle. It was, Josh. It was, Josh. We got Justin Moffitt in the Crazy Rabbits Racing Porsche out on track. Oh, Tanner Masters in the 82 getting Delta drive-through. That's unfortunate. They were trying to get back on the lead lap for GT4 too. And they were quick. All the same, Ed, even though you may not necessarily adhere to the existence of said sunk cost fallacy, the fact that you play iRacing this pleases me greatly. I'm looking forward to getting into it. I'm hoping that doing some iRacing in some MX-5s could be a good way to dip my feet back into the water after recovering from hip surgery. Looking forward to it. Been doing PT. Been doing my exercises. Been trying to get my leg right. And hopefully I'm going to get to hang out with everybody and do some iRacing. 3 hours and 11 minutes on track. It is after midnight in game, 16 degrees. Racing is the only thing you spend money on for yourself? Hey, dude, you could have worse hobbies. You could definitely have some worse hobbies. I'm probably, depending on how January goes, I might have to go through February. But we've been doing like mobility and range of motion stuff. And I'm hoping that I can move on to some of the strength exercises in the next week or two. And that's kind of like probably where I could start to open the door and start to toy with the idea of driving around with a load cell pedal. But we're not quite there yet. And I know I can switch to like a potentiometer. It's just not the same. And I think anybody that's used a load cell knows. I had to have a second surgery on my left leg. I had a tear of the labral cartilage around the socket, and then also some significant scar tissue from my first operation, which was a femurplasty. I actually had to have the bone in my hip restructured. $600 per race meet for your bike. So, TAC, I just want you to know that sim racing is a little cheaper than that. So, if you're looking for a better value for your time, I mean, I know that bike's probably giving you so many miles per gallon, but sim racing is fun. So Devin Brock is back in the race, the Red Bull Racing BMW. And I've said Devin, I've said Derek. I don't think I've called him David yet. I haven't said dang old Brock, but Devin, I'm sorry I've been butchering the hell out of your name. You crash a lot? Dude. Then sim racing is definitely for you. I'll tell you, I'll put it to you like this. I own a Honda Fit, and I have no desire whatsoever to own an actual fast car in real life because I can drive around a fast car in a sim, run it into a tree, and not die. I feel like sim racing offers you an opportunity to be able to experience cars in a way that you will never be able to experience them in the real world, and for that reason and that reason alone, I feel like sim racing, hot take time. Somebody shoot up the signal flare. It's going to be a hot take.
Why? Why?
I know. But anyway, it's going to be a hot take. I feel like sim racing offers more to experience across a wide spectrum than actual motor racing. Why? Because I can sit down in a sim, I can race a Formula truck in one race, turn right around, race go-karts in the next. I can do the longest Le Mans that I could set up in my head with as many cars on the grid as I want. You can't do that stuff in real life. And you can't bend the laws of physics in real life or you die. So, you know, I personally feel like sim racing, to me, would offer me more long-term than motorsport. Real motorsport. Oh, yeah, the real speed, I have no doubt the real speed is a drug. But I feel like that is but one vector on a graph. One vector of a set of forces that determine whether or not you can have fun with something. And I feel like sim racing offers more vectors. Maybe not stronger vectors, but more vectors. So Devin Brock is trying to hang... Oh, that's a DT for track cuts. Oh, and just like that, the Racing Sim Tools boys get a bit of a breather. Although, to be honest, I think Zach had some really monster pace in tow right now. But the gap is definitely going to open up after they serve that DT. Oh, I bet it's frightening. Into turn 1, you tipped it. How many flips did you do? I hope you hit the ground and slid immediately. So Riley Manier, $144 laps in the books in the lead of this race. 3 hours and 5 minutes left. Until the thrill of speed overcomes the fear of death. True. So it looks like Eric is in the pits. Is that scheduled? I'm worried that's not scheduled. No, it's scheduled. 31 laps. Excellent stint for Trackalicious Eric. Yeah, slide. Yeah, absolutely. Good for you, man. I feel like if you'd dropped into a roll or a set of flips at 290, you'd be dead. Basically, what would come out the other end of that equation would be the artist formerly known as Tack Grant. Ooh, up the inside, Chris Pennycook just sending it. He's just going to send it, bro. Interior of the Porsche is nice. It is a good looking car. So Brock's got to serve that penalty. Actually, pop over to Brock real quick. Figure out where he is on track. Very unfortunate, man. Very unfortunate getting a DT. I love how I go to the aerial cam and it immediately gives me the rear-facing wing cam to nobody. Everybody, take in the scenery at Silverstone as we look out the back of the Red Bull Racing M4. GT4 leader Robert Lewis, after starting stone last, and is doing this race solo. You heard me right. Robert Lewis in the 950, the GT4 class leader, is doing the 8 hours of Silverstone by himself. Looks like hour 5. We're about to kick off hour 5 here of the 8 hours of Silverstone. Thank you all so much for deciding to hang out with us on your Saturday or your Sunday. What is it? It's Sunday over there for you, isn't it, Tack? Thank you so much for hanging out with us. This is Trackalicious Sim Racing 949's Driver Swap Endurance Series finale, 8 hours of Silverstone. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. We got 28 people in here chilling out, watching the race. Thank you all so much for coming by. Hope you're getting to see your favorite person drive around on track and you're getting to cheer for him. I'm going to go ahead and post the link for the folks that are nerds like me. There is the pitwall.live timing data. Ooh, Zach going a little bit, coloring a little outside the lines of Luffield, and man, was that scary. I'm gonna go on that, guys. I don't want to disturb you while I munch down an energy bar real quick. I'm back. Interesting thing in rallying was that drivers used to crash at 25-kilometer mark because they would get mesmerized and lose focus. So 8 hours straight is pretty tough. Yeah, I think that's fair. 805's in the pits.
Yep. Hey, can you hear me?
Max,
How's it going?
I believe this is the first time I've had the privilege of sitting alongside with you in the booth. How are you doing, man?
Oh, fantastic. Just spent most of my early day coding, so welcoming to see a race now.
Fantastic, man. A computer scientist, eh? I happen to be one of those myself. What do you know?
Well, just started, so not there yet.
Hey, man, if you're applying the scientific method to something that's got electricity running to it, in my opinion, modern day, you're probably a computer scientist and you don't know. But anyway, everyone, Mex Defender in the booth with me. Glad to have you here, man. We got 3 hours left in this race right now. Riley Minier. Let's talk about Riley Minier for a minute. 147 laps in. The other half of Team Frenemies, and man, let me tell you, when it comes to hitting a pace number, Riley Minier just knows how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like overall he has the best lap on track right now, unless that was done by Kerstedter's teammate, correct?
I believe the fastest lap, well, actually, so the fastest lap right now of the race is the Racing Sim Tools, and I think that might have been actually Carbon that did that. Now on track. Oh, wait a minute. No, you mean on track right now. Yes, absolutely. Definitely. A 2-minute .090 is the fastest lap on track right now.
Oh, and so then I actually don't know who's on whose team. So it looks like Atir is with Baisden, Carbon.
Yep, that is Racing Sim Tools Zach. So whenever you find the Racing Sim Tools app, either in Google searches or if you've used it yourself, that's the guy who made it.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that as a 158.7 there. That looks pretty fantastic. What happened to Snyder there? It looks like he has some damage on the front end.
So the AWA has been far and wide on the track this time around. Now it's not damage so much as it is a lot of road grime. They did get an early DT, which threw them pretty much almost down to next to last, and they've been kind of like slowly clawing their way back upward and have gotten back into the top three. The story of GT4 is Robert Lewis in the 950 started stone last in GT4 and has just been putting in consistent and getting better and better and better on track in the Aston Martin, and is in the lead of GT4 right now.
Sim Tools. Is there a good link for that? I should just go look at that myself.
Racing Sim
put
Tools.
that in.
I believe it's just racingsimtools.com. But so Racing Sim Tools, if anybody is familiar with Motec, so with like Motec, you set up Motec, you got to have like something that'll translate data from like, oh wow, Beltan's off track. That's
Looks like that's Robert Lewis also off track.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's Beltan, but
Oh.
What has happened? Is something in the real world like?
It's possible, and then Roar just has a stop and go penalty.
Yeah. Well, the stop and go is probably for a pit lane infraction because he just cleared his last mandatory pit stop in the number 3 bio break. Yeah, that could be it. He could. I would not put it past Beltan to straight up park it and then go hit the restroom. But usually he would do that in the pits. Like, I think this is probably something real life because he's doing this solo. Could be something like something happened to his dog, something like that. I don't know. But anyway, I hope everything's okay for Beltan.
Well, he's got a bit of time there. It looks like he's got a minute and 48 before P2 catches up.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, if you're into using Motec, racing sim tools, so Motec, you got to have like data input taken care of to like convert from like whatever telemetry the game outputs to whatever telemetry Motec will handle. The workbooks, yeah, sure, there are a lot of workbooks that are out there, but workbooks are kind of like you got to figure out. It's almost like imagine if you bought a coloring book, but you actually need to like come up with the design of what you're about to try and color inside the lines of. So that sort of thing can be challenging. What Racing Sim Tools offers you is a curated array of different graphs, tables, and information that you can use that kind of guide you to some of the same conclusions you would probably get from a tool like Motec, but you would put in a lot of effort to get set up. So it's very easy to kind of like arrive and start using a tool like Racing Sim Tool to kind of like start to get information to help guide you through your setups. Also, Racing Sim Tools has custom setups that you can purchase, just like Coach Dave, or I'm trying to figure out what the other ones are. SimGrid. Yes, we just lost Beltan. I hope that's not like permanent. But yeah. No idea, man. No idea at all. I'm hoping it's nothing serious. He pulled off to the side of the road and stopped and then disconnected. So actually, let me check Discord real quick and see if everything's okay. Second. So yeah, they offer setups that you can use that are very, they're kind of like their own. Can he rejoin again if he disconnects? Yes, he can. Yep. And because he's racing solo, he doesn't run the same risk as the other teams do. The multi-driver system in ACC is very finicky. Like the first person in about an hour saw him disappear and we were curious. Absolutely. Are you one of the Naps crew? If so, yes, I was looking forward to a fight in GT4. Chris Pennycook navigating his way through the GT4 traffic right now in the slow section, keeping it clinical. Yeah, I hope I answered enough questions about Racing Sim Tools. Was trying to be informative. I tend to get distracted when I'm tired. Apologies. Max, so what do you think of yes, this is PC racing. Yep. What I'm trying to think, have you done any had the opportunity to do any of the endurance races that we've done this season?
That is a firm negative. I don't really count myself one of the people that would enjoy being in a endurance race.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the few endurances that I have done was the 100-minute races. We did one at Spa, and it was okay, but my pants were wet. Yeah, I was completely just drenched, and my entire back was soaking. I was like, that's good enough. I don't need to do that again.
Well, that's the thing, folks. Sim racing offers a lot, and you can find what you like, and apparently endurance racing is not for mechs.
Yeah, double headers is where it's at. You get a good 30-minute double header, and I'm all there for that. Whether it's commentating or driving, I can get behind those.
Yeah. I enjoy the sprint racing as well. I enjoy the endurance racing mostly for. I'm still kind of. I've been doing sim racing for a long time, but I still feel like a relative noob when it comes to sim racing. And stop go 30 for the number 3. That is unfortunate. They are good to the pit regs though, so it's going to be interesting to see how people that get their pit regs out of the way, how they handle those final stops for the race as we get into the closing hours. 16 degrees on track, 1:11 a.m. in sim time. It is cold and dark. and the autopilot is doing a pretty bad job of giving me nothing but rear track cam, so I'm gonna shut that off, give you guys something a little bit better to look at, like a helicam. Yeah, I think... Go ahead.
It looks like Roar is going back into the pit lane. I thought they just did a driver change, so...
They did just do a driver change and clear their last mandatory pit stop, but the stop go 30, I'm kind of curious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what happened there. I wonder if there could have been... because there are types of track cuts that can happen that will trigger stop go 30. But I'm wondering if something happened.
Well, Kix, I have a question for you.
Sure.
As far as the new tire model goes, for this endurance, have we been seeing a lot of pit for tire changes more frequently?
So here's the thing. I feel like, so in the 949 GT Sprint Series, we had 2 races, 2 rounds post 1.8 patch. The first one was a doubleheader at Donington in the wet. So that was the first time anyone had done anything with 1.8. And I feel like the mechanical grip under wet conditions with the new tire model caught so many people out. And then the following week, we did our first dry weather race at Silvertone for a 1-hour sprint. And with the temperatures, I feel like, again, everybody is just kind of like struggling to figure out the tires in 1.8. We had a couple of people that just beat the crap out of their tires early in the stint, stopped before the halfway mark. We do 1-hour sprints with a mandatory pit stop and tire change. So normally you see people do half and half on fuel, take the tires, do half and half on fuel, and then get to the end of the race. And it just was phenomenal to see so many people pound their tires into oblivion inside of, 15 minutes. And in this race in particular, we had Carbon in here earlier, and he was talking about how the struggle for dealing with graining in particular has been difficult for him. I also feel like the variable in the background involving the tires that I think might be guiding a little bit of the difficulty as well, not just counting the changes to mechanical grip overall, is temperature fluctuations. The way ambient temperature affects the tires, the way weather randomness in a server can affect temperature fluctuation. Because we started hitting the end of the afternoon cycle in this. It dropped 5 degrees in track temperature inside of like 20 minutes. Like just plummeted. And I think that's having a factor on people. So that's my assessment of 1.8 right now. I don't drive. I haven't driven for a while, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. This is just from observation.
And your observation is better than mine, because I drive, when I do get in to the sim rig, I drive the McLaren 720 on the GT3, and if I go to the GT4, I also just drive the McLaren, because I like the McLaren. It's fast. It has, a different braking pattern than most, so I don't really notice the difference. So I'm not the best to give advice on that at all.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Beltan was talking about his monitor shutting off, and the game has to restart to get the correct monitor back on, and there are no high beams. So if he's using the second monitor, if his first monitor is quit and he switched his game for his second monitor, does that mean he is using an overhead monitor on his rig to drive around on? That is going to be rough. That is going to be a very, very painful set of circumstances. Chris Pennycook getting his own set of painful circumstances. Drive-through penalty and only 1 mandatory pit stop left to go. That is going to probably pull him a little bit further away from Gingy, Justin Moffitt, and Sean Piner in the Crazy Rabbits Porsche. But it could bring Chris B a bit closer in touch with him. Not entirely sure. We'll see. Riley Manier, again, in the lead of this race after 104 laps. Zach from Racing Sim Tools currently a lap back. I really feel like he's firmly cemented in second right now. I feel like it's going to be more bad luck, more technical gremlins that to get involved to influence the outcome for a second place finish. Either improving him to a first or dropping him back to a third. The drive-through penalty for Red Bull just really caught them out, and they're a little bit too far back, I think. But we'll see. There's 2 hours and 45 minutes left in the race. You're watching TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing in 949 Driver Swap Endurance at Silvertone. Bex, you having fun so far?
I'm just really nice to see the Naps come ahead. I know that was an unfortunate incident that happened with R. Lewis, but I'd bet you anything with the pace he has, he's going to come back and really push ahead. You can already tell that he's setting better times than some of the other drivers, so pushing ahead of Otto, Masters, and Snyder to get back into the points for the GT4, I think it's going to happen, as well as just seeing Monticello out in front is also kind of nice.
Indeed. I was really looking forward to a battle between the Naps car and the Optima Motorsport Aston Martin, but it's unfortunate. But if there's anybody that's going to knuckle down and finish this race out strong, it's going to be Belton. So Robert Lewis is definitely not out of it for a good quality result, I think, and it's going to be interesting just seeing him finish an 8-hour endurance race solo. That's going to be nuts. So in terms of mandatory pit stops, the ASR McLaren is the only one that's good to the regs. We got one mandatory pit stop for Crazy Rabbits, 949 UK, and Flyboys. Flyboys is trying to catch up to the 949 Porsche. In fact, they're in the background right now. Let's see. Actually, they are with 9/10. This is the closest fight. So we're gonna stop here, and we're gonna follow along with this. This is where it's at. Let's jump to the bonnet cam. This is the closest fight for position we're watching right now. Flyboy's last lap, 2:02.2. Last lap for Chris Pennycook was a 2:23, but I think there might have been some shenanigans on track that might have influenced him, or a pit stop, one of the two. Oh, Flyboys might have just got around him. Flyboys on the inside exit of Beckett's. Yeah, he's past him. So CB getting the Flyboys 805 up into P5 now, and now it's on Chris Pennycook in 949 UK to take the fight to him. Make this not the end of the story here for a P5 finish. 16 degrees on track at night, Mex. What does that kind of thing in a 1.7 ACC world do to a car? What sort of things have you experienced with GT3 in cold temperatures?
I mean, just outright, the cars are going to be warming up. I mean, I worry about the GT4 drivers because they must have had to really up their tire pressures, because the one thing we've noticed is that it takes longer than usually that formation lap would give you enough for the GT3 cars to get warmed up, but GT4, I don't know about that. And it being 16 degrees, I hazard to guess that the drivers that are not actually driving right now have had to do some major calculations to offset that, because I mean, I'm surprised we're not seeing more slippage here.
So one of the things that I have been seeing, especially from the M4 drivers, and I don't know if it's because the M4 is still kind of a relatively unknown car in terms of like, I haven't put in the same hours they put in cars that have existed since 0.6, but I've been seeing a lot of mid-corner wrestling the balance of the car. Back end wanting to snap out. People basically wrestling that car. It almost in a way looks like they're wrestling a Porsche, but it's a front engine car, which I can't quite seem to wrap my head around. But at the same time, that's kind of one of the things that I feel like when I get a chance to try the M4, I'm going to enjoy it, because I'm a fan of the Lexus, and the Lexus can kind of, in a way, sometimes be oversteery mid-corner, so it can be very loose in the mid-corner. And I kind of like that, not because I feel like I'm good at controlling it, but I feel like it's a car that challenges me. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the cold temperatures, which have caught out a lot of drivers, the pace from the Racing Sim Tools BMW, it didn't fall off a cliff, but it definitely, you could see that there's something in the frenemies BMW that they've got the cold temperatures figured out a little bit better, I think, because the pace figures coming out of the frenemies BMW in P1 right now has just been pretty rock solid the whole race. Whereas you've seen fluctuation from Racing Sim Tools.
Oh yeah, and I was just gonna say if Riley was gonna do this with anybody, it was definitely gonna be with Kerstetter, his natural rival in the GT3 series.
Yeah, I haven't. So the thing is that like I watch the GT3 series. I watch a lot of racing on Twitch. It's basically the thing that I just put in the background at all times. But the thing about Riley that strikes me as a quick driver in the Sunday GT3 series is, and we're seeing it here on display in spades, consistency. Like absolute consistency. Like I've never seen, I've never noticed Riley to be inconsistent. I've never seen lap times vary wildly from lap to lap or anything like that. Like just a driver that hits his marks, hits the time, does what he needs to do to execute in the car. Can't say enough good things about Riley. For Zach, relative unknown to me, watching him right now, seems like he's got some really good pace and seems like he really knows how to hustle the car. Kind of strikes me as a driver that's very similar to Josh, which was kind of funny because Zach and Josh were going toe-to-toe before Josh turned the car over to Devin Brock. And it was just funny because they both seem like two drivers that like to hustle the car around. So yeah, it's very interesting to see how people are adapting, especially the BMW M4 drivers, because we got 4 of them in the field to look at. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm going to switch around. I've got the autopilot turned off, folks, so that we don't constantly stare out the back of your facing cam for no reason.
Well, okay, so I'm just going to quickly go over on the Tracklicious Sim Racing GT3 Championship series that was going along. Riley Manier has been leading in P1 right now, as far as in Kerstedter's just right behind him, but we can see his consistency. He was P3, P4, P2, P1, and then he dropped really badly at the Kailami doubleheader with P15 finish. Then he went to P8, P5, P1, P6, P2, P1, P1, P2. And it just goes to show you, I mean, the guy has pace to be P1 all the time, but one of his, I would say, one of the issues at hand for Riley Manier is that if he's going to stick his nose into a situation where he's trying to get ahead, can sometimes not be, beneficial for him. We did see that at Paul Ricard when he went, he tried to avoid a track limit and it caused an incident with at Kerstetter there, which kind of derailed his chances of getting P1 from him.
So that right there is that is something that, and I'll be honest, as a person who's not very good at sim racing, the whole like mantra, if the moment you don't go for the gap anymore, you're no longer a racer kind of thing.
Yeah.
For me, like there's a way to win and not be in front. And for me, like, I may be completely wrong with that philosophy, but I'm going to put that hypothesis to the test as much as I can, because I feel like, to me, the more consistent, successful driver in any form of motorsport is the person who is thinking the most, putting the most thought into it, putting the most work in. I actually just watched the Schumacher documentary on Netflix, and they were talking about the seasons leading up to the first win with Ferrari in 2000, and just spending 12-hour days at the factory, in the garage with the mechanics working on cars. Who does that today? Nobody. So the thing is that a driver that is willing to put in the thought, the effort, the calculation, and Schumacher can be a bit of a controversial character, no doubt. But to me, like, I'll take a thinking man's driver any day of the week over somebody who just has raw pace. But again, could be completely wrong on that philosophy, but I'm going to put it to the test.
I mean, we're talking about raw pace, and look at Max Verstappen there. That's just raw pace out of him, even with a inferior car. Some might say it was superior at the start, but I mean, I think it really comes down to his drive style.
Yeah, I think the driver that is willing to, also the driver that's willing to force the issue. Like there are racing drivers. If the mantra is true, the first time you don't go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. If that mantra is also true, then there's going to be some gaps you go for that aren't there. They're there in your head, no one else's. So that sort of like mentality and stuff like that, I feel like can trick you. Tack's gotta go do some work. So my wife will let me keep playing ACC. That's a good plan, Tack. 2 hours and 34 minutes left in this race, Mex. We've got Riley Manier in the lead. Looks like Tanner Masters right now is trying to regain some time lost for the drive-through penalties so that he can try and mount a challenge on Snyder, who the AWA has just kind of almost like lucked into some really, really good circumstances after getting dealt some really, really bad cards early on with an early drive-through. So it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like the DST is quick. Arguably, they might be quicker than the 789, but we're going to see. You like racing wheel to wheel is a high-speed chess match. Yeah, I think it's fair. I think that's fair. And if people treat it like a high-speed, if people treat it like a high-speed boxing match, it might not work out so well for them in the long run. So Mex, with with your experience with the Sunday GT3 folks, we've got Riley in here. We've got the so let's take Danny Baisden. So Carbon, in the racing sim tools, we got Carbon, Vulcan Bockerden, who's never raced with Trackalicious before.
It's just looking at the list, it's going to be Carbon and Willis, and that's pretty much it. Roar, but I can't really tell you. He's raced with us a couple times, but I'm not entirely sure if I remember his pace.
I'm kind of curious. What are your thoughts on Josh Willis right now? The Red Bull. I mean, we got 2.5 hours. They're not out of it. They could definitely, things could happen, and they could end up. Somebody just lost a GT4. It looks like, because Robert Lewis just got promoted to P11. Would that have been in front of him?
That looks to be one of the.
That's the Naps.
Masachero.
That is the Naps car getting a disconnect. That is not good. This is one of those things that I was talking about before, folks. Technical gremlins can definitely make or break races. I hope they can get back in, and I hope that that doesn't compromise the race too much for them. So yeah, down to 11, started with 13. I feel like that is still a pretty good showing for Andres lost power. That is really unfortunate. So wait a minute, if Andres lost power and he was the number one driver that got in the car, does that mean he can't get back in? Like the 14 can't get back in until Andres has power? If so, that's super unfortunate. And a big F in chat on that one. So fingers crossed, everybody. Cross your fingers and toes that that situation gets sorted out for Andres and the Naps boys, because they were putting on a really good show, keeping it consistent, keeping the fight going. and you hate to see a race decided like that.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Is that Eric?
I have returned.
Eric, who has participated in his first endurance race. So Mex is like, I don't need to do that ever again. What are your
Definitely
thoughts?
not.
I think whether it was the AWA team, I don't know what they're called, the Steward team, so the Chrono Snyder Pickrell team, whether it was them being slower or me being faster, we had a couple of like tens of laps that we were pretty competitive with each other, so that ignited the flame again, even though we were a lap or two down. But being able to keep pace was what makes this exciting. You know, all I need is like just a little bit. Give me a little bit and I'll be happy, and that was the little bit I needed. So that was really fun trying to keep pace with Pickrell, who's generally much faster than I. So being able to find pace at night, even though the tire pressures were not perfect, we kind of miscalculated a little bit, but that's okay. We were able to set a new set of pressures up, and then have Mr. Jake Otto go out. So he's out there, and we're still continuing with our target of a clean race. No contacts, knock on wood, no incidents, no track cuts, or one track cut I should say, but no drive-throughs. So that's the goal.
Are you guys getting ready for the Optimum Motorsport missile that's coming? The 950?
You know, I'm looking at it. He's gonna be there. I'm looking at the lap time, so a second a lap. So he's basically, let's say a second a lap, 90 laps away.
Yeah.
Which is, what are we at now? What lap we're at?
We're at
130.
162 for the race, but I believe you guys are 15 laps back from that. So that is what?
Yeah.
148?
We're at 143. You know, this is gonna be close. So let me get out the old calculator.
Ah, there's Mostachero. He's back. Hopefully he's not too far down the order in terms of laps, or who knows?
Oh man.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that is going to be hopefully something that can be corrected quickly, because I'm seeing an 84 and 6 mandatory pit stops. So that means that either he jumped in the wrong car setup or something, but he's going to want to get that sorted out. Get in the 14 Naps car. So he's got the right pit stop count and everything. I think it was Andres that started the race. I think Andres was the driver one. So
Yeah.
I'm working on that right now.
this is the thing, and I'll say this now without any kind of like fear of retribution from Kunos or anything like that. I'm going to make my opinions very known. The way that the multi-driver experience works in ACC is silly. It is straight up silly. It is a game of mousetrap, and I really, 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 really wish they would make it better. I really wish they would make it better. If they would make the multi-driver system in this game better, they would eat iRacing's lunch in GT3. I mean, they're already close enough, but they would totally eat iRacing's lunch in GT.
I don't know if they're like entirely too close, because the issue with the servers is like some drivers, like even in the last endurance, weren't even able to start the race, and had to just leave because of issues related to the server. And Kunos just doesn't care about trying to get into the endurance game.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping, and that's the thing, I really don't know if it's not they're not wanting to get into the endurance game, because they do have the SRO GT World Challenge America does have endurance parts, but the part that just boggles my absolute mind is the fact that this complicated system of rebuilding, to join an ACC lobby correctly, first you must learn how to invent a car battery from nothing. It's like, no, like, this is ridiculous, man. But that's it. Off soapbox now. I'll shut up. How's it going, Muff? How am I doing? I'm doing great. How are you doing, Eric?
Oh no, he's still.
Yeah, I'm seeing him pop back in still in the car with the wrong number. I'm hoping that's not terminal. Muff, I'm doing great. How are you doing, man?
There goes Diego there. He's finally started the car. Hopefully he can get along. He's gone again.
Well, they keep popping in. They're not in the 14. They're in the 84 car, and they've got 6 mandatory pit stops if they're in the 84 car. Yeah, Pitwall says he put in 0 laps. Yep, 100%. So, like, if he can get back in the 14, he'll have, if he's the number 1 driver, Provolone, if he's the number 1 driver and he gets back into the server in the 14 car, it should pick back up where he left off.
Has Robert Lewis taken some bio breaks yet? Or is this guy just
no,
a machine?
His first monitor actually died. So he is on his second monitor, which, if I am correct, means either he has taken his 49-inch off the stand and mounted the second monitor, or he's using an overhead monitor and looking up while driving, which I'm gonna totally get a debrief from Beltan after this to find out. Everybody, big F's in chat for the Naps boys. If you see them in Discord, if you see them in ACC, be sure and tell them what a hell of a job they did in this race to have that kind of technical bad luck come into play. Sounds like a very sore neck for Beltan. I mean, he was already going to have sore back. I mean, sitting in the car for 8 hours is like, phew. And he showed up, no practice, missed quali, started stone last, got to first, his monitor blew up, he's got a different one, he's back in the race, and he's trying to catch Jake Otto in the 55. Is that not a story or what? That is like... Is he wearing astronaut diapers? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm getting the feeling that's behind a door I'm not going to open.
Oh, looks like they just did a driver change to Jake Moore for car number 2. Oh, sorry, car number 88.
Yeah.
P2.
So Jake Moore is also part of the Racing Sim Tools. Yep, Lewis is back. Yep, he's it says he's 3 laps back from Jake. Now it says he's 1 lap back. I have no idea how many laps back he is.
I think he's a lap and a lap, 2 laps down from what I'm getting at.
Chris Pennycook in the 949 UK Porsche. Out on track. Love the glowing exhaust on the 991. Such a cool car. So, Eric, since you and Mex are here, what I'm going to do...
Just real quick. Sorry, before you leave.
Yep.
So I don't know if you know this. Does the person who was the primary joiner have to be the one that joins back first again? Do you know?
To my knowledge, that is exactly what has to happen.
Okay. Because, yeah, primary joiner powers out, so every time anyone else tries to join, it defaults to a different car, even though they try to trick it to be the same number.
Yep. I think the person who starts the race has to be the first one in the car.
Okay.
Has to be the first one to join the server.
Right.
So I think if they
even on a DC.
Yep, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And,
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
yeah, I would talk to Josh about that. He knows most.
While I'm going to go take a quick restroom break, I'm going to leave the chat unmuted. So if you guys want to talk chat or anything like that, you can. I'll switch it over to the intermission thing and turn up music just a little bit, not to overcome any voices or any on-track engine notes. But I'm going to be right back. And again, thanks to everybody who tuned in for this. Oh, Josh is saying actually.
Yeah, he's definitely has an idea of what's going on there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let him guide everyone in chat. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us. Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 driver swap. 8 hours of Silverstone. Sit tight. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, I'm back, and we had a power. So Andres looks like he might be able to join again. Well, Mr. Alvarez, with 2 and a bit hours to go, we're heading towards the closing stages of the race.
I don't know if I would say 2.5 hours left is closing stage. I would say like maybe the last 30 minutes, maybe.
I was gonna say it's kind of odd to say that the closing stages are 2 hours remaining, but it's getting there. It's been a long road, and we've had a lot of ups and downs between the teams. Drive-through penalties, real-world problems like power outages, but let's see how this one shapes up towards the end. Looks like that GT3 is really the frenemies team game to lose here. GT4 has been crazy. A lot of things have been happening, with Beltan, aka Robert Lewis, going from last to first and then to last again. It's been quite the roller coaster.
I'm back. Indeed, it has been a roller coaster. Like how Josh is hitting us with the facts. about the driver swap thing. Hopefully, they're going to be able to get back in.
I hope so. We did get a bit of a like, I have power scream going on. So hopefully that corrects itself. But yeah, this is it's quite the marathon.
So for me, my hot take on when can you say we're in closing stages? And Jay Moore has pitted and that indicator turns green. That's when I'm going to say it's closing stages. Because the last few pit stops of this race are going to be kind of like silly. Because there are no more, once you kind of like done your mandatory pits to the regs, it's kind of like one extra little piece of information has been kind of like removed from the requirements list that you've got to do to the end of the race. So now you can kind of like flex whatever you can in terms of like, I'm trying to remember. I think if you've got your mandatory pit stops done, I think you can actually pit and not change tires.
Right. Yeah.
So if you
Hey,
can,
look at that.
do what?
Sorry. Car number 14 is finally back in. Andreas Mastachero.
There we go. And they have
Yeah.
143. They're only 3 laps down, so it's not out of the question. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. That is true. I feel like if they figure out how to get 7 laps up on Snyder, that'll be something. That'll be a story to tell their kids. But definitely between Mastachero, Lewis, there's potential there, and between Lewis and Otto, there's potential there. So I feel like 10, 11, 12 are gonna be interesting to see how they play out for the last 2 hours. And you, like you said, anything can happen. If
And do they have to serve a penalty for rejoining? I think it's 3 minutes. Am I not correct on that?
for the locked controls, that's possible.
Yeah.
So they may still have a lap or two to add to what they already have to recover.
I wonder if I can clear that.
No, it's a race control lock, like when you drop off the jacks in the pits, or go up on the jacks in the pits.
So if I clear all, it won't clear
Nope.
that out for them?
Nope.
Oh.
I don't think.
No,
it's-
that's a feature if like you decide to, if you wreck out on the side and you go to return to pits, well, it will start to repair your car. It locks your vehicle for X amount of time as a penalty for even doing so instead of just driving it back.
So on board with Sean Piner, Crazy Rabbits Racing, currently in 4th in the overall, 4 laps back from the race leader, trying to chase down Devin Brock in the Red Bull Racing M4. Might be a little far of a reach for him to do that, but you never know. There's still plenty of time for someone to get dealt another drive-through penalty or to have a puncture or other sort of gremlins in play. But I know that the Crazy Rabbits boys are trying to push to the maximum. In GT4, Snyder, man, finds himself in the lead of this race after getting thrown to almost, I mean, he was like right in front of you guys in the Shameless Plug car after he served the drive-thru. And now he's back up into the lead of the race. So it's been a wild one for GT4.
And I don't know if you guys noticed, but we actually had an issue in the pits. So I think we were stuck there for over a minute trying to get the car to jack up. Had a bit of an issue. I think it was placement possibly, but some misunderstanding on some of the
I'd say
prompts that
placement. It usually is.
I mean, I couldn't see the box, so I can't tell. You know, it's one of those. That's another one of those things where you wish you had a little bit more information coming through ACC from a viewer's perspective, a spectator's perspective. But yeah, it was frustrating. You know, we were right there with the Snyder team. Is that AWA?
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah.
789 is AWA Incorporated.
Yeah, we're close.
So
It's frustrating, but
you talk about like pit struggles and stuff like that. It reminds me of the first time I tried R Factor 2. And at R Factor 2, after playing iRacing and after playing, wow, that was so close. After playing iRacing and playing ACC as long as I have, and I went into the pits for the first time thinking that cars ghosted in pit lanes. And in R Factor, they don't. So I like smash into the back of this Ferrari that's parked right in front of my pit box. It was an experience, and having a direct drive and just like smashing in at low speed was just like the best. Totally not recommend it to anyone ever.
Thanks.
So we got Tanner Masters in the 82, who has now found himself in second after getting thrown all the way to practically to the back of the field. Now up in second. You guys in the shameless plug now are in P3.
You know, I was worried last night because I had 2 disconnects last night. One was the internet went out.
Hang on. Don't say it. You'll jinx yourself. Don't say it.
All right, I'm gonna take the expert's word and just quiet up.
Yeah,
but
bite us.
Happy to be where we are.
Bite your hand, whatever you got to do, just don't say it. But the thing is, though, the shameless plug, you guys have been really consistent, and Burkhoff's pace has been like a rocket ship. So
phenomenal.
So you got to be happy with how the race is starting to come to you boys for a potential podium. And we're getting close to 2 hours in, or 2 hours left. We got a southeasterly wind, now a northeasterly wind. We're just going to keep flipping that around every 5 seconds. 16 degrees on track, cloudy conditions, optimum track. So the track is more than rubbered in. And 12 people on track for the Tracklicious Sim Racing 949 8 Hours of Silverstone. Eric, got 2 hours left in this race. The people who have participated, the people who have watched the stream, how do you think this thing has gone off?
I am incredibly appreciative of the viewers that we have. I mean, you guys have been awesome. Stick around, watch this race. I mean, I think it's super cool, but I'm in it. I'm vested. I have a vested interest in it, and I think that it's one of those things where, you know, you find a driver or a livery that you like, and that kind of becomes your team. You know, like start rooting for someone and go through the emotions that we go through with the adventures of having pit stop problems or connection problems or incidents on track, and that's what we love about racing. And even though it's a simulated version, the emotion still runs deep. It's all there. The excitement, the sadness, the anger, all a part of the deal, and all of why we love racing, and I'm sure why you guys love racing too. So very, very happy to have all of you here. I think even at this point, I would say that this has been an incredibly huge success. Always appreciative of the 949 crew, including yourself, Philip. It's been awesome to have you. And yeah, looking forward to see how this one closes out.
I see what I'm looking forward to. And I hear rumors. I've got my ear to the ground. I hear things about an iRacing thing coming up. I hope my hopes and dreams come true. Because I'm a really big fan of a particular rear engine drive car that might get some love, the Tracklicious folks. And when that happens, like the bat signal going up, I will spring into action. So just looking forward to that. Don't think there's anything you can officially announce, officially, unofficially, but regardless, I think it's going to be cool to get even more North American racing for the folks that are watching. That's right, more North American racing from another North American league. It's great. We're spoiled. It's wonderful. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Meneer's in the pits, 174 laps down.
And you know, it's there's really no secret. We're very open with our community and trying to gauge interest, because we're trying to provide what everybody wants, right? kind of that's the way we've operated so far in polling and asking questions. And I think you might be referring to the Formula Vs potentially.
Well, I mean, Formula Vs are fun. No, I'm not gonna lie about that.
Oh,
My heart and soul is gonna be like skipping a step the moment we can get Robert Lewis in a Mazda MX-5 at Laguna.
what
So-
is Andreas
So
doing
I was
right
confused
here?
because you said rear engine.
Oh, sorry, I meant rear-wheel drive. I'm dumb.
Okay. All
got-
right.
everybody-
So that's where I was like,
everybody-
I was like, I'm not sure what he's referring to, but
Yep.
yeah. So that's been quite the popular vote as to what people want to do. So that's likely the direction we're gonna go. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be really close wheel-to-wheel racing. I think it's gonna be a good starting point for everybody who has yet to hop in. And oh, that's a GG from the Naps team. Unfortunately, looks like they're calling it.
Big F's in chat for the Naps boys. They put on a hell of a fight. Everybody be sure and congratulate them. And I hope the Peruvian boys can get together after the race and have a beer because they've earned it. Or beverage of choice, depending on what's your favorite evening beverage.
Yeah, I mean, the time this ends, I'll definitely have a beer.
So back to rear engine stuff. Formula Vs are so much fun. I don't know if either of you've had an opportunity to drive them in iRacing. And that format is just nuts when you get a full grid. So Formula V is even remotely in the cards. I'm there as well. Mind you, I'm slow. But
That's why I think a stream team endurance cooperative is going to be fun to do.
in the cards,
Yeah.
yeah. The second that I'm even remotely healthy to do an endurance race again, looking forward to it. Miss sim racing a lot, so I'll be excited when I get back to doing it.
It'll be fun for sure.
Oh, we've got the AWA that is currently in the lead of GT4. It's like going through Maggots and Beckett's right now. Currently 17 laps behind the race leader. So lost our first GT4 actually, which is unfortunate, but still 11 cars with 2 hours left in this race when we started with 13. That's pretty good.
You know what? I'll make another comment here. What's awesome is that while some teams may be out of the win equation, the commitment to the race has been awesome. You know, typically you see a whole bunch of people falling off and just not interested, but like this, the competitiveness is still there. You know, it's like, hey, let's try to do as well as we can for whatever is remaining and not just quit. So I think that's really awesome, especially in GT4. I mean, you know, with a 5-car grid, we still had quite a bit of competition, and we've seen that there's so much been going on that anything can happen. I mean, Beltan's not out of the equation in my books. There's a possibility.
Yeah, and he's pretty quick too. I'm interested to see if he how the race evolves between you guys and Beltan towards the end. I hope the conditions that he's racing under are not too terrible, and if he's looking up to kind of see what he's doing on track. He was also complaining about the fact there are no high beams on the Aston GT4, so he's trying to see the track at night and struggling a little bit with that. Yeah, it's pretty great. I love night driving. I don't know about you guys, but endurance racing, and especially at night, like that's my jam. That is a very interesting line out of Beckett's. I hope that doesn't trigger a DT for Rohrer in the Absolute Sim Maka. So Kerstetter's in the car for the final mandatory stint. There's still going to be probably I'm going to bet there's probably one more full stint and maybe a splash and dash at the end for these guys, but Ed Kersteader's in the final mandatory stint for the Frenemies car. Currently 2 laps up on the 88. Aaron Freeze back in third after Flyboy had technical gremlins. Flyboys did get around 949 UK. I'm interested to see if Sean Piner and the Crazy Rabbits crew can catch up to the Red Bull. I would love to see a fight between those two by the end of the race.
I think a really interesting one that's going to be happening now is Chronotis versus Provolone. Provolone is I would say, a top 10 pace driver in the GT4 series that happens on Thursdays, and consistently showing that he has a faster pace than Chronotis already on the last couple laps. I think he's going to come back from that 33 seconds and really put himself in P1. Should see it very shortly. I'd say next 10 minutes.
That would be fascinating. To see the GT4 scrap it out with less than 2 hours in this race. And here's the thing, Chronotis and Provolone are already on their last mandatory stint. And they both, if I remember correctly. Let me switch over to the pit wall real quick, so I want to make sure that I'm speaking truth. Speaking science. Let's go back in time. And look, I believe, well, actually, I am wrong. They all have been kind of pitting on a 30 to 31 lap schedule. Now, the 82 and the 14 kind of got off cycle by a lap. But 789 is probably a little bit behind. When I say behind, they've taken their pits a little bit later than 82. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. The last pit stop for... I'm just kind of... Actually, you know what else I'm kind of interested in? 109, 111. So it does look like the other advantage mechs to consider with the DST crew is they are executing their pit stops with a little bit more precision than the 789 car of AWA. I'm looking at pit stop lengths on average, and the 82s have it polished. They're doing 109s in the pit. Meanwhile, 789 is doing 111s. That's leaving 2 seconds on the table just in pits alone. So they got at least 2 more pits, so that's another 4 seconds we can kind of tack on to advantage car 82. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, he's cutting that pace already. It's less than 32 seconds down. And if we're just looking at the last lap, I mean, Provolone did a 2:13 and Chronotis did a 2:17. So really going to see this driver really just attack.
One thing I want to do real quick, and I don't know if it'll benefit the folks at home or not, but we're going to do it and see. Take a look at the top right now. Take a peek.
Oh, and Tanner Masters is also a really fast-paced driver. Just joined the league a couple races ago, but really showed he had the pace to be at the top 10 and was in the top 10. Unfortunately, he had an incident that took him out of the race a little bit.
I'm actually going to poke around a little bit. So if I take Kerstetter out of the equation, I put Piner in.
Are these drivers fighting for position right now? It looks like Penny Cook and Marlow are less than
Yep, they are
6 cents off.
It's a good call, so let me shut off autopilot so we can focus in on this. Let's actually hop to the Helicam, switch over to Marlow. Let's go onboard.
And now he's 3/10. I think he's on the attack.
Yeah, he is. He is. Pull up the pit wall data real quick and let's take a peek at how this has evolved over time. So it looks like Chris PK is actually a lap down on Marlow. But no, wait a minute, that's not possible. How is Pitwall telling me that?
No, they're literally on the same.
Yeah, they're on the same lap. Like, I think Pitwall's
Marlow
just lying.
just goes ahead, and he's going to take it into the next corner. And wow, the pace already of Marlow just already showing he's pulling away.
So Marlow, if I remember correctly, was the one who set the timed lap for the Flyboys in qualifying. Didn't start the race, but was pretty quick. Ended up on the second row in qualifying. And wasn't, you know, I want to say he wasn't like that far behind Kerstetter. I think he was within a second or close. So he's got good pace in the car.
Yeah, with Penny Cook not really like catching him. You already see he's dying down a little bit, but he's going to be able to pull pace. We'll see once he goes across that line, but I think Piner's actually going to be going slower than Marlow.
Yeah, I think I figured it out right now. Reason why Penny Cook and Marlow were showing is on different laps to me is because Marlow has pitted his last time to get in the car and be good to the regs for the end of the race, for the rest of the race. Chris Pennycook still has yet to serve his final pit stop, so he's actually behind Marlow by more than that.
Ooh, that looks like a track cut. I don't think they called that one, but
and see,
definitely cut that corner.
That right there is what I was talking about with the Beamer. Like, it seems like the rear end is not as planted as we've seen from other front engine cars. Like, I'm seeing a lot of mid-corner slide. Like right there, he just caught it on the exit of Stowe.
And I mean, there you go to see it already. Marlow pulling off a 2-minute 0.6 and Penny Cook with a 2:04, invalidating his lap right in that last sector too. So we're going to see Marlow just pull ahead. Piner's about a second and a half slower than Marlow, so he's going to. It's a lot of time to catch up, though. I think he has to go a full lap to catch up.
Yeah, I think he's got to go a full lap to catch up. But you're not wrong in that his pace is pretty good. Although Piner being in the car, Piner might be the quickest driver for the Crazy Rabbits crew.
Well, if he is, he still has to go for his mandatory pit stop. So if we're looking at a 101, you're saying the fastest those drivers were, the pit crew was at a 109 on the GT4 drivers, correct?
Yeah.
So he's really only like 22 seconds behind. I would say less than 20 seconds overall to Piner once that actually changes.
In the GT3s, and I'm not really sure why this is, but the GT3s I'm seeing consistent times in the 106s, 107s pits.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if it's just like a difference in the way the tires or fuel go into the car, but and Chris PK and the 949 crew are a little bit more ragtag on the pits. They're getting more like 107s, 108s. So Chris
what is? Oh, sorry. What is Piner's? What does Piner's pit stop look like the last time they did a driver swap?
So the last time they did a driver swap was the previous stint. So Piner's actually 30 laps into his stint right now. And 34 is probably the limit. And the only person in the 23 car that has done a 34-lap stint has been Sean Piner. So Sean Piner is the A driver on that car. And his average lap time is a 2:01.4 right now. Whereas...
but when they did the driver swap, what was the how long did that take?
Oh,
because he's gonna have the driver swap here.
Well, but the thing is, though, is the driver swap's happening while tires are going on, so it's negated. That when they do after they do their last stop, after they do their last mandatory stop.
That's what I'm asking now. Is that like what is the time that Piner did last when they had to do that full changeover? Because he has a mandatory to go. It looks like Marlow is 40 45 seconds behind him.
Mhm.
I think he's going to accomplish an undercut over Piner, who still has yet to not only go into the pits, but that's where I'm trying to see where's that gap going to be when he gets out.
Yeah. So if I actually here, we can use data to make this a little bit easier, because you can probably gather what's going on, maybe even faster than me right now, because I'm hitting brain fade. Let's go to the pit wall scene right now. Race is going great, my man. How you doing, Reed? So I've got the data pulled up between Marlow and Piner right now. Marlow is the focus line, so the dotted red line on the gap chart on the right. And that's right here. So this is where they had the crossover during the pits. And Marlow's actually been pulling away pretty steady from Piner. And I'm trying to figure out why this still shows as Marlow is behind. I don't really understand it. But average lap times.
What was the last pit time that Piner did?
So Piner did a 106.7 in the pits. And
okay, so
right now, the 805's been dealing with pit stops for a while now because they had technical difficulties, and they did a 106.7 last time just to get Marlow in the car. So with fuel and everything like that, I feel like driver changes might not necessarily be as big of a factor, because they're still going to have to put not the last pit, but the pit, the last full fuel stint. Driver swap's not really going to be so much an issue there. Where it's going to be an issue is the person who's in the car probably for that last fuel stop is probably finishing the race, because they're not going to want to do a driver change and a splash and dash at the end. That would be too much time in the pits. So I'm interested to see. It is 4:17 a.m. and is the sun coming up? Am I missing that? I am really confused right now. Hang on a minute. Yeah, it looks like the sun's coming up. Do you see what I'm saying with the pit wall data that's kind of throwing me for a loop? Like, Piner is supposedly in front, yet
well, he is in front right now.
On the graph, it shows him as behind.
Well, he's going to be significantly behind.
Yeah.
If we're looking at the core data, if his pit stop takes a 106, barring that he does a fantastic pit stop like that, and he do the driver change, tires on, Marlow's only 41 seconds behind him. He's already cut that time significantly.
Yeah.
And he's under that minute. He's already under that mark for the undercut.
Yeah.
So he's literally going to be probably another 20 something odd seconds ahead of Piner when Piner finally exits the pit lane.
Correct. Yeah.
Putting him in P5, but also possibly behind Pennycook, or just getting out right to battle for P5. So I mean that puts Marlow in a really interesting place. But also like Provolone, who's also now only 28 seconds behind Chronotis. Like we said, that driver is definitely he's putting in some strong pace. I think Chronotis is gonna have to worry about that towards the end of this race.
Yeah, the 805 got dealt some really bad cards, but has been pretty consistently a solid performer all race. So I'm kind of in agreement with you. They're in a very interesting position. It's definitely, we're getting close to that magical moment.
There he goes. We have Sean Piner into the pit lane right now, so that means Marlow's really going to cut that as he enters in Sector 3.
Here's what we're going to do. Let's switch over to stop the autopilot. We're going to switch over to Marlow, pull up the track map and the helicopter cam. Over on camera 2, let's switch.
Oh, that is interesting. He still hasn't even jacked up yet.
Oh, is Marlow already around?
Marlow's already around, and he's going through that final corner down to the start, finish straight. And Piner just lifted up.
Yeah, that's game over, man.
Beautiful undercut there, and we're seeing it now as he's passing to take P4 pretty evenly. And you know, something else that we should add is that Marlow not only just went to P4. He has Aaron Free and Moore still having to serve one more mandatory pit stop. So that means that Marlow might actually be able to take a podium.
If he could salvage a podium out of this, that would be very interesting. He does have 6 laps on his stint. He is pushing about 32 laps a stint, so he's still got another, 26 laps to do on this current tank of fuel.
Yeah, I was mistaken. He was a full lap down.
Well, boys, you never know what's gonna happen.
100%.
I think. Well, yeah, because they're switching over. They've just. Oh, yeah. That's unfortunately, he'd have to pick up 2 full sectors. Actually, yikes. That's unfortunate. I was totally confused on that one.
Hey, I've been totally confused because between specifically Piner and Marlow,
although
in particular, the data is weird. Whereas when I look at like Piner and Free, the data makes perfect sense given the data that I'm seeing in the table versus the data that I'm seeing in the graph. But if I put Marlow in the equation, all of a sudden, Marlow looks like he's ahead of Piner, and I have no idea why. I have no universe where I understand where Marlow's ahead of Piner.
Well, I mean, he just unlapped himself from Aaron Free there, but he's still a couple laps down from P3. So,
yep, it is
that's
still
definitely unfortunate.
But here's the thing: he's got an hour and 43 minutes left in this race. Definitely, the Crazy Rabbits folks have to watch out for Flyboys because they're moving at a pretty good clip. But also, Free is not out of the woods. The Red Bull guys, DT still on the table. Punctures. There's still time for any kind of shenanigans to creep up and affect your race. And
yeah, but I mean, we're talking about a full two lap gap from 3 to 4 on that, though. They got some wiggle room here.
So the thing that I would say about that, they have to serve their pit stop to get the mandatory out of the way. A stop go 30 on a failed pit stop.
Did they have one of those?
Well, no. I'm saying they have to do a mandatory pit stop. So they're going to go into the pits. They're going to go on the jacks. They're going to do the whole works. They've still got to do that at least 2 more times before the end of this race. If they do that, and if at any point in time they get nailed with a stop go 30, that is at least a 106 plus basically it's not a 106 at that point in time. Actually, let me go find somebody who has had a stop go 30. I haven't been keeping track of what a stop go 30 in the pits actually looks like. Let me go look real quick. 6.
There's Provolone.
But what I'm saying is if they get nailed with a stop go 30 in the pits, the reason why they could potentially get thrown back into the mix here is they still have to traverse the pit lane, which is going to be greater than 30 seconds, plus sit stationary in their pit box for 30 seconds without getting work done on their car. So it's a pretty big equalizer if you get a stop go 30 right now for this particular crew between P3.
What? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Marlow cut that final start straight finish. He cut it. His tires were completely off.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Woodcott, right? You're talking about the right-hander before the actual start-finish straight for the lap.
Yeah.
That track limits is absolutely busted. It is so abusable.
It's broken. He was completely off.
Yeah,
100% off. And
there's
didn't invalidate him at all.
There's actually 2 areas where the track limits are actually that liberal. The first one would be Woodcott is the worst by far. The second one. Whoa, I'm sorry. I've had the other camera blocked the entire time. Apologies about that, folks. But let me turn off autopilot. The other one is the exit of Cops. You can actually get all 4 wheels past the white line on the to the left of the white line for a right-hand curve, and not get a track cut. Now, if you go past the cone, you're done. You're going to get a track cut. Same thing here with Stowe. can actually get all 4 off the track. But if you go past that cone, you're done. Silverstone's weird like that. Weird like that. And then there's corners that are like super heavily enforced. I'm thinking like Chapel. Also Antry, the left-hander right before the Hamilton straight. Those can trigger some DTs.
And, you know, just to go back to Jason Provolone over there, car number 82, he's now 25 seconds behind Chronotis. He's really pulling ahead.
I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking. Chronotis has got, how many laps does Chronotis have on his current stint? Let's look at that. So Chronotis has... Chronotis currently has 12 laps on his fuel stint. And they should be doing like 31 laps on a full tank with a GT4 car. So he's got 19 laps left if he goes all the way to the end.
Ooh.
And that's quite a bit of time. Because I bet what they're going to do is they're going to put in Pickerel for... I think they're going to put in Pickerel for the end.
That would be the smart play by then.
Yeah. I think they got to get Pickerel in the car for the last full stint. Ed Kerstetter in the lead of this race. Team Frenemies. They've been pretty flawless.
Was it Tanner Masters that started out for what is it, the DST team? Because I'm wondering who, because they still have the pit. I don't know who AG is, but I know Tanner Masters is pretty solid.
Ollie G.
Ollie G. Oh, wow. They need to put Ollie G back in the car.
Yeah.
Ollie G. driver can pull away. He's fantastic. I remember during the mid-season break before we started our this season that we're on right now, he was a random public lobby guy that joined us, and he got to P5 off of the start. Like, it was insane. Like, the driver just had the pace. It didn't have the consistency, and what he's been doing this entire season is just working on his consistency, and it's just been showing. He's been pulling off extremely great finishes. I believe he even got a podium recently, or close to one.
So the man who's been all over, Robert Lewis, currently a lap back from Mike Burkhoff. So I think Shameless Plug has made a ploy to get Burkhoff in the car to try and hold the space for Robert Lewis before the end of the race. Can Eric confirm?
So, you won't believe what happened.
Okay.
We had the driver selected.
Uh-huh.
And he goes in, and he has no controls.
Mm-hmm.
Can't drive the car. He's the one selected. Can't drive the car. We were sitting there for, I think, 2 laps. Just sitting there, and all he had to do is just reset his car into the pit or whatever it is, and you know how it goes back into the pits. He was in the pits, no control, and then reset the car, wait whatever amount of time it is, and then got controls again.
Yep.
So I think this is just ACC's way of saying we're gonna take this down to the wire.
Yep. Just ACC things.
Yeah.
Just ACC things. Where's the rain at? Advita wants to know, and that's a good question. I don't think it's in Britain today. An hour and 36 minutes left in this race. The 8 hours of Silverstone TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing 949 Driver Swap Endurance Series finale. We've got optimum track conditions, 17 degrees. So the sun's coming up. And I feel like the track's going to start warming up, and we're going to get another one of those violent temperature swings that is going to throw tire pressures potentially out the window. That's my prediction. We got Kerstetter still needs to pit. Moore still needs to pit. Aaron Free still needs to pit.
Jesus.
What's up?
I'm down like 1.5 seconds a lap because of this wet setup. Oh no, I don't know which driver that is, but that's unfortunate.
It's pretty funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's mean, but it's also...
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
You hate to see it, but
Yeah. That right there is
and Piner.
Oh yeah, it's
oh,
Piner.
they're
I'm
just-
dumb. I'm dumb. I should have known it was you, Sean.
Oh, so it's James Ulker now.
Yep,
Who's
Gingy. Gingy on Twitch.
Gingy 3.
Yep,
And-
Gingy 3.
That being the case, it looks like Marlow's pulled away by a full sector. For a full sector to P4. So there's still a possibility that Marlow ends up coming back and overtaking for P4
Sean,
because of the air.
Sean, what's the plan, man? You guys running Gingy to the end? You be pulling 59s, high 58s in a dry setup? Yeah. Yeah, you guys did lose the gamble. That is unfortunate. But good job all the same, seriously. You Crazy Rabbits boys are a lot of fun to watch. Some of the cleanest drivers you'll ever get to race with. Period. Ed Kerstetter, team frenemies in the 27. Oh, you'll be in the car again? I figured you'd get back in the car. I figured you wouldn't leave the end of the race to chance. How are you guys going to split up the fuel? Going to do half and half? Because I think you guys pitted with, what, an hour and 45 left? So what are you going to do? You can do, like, what would that be? Hour and 45. So, like 52 and a half? 52 and a half? Is that right? Minutes? Do you watch a lot of endurance racing, Max?
Yeah, I'll watch the the real endurance racing. Yeah.
Okay. So I've got a philosophy on endurance racing, especially the end. And that is, you never overcut the guy you're chasing at the end of an endurance race. Never, ever, 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 ever. Like, I got no data to back that. I mean, I got the data that I do have to back that up. At least, like not a graph I can draw you, but in races where we have been chasing in 949 when we've been doing endurance races, we've been chasing the car that we're meaning to pass. If we always adopt the solution of never try to overcut the car you're chasing, we always end up coming out ahead. Because when you play the pit stop flip-flop game at the very end, you want to be sure that you're on the flip by the time the checkered flag drops. So you get the pit stop, force them to pit, let them spend the last large chunk of time sitting still in the pits. That's my philosophy. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the strength of the undercut?
I mean, at the end of the race, definitely don't go for the overcut. The undercut's definitely necessary. We see that in a lot of racing. Definitely holds true for Formula One as well. The undercut definitely seems to serve the team that decides to do it.
Sean Piner was just slow, and I saw a car go off to the right, exit stage right. What was that? What's happening? Is there contact?
There's a yellow on 82.
There's been no incidents.
Yeah. I have not seen an incident trigger. It's weird.
Provolone is invalid lapped right now, so it's possible he whoa, like right now he's 36 seconds behind Chronotis, so he definitely probably went off. Oh my god, his front end looks terrible.
I think he might have been the one that I saw go exit stage right. Yeah, his front end is busted. Oh wow, that's bad.
He lost all that momentum going towards Chronotis, and now
what
he's gonna
happened? Here's what we're gonna do, folks. We're gonna leave it on autopilot cam on the main screen. Let's switch over to the secondary. Do cut off autopilot. Switch over.
And 82's in the pits.
He's in the pits.
It's got to fix that damage.
Yeah, he does. I guarantee you he's got enough suspension damage they got me mauled. Let's see what we got. Oh man, that was just a straight punt. That is unfortunate.
Who was the punter?
I want to see. I think that might have been Ninja. Let's take. Actually, rather than do that, let's do this. Switch.
And talk about making things exciting. This just brings, while Chrono and Co and the AWA team make their way with solid chance of winning, both podium places are now under threat.
That is unfortunate. You guys would see that? Not sure what happened there.
Gentlemen,
That's not.
I
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna let you know I'm gonna be right back. I should be back within the next 30 minutes.
That is not what you want to see.
No, I expect a bit of a talking to from the stewards there.
Ollie G's in the car. Probably taking it at least the last two stints to the end.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was bad. That was a huge shunt. So Ed Kerstetter in the lead after 192 laps. Hour and 27 minutes left in the Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 Driver Endurance Swap Series finale at Silverstone. Sun's starting to come up. It's 5:20 a.m. In Silverstone. It's 17 degrees on track. Chase is on to the end. These drivers are probably going to be taking their final mandatory pit stop in front of the field. And then it is probably going to be a splash and dash to the end, I think. So, definitely going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. 789 might be in line for a race win in GT4, depending on how things work out. It does look like Mike Burkhoff still going to have to take a mandatory pit stop, as will Robert Lewis. Ollie G and the DST folks have all their mandatory pit stops out of the way, so pit stops from here on out for them are kind of like optional in terms of like maintaining tires, that kind of thing. Driver Go ahead.
You can see them potentially going to the end here.
No, well, I mean, they can't go to the end from a driver
they can't.
time perspective because they've got to go into the pits at least every 75 minutes.
Right.
But they can do things like half and half their fuel to the end, that kind of thing. There's options on the table. It's kind of just going to be what seems to make the most sense for them, and kind of see how that works out. 31 people in channel hanging out with us tonight, or or in the morning. It may be Sunday morning where you are. And if so, thank you for spending the time with us watching the 8 hours of Silverstone. It's been a good race. We've had some ups and downs, some ins, some outs. Some drivers have been all over. Aaron Free right now in the Red Bull Racing BMW M4, currently sitting third in the overall standings, trying to maintain as much of a gap as possible to the Crazy Rabbits Porsche as they can. They got a 3-lap advantage, so I think they're okay. But depending on how luck and bad luck has been in ample supply for some of these cars, Jake Moore in the Racing Sim Tools Esports Entry Car 88 in P2 is within striking distance should bad luck roll their way. Fingers and toes crossed. You don't want bad luck to really ruin anyone's race when you're watching, because you want an exciting show. But Aaron Free and the Red Bull crew still have something to go chase. So they need to get the go fast juice and see if they can catch up to Jake, Racing Sim Tools crew. Who actually, I think the racing, to be honest, I think out of the top three, like Racing Sim Tools have had their nose to the grindstone pretty much the whole time. Got dealt drive-through early on. It's been a struggle, but they've stuck with it, man. They didn't drop out.
Yeah, I wonder how it would have turned out without the drive-through.
I love Ed, but he can get a DT. Here's the thing, man. The Frenemies car has yet to be dealt stop-go, a drive-through, literally anything. Literally anything not go their way has yet to happen. So, if they've been banking those track cuts, they've been doing a heck of a job. We're going to see how it all shakes out, though. Hour and 23 minutes left. I do like the paint schemes they did add for the... I feel like the black, silver, red they're running on the Racing Sim Tools, one for a default paint scheme with custom colors. It's actually pretty good. And then there's the lumberjack and denim. Wow. That is a car to look at. I love that car, and I'll tell you why. That has got to be hella distracting when it's coming up behind you.
Plus, it's got love cakes on it.
I appreciate that, man. That is an honor. I'll take the words right out of Carbon's quote in Discord chat. It is an honor to get to race with you guys and to get to hang out, and for you guys to put our name on a car. That's cool too. It's been a lot of fun. We got an hour and 22 minutes left. Chronotis struggling a little bit. Might be dealing with some tire wear. Let's take a look, actually, at his current stint length. So Chronotis has got 20 laps on those tires. They should not be that bad. Getting out of the way as the Racing Sim Tools BMW just zooms on by. Oof, they're close.
So we're 6.5 hours in. Mr. Welp, how are you feeling right now?
I'm hungry.
Hungry.
I'm hungry. I mean, I'm pretty sure I would tackle a cow if one was next to me. It's very hungry. Definitely ready to stand up for a significant amount of time. But it's been fun. I'm glad my voice hasn't broken yet. Oh, a DT for the 23 car for causing a collision.
It's got to be...
That's going to be the incident with the 82.
Yeah.
Diagnosed our tire issues. What seems to be the problem, Dyson? Believed an error was made adjusting them, causing an early stop. Yeah, you stuck it out.
But this is the kind of stuff that happens in real life. This stuff happens.
100%.
Getting your
Yep.
tire pressures wrong.
Yep.
Getting your tire temperature calculations wrong. I mean, there's even more because things break down, and unfortunately, we don't have to deal with much of that in the game. But you know, that's the excitement. That's why it is such an what's the word I'm looking for? It was such a titanic effort to win 24-hour events like Le Mans, like Daytona.
Yep.
I mean, you have to have so many things go right, and it takes preparation and preparation and preparation, and all that could do is give you the opportunity to get lucky because anything can happen.
Indeed, it is. It's a big challenge. It's a tall order for the folks that don't know. It is a tall order to win an endurance race. I mean, even a 4-hour race, it's a tall order. You got to have a lot of things go right. You do a 24-hour race, you can multiply the things that kind of have to go right to an order of 6. It is just crazy.
I mean, you're talking about, as an automotive engineer, thousands of parts, and any one of those parts failing could cause you the end of the race.
It's
Crazy.
a big deal. It is a huge deal to try and get all the pieces lined up so that you can have the result you've been practicing to achieve.
So, I'm gonna ask you a sporting regulation question here.
Hit me.
We had a little bit of a side debate in chat. Blue flags. If a car in the same class is a lap down and is followed by a car in the same class, what are the recommendations? What are the obligations in said scenario?
So it's kind of weird. I feel like blue flags is one of those things people like struggle with the rules and regulations on. And it doesn't help that in, like, for example, in the SRO world, blue flags are compulsory. Like, you don't have to, like, lift. You basically just, like the whole, like, don't defend kind of thing becomes very subjective. Whereas in, like, F1, like, once you get the blue flag on the placard, like, you got, I think it's, like, 3 turns to, like, get the hell out of the way. And even then, it seems like, I mean, think about that, right? Like, 3 turns, get out of the way. Like, that is not a lot of time in a Formula 1 car, depending on what track you're at. So, my opinion is either pick a compulsory ruling and be ready to have fights with people about whether or not they were over-defending as a blue flag, or take the F1 rule and then just let that rule just be the kind of like bare-knuckled enforcement of regulation. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. If you think about it, so think about this, Dyson. It's a good point. It's for risk of accidents. It's much higher and more expensive in F1. You're not wrong. However, take a track like, I don't know, Saudi Arabia. If you got 2 cars that are racing close and they both come up to a blue flag, and the blue flag that has 3 laps to get out of the way moves over, and starts to decelerate around the middle sector of Saudi Arabia, that's dangerous. Like, that's really one, it's very narrow. Some of those corners are blind. The car in front that is getting the first chance to pass the blue flag may not be aware, may be able to do it crisply, but this car behind might not even see that overtake happening until they get around the corner, and then all of a sudden they've got two cars side by side in front of them. Now what? So it's kind of like, I really feel like the blue flag rule is 6 one way, half a dozen another. I feel like the bigger thing is pick a ruling and be prepared to defend it as a steward. Oh yeah,
So I think
the outlap rule is, yeah, I agree with that, Dyson. What were you going to say, Eric? Did not mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I think I'm very much so in line with your thought process, with your logic there.
As a person who has, like, we've been doing the 949 thing for 7 seasons now, and we've had other series that we've done in addition to just the GT Sprint series, and we've done the compulsory blue flags the entire time through. And and even then, even with our stewards, who I feel like are very good dudes, very reasonable people, having to defend the issuance of penalties for either adherence to blue flags or ignoring of blue flags. Basically, like when I say adherence, I mean a car behind that's trying to pass a blue flag, causing contact when that didn't need to happen, or a car in front that's too slow, blocking a car from passing. In either instance where a penalty has been applied, I feel like our stewards have been very reasonable. Even then, it's still like in a situation where I feel like we are doing the reasonable application of those regulations, I still feel like it is an incredible struggle to get people to understand that they're trying to do the best they can with the regulations that they have. And I feel like even in F1, where the rule is straight up cut and dry, you see the first blue flag placard, you got 3 turns, get out of the way. It's still tricky. Still tricky.
I will play the position of devil's advocate and say, given that endurance racing is a long-term, like a longer-term race, right? There could be situations where a team is a lap down just based off of pit strategy, but still competitive to that blue flag car or car that's behind that is waving the flag. So it is in a competitive advantage to race that car based off of the idea that, hey, I know I'm a lap down, but it's just because I pit early. I'm not really behind in the race. So there's that argument. So I wonder what the relevance and the similarity, let's say more so, is in endurance racing with regards to blue flag conditions.
Yeah, I feel like, again, I feel like if you treat the circumstances, this is something that actually like angers me to no end with the FIA, like let them race nonsense and stuff, is the idea, like somebody says, like when Michael Massey in F1 says, we treat every racing incident based on the circumstances that caused it. Like, we're not basing it on things that have happened prior or anything that basically just taking into consideration things that have happened prior. First of all, that's bull. Like, the actual structure of the rules, when people decide how many seconds you get penalized for doing X, that is based on a historical judgment call based on seeing those sorts of incidents happen on track. So the idea that we're not basing it on anything that came before, bull. The second thing that drives me up the wall with like how the FIA treats the race stuff is... And
just to add to, before you continue, I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, that's just like law, right? There's
precedent.
Yeah, actions taken by referencing precedent as to how the law was executed in prior similar cases, right? And in all reality, what stewards are essentially judges trying to enact law, or are trying to what's the word? Something the law that has been placed.
Yeah.
With regards to rules and regulations.
Yeah, and I feel like the part where I feel like F1 in particular has gotten into trouble is by doing this whole we're treating the incident on its own merits kind of nonsense, is to say we have these rules that have structure based on the history of the sport. When incidents of similar conditions occur, here's what we do, but we're going to decide in the moment whether or not, based on quote-unquote the merits, whether or not that thing that we wrote a rule for that has a value that we're supposed to apply ever even happened. To me, this is my hot take on it, is straight up gaslighting. Like, it's straight up gaslighting from start to finish. Like, the idea that you can see two cars go through a corner in 10 different races and come out with 10 different penalty results means that you're terrible at your job. It's that simple. It is absolutely, like, if anybody on Earth thinks that you can see two cars go through the same set of corners, have the same incident happen, and end up with 10 different results, you're crazy. If you're cool with that, I certainly don't want you governing my regulating body.
So, I guess I missed a lot here, guys, but it looks like Aker got a drive-through penalty, which caused Marlow to get closer.
Yep.
And that was mainly Ollie G never even replaced the damage there. So
I'm kind of curious if that is like some sort of like graphics bug or anything like that, because he's not slow by my calculations. Like, let me pull up real quick. I just wanted to take a look real fast and take a look at Ollie G's average lap times, 2:13.
Yeah.
0, and before damage it was 2:13.2. So he's still relatively quick. I think that's like a visual bug, honestly.
And
I would hope so.
And have a look at Burkhoff here. Just not unlapped, but one lap less, having overtaken Chrono and Co.
Yep.
He is
doing
on
work.
fire right now. Yes, sir.
Dyson is laughing in chat. I wonder if he's like, who is this clown you guys brought to the broadcast, and why am I hearing old man yelling at Sky?
No. This is the converse. These are the real conversations.
The real
of racing.
This is the real conversation.
The real fillers in between when nothing's happening on an 8-hour race.
You know what? I would believe that it probably is a visual bug, because when he is hitting those curbs, that front end with the hood would be jostling, which it's not jostling. So it must just be a visual bug, because when it is actually damaged, it will jostle a bunch. So
yeah,
I'm going to count that is probably what we're seeing there.
So Masters has reported in chat that the car is fixed. It is just probably a visual bug. I guarantee you, if I were to like leave the session and come back in, his car would look fine. But I'm not going to do that because that'll break pit wall. Carbon's like, Moore is still in the car and going strong. That's right. He's got his last pit stop out of the way. We're down to 1 hour and 7. Let me take a look actually at the data. What is going to be the play? And I don't know if it's necessarily even for a race win or anything between these two at the front. But I'm just kind of curious with Moore in the car.
It's going to be about 30 seconds off, I would say. Maybe 40. Because Kerstetter still has to take his last mandatory pit there.
Yep. And so if... So Moore's taking his last pit stop. Is good to the regs. We got 1 hour and 7 left. Just been perfect this race. Amazing job to them. Yeah, they've been doing really good. So with the pit stop happening with Moore when it did, Carbon, does that mean that that this is Moore's last stop to the end, or can you? Is that a bad idea to tip that card right now? Is that too much? Am I asking too much?
I have a question. Basin, do you and Kerstetter have a king like they do in the Count of Monte Cristo and say kings to me? And so far, it looks like king goes to Kerstetter this race, huh?
Yeah, I think they haven't put a foot wrong. Now they've still got to take a mandatory pit stop. There's still time for mistakes. There's still time. I don't think the mistakes are going to be big enough to maybe instantly hand it over, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting.
My objective is to troll Basin enough where he decides to join our GT3 league and go for the Drivers' Championship against Ed next season.
Ed is making up for that Imola race, he says. Do we need
That's harsh.
That is harsh, man.
I come out here and rough talk him and run him off.
But yeah, down the Hangar Straight we go. Aaron Free in the Red Bull Racing BMW M4. Still has to serve a mandatory pit stop, but has enough space ahead of Gingy with the drive-through that I think he's going to be good to the end. Gotta have no mistakes, though. Can't lose time. That has been the story. Has that not been the story, Eric? Don't lose time, folks. Public service announcement. In an endurance race, don't lose time.
Lose time. And, you know, unfortunately, given that the game isn't perfect, the sim isn't perfect, a lot of people have lost time off of things they just simply didn't have control over. I mean, I guess it goes into the luck of racing, right? Like we talked about. You can prepare as much as you can prepare, but ultimately there are just some things that you have no control over.
I bet Robert Lewis being done with his mandatory pit stops to the end here. So let's take a look at his data. I wonder if he's actually good to the end of the race. If he is, I bet he is going to make a mad dash for you guys.
Wow, that's weird. The last time I looked, he was 2 minutes behind, but now he's only 43 seconds behind.
Oh yeah, and on top of that, he's probably good on pit stops to the end. Like he can probably take this one to the house, and I think you guys still have to serve a mandatory.
Yep, we do. We do.
You should tell Burkhoff to find some way to make his foot heavier. Just try and put it, just dash the pedal as hard as he can.
I think the way that I can make Burkhoff drive the fastest that he can drive is by not telling him anything.
Look at him. Look at him, folks, in the car. Stone cold killer right there.
And it's interesting to see, despite the fact that they're laps apart, the pace that Burkhoff and Ali G have right now, being so close to each other.
Yep.
It looks like Ali's got a little bit of an advantage. Although, in terms of best, Burkhoff's got 5/10 on him, 4/10.
I think the person who's sweating right now is Chronotis, because he's got to take a pit stop. Ali G's not that far back, and Ali G is also moving through time, through space and time. He's transcending space and time to catch him.
Yes, I think he's folding space to be going that fast, to be honest with you.
Is anybody short on a metaphor here? Like, I don't think so. I think if you need an analogy or a metaphor, this is the team to come to. This is the Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 Driver Swap Endurance Series finale at Silvertone, 8 hours. We're almost to the last one, Eric.
This has been fun. This has been great. I mean, 8 hours. 8 hours. And we still have racing going on. We still have chances. We still have potential.
It's fantastic. It's been a fantastic experience. Mex, how are you doing? How are you holding up?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm kind of juggling a couple things at once, but it's been an interesting race that I've been able to watch. I wasn't able to visualize the start of this race except like the first lap when everything started to go down, but had some other things going on in my life. But looks like Robert Lewis is back in it.
He's got
only
a
lap
DT.
down.
He just
yeah.
got a DT.
Boy.
And
Too
that
many
right
track
there, sad trombone, everybody. F's in chat.
Whoa, it's not over. Okay. So we have to pit.
Yep.
He's got to go through a drive-thru, and there's only 44 seconds between us. I don't think Burkhoff can do the final stint, so it means I have to hop in, and me being the slow me that I am, he still
You being
has
the Michael Fassbender of the trio, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call myself the Michael Fassbender because you're here, so you would take that crown, but I'm pretty slow.
I mean, I'm pretty fast at this, pretty quick at this track here.
Let's call me the Mick Schumacher, and you could be the Mazepin. How about that?
You're really putting your skills up there pretty high. I would say you're barely a Grosjean, and I'd probably be Magnussen.
Oh, so
right.
ridiculous! What the hell happened?
We can settle on that one. But yeah, this is still a race. It's not over yet.
Well, with that 30 seconds, that's going to be this drive-through. It's roughly 25 to 30 seconds to go through this pit lane. Burkhoff's going to have that added bonus. He's probably still going to have to make up a good 15 seconds if he's going to want to catch Burkhoff right outside that driver change. But also, since if you are going to be going back into the driving, he's going to only have to make up with your pace. So whatever your pace is at, hopefully you're a couple seconds ahead. If not, he's definitely going to catch.
Yeah. So this is going to be a race to the finish line.
Well, Eric, if there was ever a moment when I wanted to tell you, have you tried going faster? That is, the time is now.
I will take that under consideration.
Yep.
Are we looking at the correct data here for Piner and Marlow?
I believe so.
That is Marlow only 11 seconds behind.
Yep, that's correct.
On the same lap?
Same stint. Yep. Well, not the same stint. They're both, I think they're both good to the wrecks.
I'm saying on the same lap. They're both fighting for position right now.
Yep. They are both fighting for position right now. The part that I'm going to take a look at real quick is I want to find out how many laps Marlow has been in the car, which is not. I mean, how many laps has he been on this tank of fuel? If he filled up, he is good to the end. Like, period, good to the end. Same thing with Alker and the or Piner. They put Piner back in the car. I know what happened here. So yeah, you're both good to the end.
Yep.
Fourth position is definitely up for grabs because you had to pit for you were going to have to pit for fuel anyway, Gingy, I bet, and you wanted to put Piner back in the car. So that's why Marlow now is only 10 seconds behind, and you both are basically racing to the checkers.
Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like Gingy 3 is out for the night.
I just want to say that it was really adorable listening to you guys compare yourselves to F1 racing drivers and who's better kind of things, but I'm pretty sure that I'm like Lance Stroll and I'm better than all of you.
I mean, that could be a fact. We will find out.
No, we won't find out because I'm basically trash. It's a fact.
We might find out. We might find out in quote-unquote rear-engine cars.
Yeah. Yeah, rear engine because I'm dumb. That's right. You heard it here,
it suits the Lance Stroll profile, doesn't it?
It does.
Let's go!
And I see a commentary here from Danny saying that this conversation is getting spicy, but I feel like we've diverted away from where I want the attention to be, and that is like as showing that he's slightly a better driver than he is, and I guess it might take an entire GT3 championship at Trackalicious for him to prove otherwise.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, that sounds pretty factual to me, Carbon. Gauntlet thrown down. Where you at, bud?
You're only as good as your last race, right?
So the idea is don't stop racing. It's clear. It's clear as day.
What is Piner's last lap look like?
Piner's last lap is not as fast as Marlow. Let me go look.
He's closing the gap right now. Matthew Marlow is actually gaining on Piner. He's sector 2.
Yep, it is going to be spicy. Here's what we're going to do. Since we're within 10 seconds, we're going to shut off this autopilot.
He just cut down a second and a half through sector 3.
Yeah, you missed it. It's okay, Carbon. We only signed you up for a full series of the GT3 Sundays. Hope you can be there. No pressure. So Willis has got a 30-second stop go for a pit infringement.
Oh boy, does that? Oh no, they're 3 laps up. I was wondering whether that would take him into the.
No, but it definitely gives Carbon and the Racing Sim Tools boys a little bit of breathing space if they happen to make a mistake and end up with, say, a drive-through.
Yeah.
So drive-through puncture, accident on track. There's still a little bit of breathing room for the Racing Sim Tools boys to cement that P2 finish. Ed Kerstetter, by the way, still has yet to pit. That dude is just driving that thing to pure fumes.
I'll be right back, boys.
Times overlap, Grimace. Well, I mean, that sounds like a tough problem for you to figure out. Tell me how it works out.
Oh my gosh.
What's up?
He's at 6 seconds to Piner.
Yep, he's moving. He is moving through space and time. Catch Sean Piner. Let's jump over. So Jake Moore in the Racing Sim Tools Esports entry, car 88, who's teammates with Carbon. Top right corner of your screen, 53 minutes, 22 seconds in P2. Looks like he's going to be able to cement that down if they can keep it super clean to the end of this race, because Josh Willis and the Red Bull boys have a stop-go 30 for their last pit stop. Marlow is moving. He can see Piner in the distance, and he's coming.
The gap.
What?
Ed Kerstetter finally going into the pit lane right now. It looks like that leaves Jake Moore. He's got to push, and he's got to really push for this lap if he wants to try to gain on that leader.
It's pretty far back, but, a mistake.
Tires, fuel, we're not sure exactly what's going to happen with Kerstetter.
Well, it's definitely going to be tires. Definitely going to be tires. Got to have that. And then for fuel, he's got less than the full tank thing. So, I mean, he's only got to put in, like, effectively from the time he drops off the jacks.
He's already
52
done.
minutes
43 seconds to
worth
go.
Of fuel.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jake Moore is not going to be able to do anything with that. It looks like Kerstetter's already out of the gate there.
Yeah, rough luck for the Racing Sim Tools guys, but they're definitely...
That's a full sector slower.
Moore took the fast lap. Let's find out. Let's go over to the data and find out.
He did. A 158.5.
158.5. Yes, on a mission. Yes, he is on a mission.
But not to be outdone, Marlow is literally a 10th off of Moore's time.
Marlow was the one that set the qualifier for the Flyboys. Put it on row 2 behind P1, P2 on the grid right now. But yeah, man, he's moving. Marlow's moving, and
yeah, that gap is 5 seconds now. You can see him clearly ahead of him.
If you guys want to take a look and see how this situation is evolving, I'm kind of curious actually. So I'm gonna pull it up on Pitwall because I want to see if the data if the data's still messed up, because I think it is. It still is. It thinks that Marlow is ahead of Piner for some reason, but only Marlow. only Marlow is the car that is out of place. I don't understand.
Well, slightly what's fascinating is Josh Willis, who is in P3, is sitting comfortably nested between Piner and Marlow.
Yeah, from a pace perspective, it is well done speed.
So Marlow's going to have to unlap himself from Josh Willis while also going for the overtake on Piner. I wonder what's going to happen first.
Well, I think so. Willis, if I'm Willis, I'm gonna just totally let. If I'm Willis, I'm just totally gonna let Marlow go. He
I don't
qualified
think he
quicker. He's 2 laps, not even 2 laps. Yeah, 2 laps behind. Oh, you going to bed, Shane? Have a good night, man. Thanks for racing, dude. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Wow, he's only half a second off of this driver, Willis. And I don't believe Josh Willis is the type of driver to let him go, even though he's down 4 laps from him to unlap himself. I believe he's going to still try to stick it out and have a little bit of a fight, keep things interesting for himself.
At that point, the reason why I feel like if I'm Josh Willis, I'm going to let him go. It's like, because if something
Knowing
happens...
Josh, he's definitely not going to do that.
Well, here's the thing. Hear me out here. If these two scrap and anything happens where Willis gets contact, then he is instantly in play for Sean Piner, who is the guy Marlow is chasing. So if I'm thinking, if I've got my thinking cap on, I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let this guy go. And if he goes and roughs the guy up in front of me, that's one guy I don't have to worry about anymore. So if I'm Willis, I'll let him go. Let him go run into Piner.
Ideally, that's what you would want to do, to just stay strategic. But looking over at what Willis is doing and knowing his driving history, he's definitely going to make Marlow fight for this position. And in the turn, it's really not helping him either, because actually, it doesn't really matter at this point because he's 3 seconds behind Piner.
He's 3 seconds behind Piner, who's 2 laps down to him. But at the same time, too, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, all that needs to go wrong for Willis is him to hold off Marlow, and Marlow try to dive him on a corner and give him, 20 or 30 seconds worth of damage that he's got to go into the pits and get repaired. He's got to trudge down the pit lane. I mean, could you imagine if he got a suspension failure from a collision? Like that might cost him P3 if that were to occur. So again, that's just my opinion. But you know what? If Willis likes to put red pepper on his pizza, he's welcome to it.
Looks like he's not trying to get out of the way here, but Marlow closing the gap by a full second. Mm-hmm. He's now.
It's definitely going to be a spicy meatball.
What a fantastic run for him, and unfortunately for Piner, he's really going to have to keep on that right foot if he's going to stay ahead.
Yep. It's going to be tricky. No bet yet. Wait till the race finishes. Absolutely, Shane. Everybody, SWWR Gaming. Shane Rees races for 949. He's a cool dude. Definitely check him out on Twitch TV. He's awesome. Marlow is just glued to Josh's bumper.
He's reeling him in for sure, but I just don't see where he's going to try to make this move. Seems to just be giving him some space.
The rear end behavior on corner entry, mid corner for the BMW from Willis. That is what I've been seeing these BMW drivers struggling with pretty much all day.
Well, they just got to trust that it's going to correct itself a little bit, and you just got to. It's going to glue itself to the track there.
Look at that. That car is getting ready. That car is watching way too many Fast and Furious films.
Oh, this is what he.
Oh,
there he goes.
Here we go. Here we go. Into Stowe. What could go wrong?
A whole lot, but Josh is not just outright giving it to him.
I don't understand what's happening here. Now he's got the inside line. Here comes the dive. There it is.
There it is.
And there it is.
There's the punt. Well, you hate to see it, but
Yep.
you knew it was coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
The way they were both just
Are you kidding
nestled in
me?
there. Josh did not want to give up position, and that was probably
Now-
a fault where they might get a penalty in regards to that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Marlow.
Marlow's at risk for a penalty. To be honest, the part that I don't quite understand. So Marlow's at risk for a penalty there. I think he could potentially fall into the clutches of Pennycook now with a penalty. And the other part is like with like Willis, it's like, again, like what do you gain by defending him from unlapping himself? What do you gain? Like he's
What he
going to go
gained was,
chase after Piner and
a lot of
hopefully run into
damage.
him. Like,
And I mean, what he really gained is, well, Piner gained the most out of that is because while he was sitting there trying to attack Willis, yeah, and they're definitely going to protest that right now. I think we're getting an incident in the incident channel there. I'd say racing incident. I mean, he wasn't fully. They were fully both along, and it was a left-handed corner.
I don't know if I would call it a racing incident. Like I'm first of all not a steward, so let me take that hat off and set that on
Hey,
the table.
we're not stewards. We're just guessing here. But he
I'm not even
was
gonna go look at-
alongside with him.
Well, I mean, I'm not even going to go look at the input and everything like that. The contact was between the right front of Marlow and the rear left of Willis, hence the spin.
Okay.
Just based on that at first blush, we're talking. We put in a protest for them? Okay. Piner's like, can we put a protest in for them? I don't think that's how that works. Or not Piner, Gingy. I don't think that's how that works, Gingy. But the thing is that just at first blush, like that is it's on Marlow to execute the pass. To me, he wasn't far enough alongside, but I'm also not going to go into the in car. I'm also not going to go look at the inputs. Nothing.
If you want to briefly look at my shared screen, I can give you some context here. I spoke too soon. Just clearly looking at it, it looks like he is only at like back tire. He's not even fully. He's behind him when they're both braking. I think he actually brakes before him, and he just taps him as he turns into that.
Yep.
It doesn't look like Marlow was going to be able to make that corner with the car ahead of him where it was positioned. He would have had to brake a lot more.
100%.
For that.
Like the Willis was completely in the driver's seat for shutting the door on that corner.
Yeah.
However,
he was within his rights to do so.
Yep, 100%. Now, the one thing that I will say that, and I'm sure Josh will completely disagree with me on this, and that is perfectly okay. Josh, serious.
Yeah.
Josh, I love you, buddy. I love you. But
that's a hard one to.
But the thing is, to me, like if I'm in Josh's shoes, I'm on a completely different race to this guy. He's fighting Piner. Piner's behind me. By all means, go kill the other guy. Like that's my way of thinking about it. But I know me and Josh aren't going to agree on that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's
Gingy's saying he should have let him through, and Gingy's a part of the Piner team, so even him saying that just kind of goes to show you Josh should have just let him by so he could attack P4, and there's no. I mean, you could clearly see the guy's a couple laps down, 3 laps, 2 to 3 laps.
But let's be clear on another thing too, and this is something that you just brought up in the context of Josh. Josh, everything that I'm getting from him from what we've done in the endurance series and everything I've seen from him in other Tracklicious events, he's a straight up hardcore racer. So having those kinds of dudes out on track doing their thing, being racy, that's entertaining.
Yeah, Carbon, if he's unlapping himself, then let him go, and then sit there on their bumper and gain some time. That would have been ideally what you should have done, but just wasn't what was happening, and no one has put in a incident report. It looked like it was someone was gonna do it, but they haven't yet. So maybe they're gonna let it go. I hope they do, because Marlow's done a tremendous job at pushing.
For me, just putting on my commentator hat and making sure that that's firmly sewed to the top of my scalp. Not gonna weigh in on it. Like, the only thing that I'm gonna say, my only weigh in, is that if it were me, I'd let him go, and that not because of the contact that we saw, but just because, from my racing strategy, the part that I'm gonna say is my racing strategy is, oh, wait a minute, you're chasing the guy that's in front of me, and the guy that's in front of me is the one that's directly behind me in the standings. Please go hit him. Like, I'm just gonna let you go
and let them,
after
and
you,
also
sir.
let them fight. It's gonna slow them down. We know it's gonna slow them down. And there's Marlow. He's a second behind Piner now, but we're gonna see them struggle for a little bit.
So Marlow now, navigating through the GT4 traffic. We got 39 minutes, 57 seconds left in this race. Trackalicious Sim Racing 949. Driver endurance swap at Silvertone. It's coming to a close. 7:43 a.m. on track. It's 20C, so the temps are starting to climb, but it's not quite in the danger zone yet. So Jay Quid and the number 3's in the pits, probably for the last time. Kerstedter's in the lead after 216 laps. It looks like
Eric Ucassian is just slightly behind Robert Lewis, and Lewis he's already unlapped himself, but he has to go a full lap to gain on Eric Ucassian, which we don't know yet whether or not that's going to be feasible for this driver, but doing a solo 8-hour endurance is some feat of its own.
Beast mode. Beltan has deployed the beast mode. Let's take a look real quick. I wanted to take a look at Marlow now, who is, we got the camera on him right now, but he is 1.7 back from Piner. Let's actually check in on Piner on track. Let's see. From the rear onboard. Look at that. What's that beamer doing back there? This is the part where you get that, that Simpsons thing. I'm in danger. Through Maggots and Beckett's, man, it just looks like Marlow's got that car planted in Maggots and Beckett's.
Now he's within a second.
This is gonna this is gonna be upon us quickly.
Definitely got a good draft through that straightaway, because he is now within half a second.
So now down the start-finish straightaway. Or no, wait a minute. They're going into Abbey. They're at the F1 straight. So Village in the loop. This is an area where the Porsche should be stronger, but Marlow's just demon quick in the M4.
A little wide, I think.
Yeah, he went a little too deep. Let's see what he can get in terms of corner exit here, because he's got to find something. He's got to find an extra... You got to find an extra gear in this car. Wants to try and hang on. Let's get that rear shot from Marlow's perspective, or not the rear shot, but get that bonnet cam pulled up. He's right there, man. Reach out and touch someone. We're on a wet setup. Yeah, that was not the gamble. But you know, if it had rained, you guys would have made bank. Totally not going to buy any of your followers. Moon Sand.
No worries. It's
what a jerk.
It's already gone.
Dude, go bot somewhere else.
Oh my gosh. 2/10 off of this driver.
Yep. So Sean Piner is driving like his life depends on it. We haven't checked in with GT4 in a while. Snyder's in the lead of GT4, still in front of Ollie G. Oh, here we go. They're setting up the pass.
That's the outside.
Here goes. Oh, that's the wrong one. Get to the helican. There we go. Oh, Sean with the defense. What a defense. Now I'm betting Marlow is going to be a little bit more cautious into the Vale chicane with drivers that are braking a little bit earlier than him. On board with Sean Piner in the top right corner of your screen, Crazy Rabbits Racing. He's trying to fend off an absolute madman behind him.
Great that he took that a little bit closer this time. Interesting that he went to go for breaking that slipstream.
Breaking the slipstream and the defend. The thing that I'm actually kind of curious about is he didn't follow him into the slipstream when he moved over, because Marlow was well within rights to do that. That said, he also would have opened up the opportunity for Sean to basically lead him back over to the racing line and hold the better line going into the corner at Brooklands.
Piner is 0.2 slower in that lap.
Mm-hmm.
That's very scary for this driver.
Well, the thing is that Piner right now is kind of like holding Marlow back like a cork in a bottle, and all Marlow's doing behind Piner right now is just applying pressure slowly, because Marlow's probably thinking to himself, you know what? I ain't got enough time to catch not Piner, but Willis, but I definitely got enough time to catch you, and all I need to do is make you goof up in a turn. Look at that. Into Stowe, lined up on the inside. Now watch this. So Piner's going to take the inside line. Oh, now he's moving over into the outside for the Vale chicane. He's got the inside line now into club corner. Cuts the corner a little too aggressively. And here's the problem. He's got the sausage curve on the inside he's got to dodge. So again, Piner is doing some excellent positioning of the Crazy Rabbits Porsche to hold off what is right now probably one of the fastest guys on track.
Absolutely. This is the Alonso defense right here.
It's the Ocon, defend like a lion.
Oh, no, not Ocon. Ocon did not defend like a lion. Anyone that says he did needs to get their eyes checked. The Alonso defense would be holding back Hamilton for Ocon to take a victory.
Yep.
Not 2/10 slower.
I would agree. I would agree with that. Although I bet Alonso was 2/10 slower than Hamilton in just actual like time stuff, but still, you're not wrong. Alonso made that F1 car like 4 times wider than it needed to be.
He held him up for what, 4 laps?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Whereas,
but in comparison, that Alpine
couldn't even hold him back.
Yeah, the Alpine was slower than molasses in winter in comparison to the Mercedes. But and I'm a Renault fan, so I'm just telling you like it is. So Marlow, he's just going to stick behind Sean right now. I'm telling you, dude. I think the game that Marlow's playing right now is pressure.
Just wait for him to slip up, and then just don't even worry about the overtake, but just take position already.
Just let him fade into your back. On board with Jonathan Quid in the top right corner of the screen. Absolute Sim Racing. Not the race that they wanted, but man, hats off to them for sticking it out. 11 laps down from the race leader. P7 in the overall. They've done the best they can with the situation they've been dealt. Now we got Eric in the shameless plug. He's behind the AWA. Hanging with them. Good on air. $789 is just on easy street, man. He's like, oh, you want to go? After you, sir. And now we got the Crazy Rabbits Racing Flyboys. This is the fight to watch right now. Half second between these two racers.
I wonder when it's going to happen, because while he's applying pressure, he's letting off in certain areas to just keep himself close, but not going for anything dangerous.
Here we go. Did they just touch?
No, but it was close. It was close.
And the problem is he had to back out of it. Foot caught, so now he's cramped. However, they're about to go into Maggots and Beckett's, and this is an area where I feel like Marlow is pretty strong in the N4.
Oh yeah, he's been taking this flawlessly, and he's still 2/10 faster than Piner there.
Piner's got to be thinking to himself, I've got to hold this guy off for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, man. Put on an episode of Family Matters and wait for it to end and then hope that guy's still behind you. It's hard work. Family Matters was a TV show for anyone who was too young in the audience. TVs, they're the square boxes that show pictures. Much like the monitor you're looking at.
And you know, this is one of the only drives on the actual grid right now that is actually contentious, whereas Josh doesn't really have to worry about position. He's definitely going to get a podium as long as he stays consistent.
And he is pretty consistent, so. And here comes the defense into Abbey, of all places. Interesting. Into Abbey, so Marlow on the brakes earlier. That's right. That's my dad, by the way, calling me an ass in chat. It's okay. Seriously, my biological father. Anyway, through the loop and Village. He's playing it out. He's playing it out right, I think. Now let's see what he does into Brooklands and Luffield, because this is an area where they almost ran into each other last lap. So this time he's got space, corner exit, in the draft. What's he going to do? Are we going to get a Hamilton-Verstappen situation into Copse here in a second?
I truly hope not.
Look at that exit. Alongside him with the inside line into Maggots. This is it. I think he's got it.
Wow.
I think Piner's got to let him go. Oh, but man, did he overcook it? And boy, is he on the defensive now. That back end is angry.
He's still got a head, and I think he's going to hold it for now.
Man, let me tell you, that right there, folks, was a pass where that dude was letting it all hang out. That was wild. 28 minutes, 5 seconds left in the 8 hours of Silverstone. TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing 949 Driver Endurance Swap Series. Max, it has been an absolute jam to get to cast this with you and Eric. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, finally getting to see a little bit of action happen towards the end. These two drivers have been really consistent and clean. Yep. Barring that little incident that happened with Josh. I mean, fantastic racing, especially right through Maggots back. It's just oh, what a clean pass.
And look at Piner. Piner's like, all right, dude, I've been holding you off. You've been jockeying left and right on track, trying to get around me now. How your tires feel? Not going away.
You know, and that's a sentiment that a lot of drivers have been talking about with the new update, is that the new tire model makes it so that you actually have to kind of set up your overtake, laps ahead of time, knowing when it's going to actually happen. Because you could overcook your tires going for that pass, and then you're just going to be stuck behind the guy as he passes you because he didn't have to do so much with his wear.
Oh, wow. He is gaining on the DST Aston Martin at a rate of knots. Holy cow. Ollie is trying to get in position to go into Maggots and Beckett's. Meanwhile, Sean Piner is trying to find a way around. Oh, that right there was just Porsche things.
Yikes.
Oh, man, he keeps it out of the wall. He keeps it just out of the wall. Huh. That right there was straight up code brown. Oh, no, and they come together.
Oh,
oh
and
man.
they collide. And that is Piner with a drive-through penalty on top of that.
That right there was, that drive-through penalty was for the cut through the corner to get back on the course. He didn't lift enough. Can guarantee you. That's
Josh
unfortunate.
is probably feeling it. He's been tapped by both drivers in P4 and 5.
Was that Josh that he bumped?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. That's unfortunate.
Thankfully, Josh was able to keep that on.
And Josh is just like, you know what? I'm just going to punch out, guys. See ya.
Oh, man.
Drinks are not on me. 25 minutes, 30 seconds. Ed Kerstetter. Let's actually check in. Let's check in with the race leader. It's been a minute. Ed Kerstetter.
Wow, he actually set the fastest lap.
Yeah, that is some awful luck. Drive-through penalty. Looks like it might have decided the race between AWA and DST. Ed Kerstetter, team frenemies, just trying to get it home. Trying to get it home as best they can.
Did Ed, when he went back out on his stint, get the fastest lap? Because I know that there's Moore that held the title for a while. We were talking about that.
Yeah, it's a 58.2 now.
Then,
yep.
Yeah, it's a 58.2, so he must have set that recently because he's now ahead of Marlow and Moore on that.
Yep. So Ed is on his last stint, but man, you wouldn't be able to tell me that he's cruising if you were watching, because he's putting in 59.2s for a fast lap. That is ridiculous. His average lap time for the last lap is a this has got to be wrong. You're kidding me, right? A 58.8 is his average on his last stint. That is ridiculous, man. We're setting a 59.6. Kerstetter's just gone. Sean Piner with a drive-through penalty. Is that going to put him in the clutches of Pennycook? Is that going to put him in touching range of Chris Pennycook?
Piner going through. It's about a 30-second, sometimes 32-second pit window for that drive-through penalty. Pennycook's He's actually a full lap down, so I don't think Pennycook's going to be able to get close enough.
Yeah, he's 3 minutes, 28 seconds and change ahead from what Pitwall's telling me. Ed Kerstetter's going to just try and cruise this thing on home.
I don't think Ed knows what cruise means. This man's gonna.
He's
gonna power it through.
Yeah, he's gonna
power through this.
He's gonna Kool-Aid man through the wall at the end of the start finish straight.
He's still consistently sitting at below 2 minute marker. So cruising would be, I'm gonna do a 202 or a 201 and let off in some areas.
Yeah, you're not lying. Robert Lewis, who has done 8 hours of Silvertone by himself.
And there you have it. Ed Kerstetter just did a 159 flat. The man isn't, he's not cruising to the finish line.
No, he is not. Drive-through cleared for Sean Piner. Gingy, thank you, man. Thank you, and tell Muff and tell Sean, great race, and super appreciative that you guys decided to race with us at Silvertone. It's been a blast to watch. Hope to see you guys when we do more of these in the coming year. So, Robert Lewis is currently still 1 lap back.
Oh no. Jonathan Quid is sideways on the track going through sector 2. Car number 22 might get caught up in this. Oh no, he's by.
Yeah, he's back out on track. Thankfully. Let's look at Eric trying to navigate Marlow. Marlow gets around the inside. He's good. He's fine. As This is fine. Let's take a look at Eric right now. He's trying to run away from Beltan. And I think the pace is kind of equalized. Again, this is one of those things where the time is kind of like whacked out for Beltan in pit wall because he had a disconnect. So let's turn on the autopilot. Let that carry us to the end of the race. Josh Willis in the Red Bull Racing BMW M4. 20 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race, man. He is going to try and carry this thing home and get that podium. Go get that podium. And good racing for him. So Quid's in the pits. Hopefully the damage is not terminal. Ollie G is in the pits. Huh? That a splash and dash at the end?
Definitely gonna have to be something like that.
Like what? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 30 laps. Yeah, he's got to fuel up for the end. He ain't gonna make it.
Oh yeah. I mean that's some splash. He's already back out there.
Yeah. He had to put in some fuel. No way.
It kind of seemed like he was just in it for a couple seconds.
Quid gets a stop-go 30 in the pits for pit lane infraction. That's unfortunate. On board with Willis, getting a look at that back end of that M4 because the autopilot app is just obsessed with the rearward-facing camera. Let's check in with Chris Pennycook. And let's get a different camera angle. How about that? Doing okay over there, man? Can make it?
I'm trying to figure out how I could possibly go and clip a clip that's already. I think once you're in like with Twitch Live, you can't actually like scroll backwards on a stream, can you?
You cannot scroll back on a stream larger than what a clip will hold, I believe.
Yeah.
So you'll have to wait until it's a VOD, and then you can go back. You can go back and clip it. So. But how long ago was it?
It was for Mike B, who missed the overtake on from Marlow and Piner there. And I guess briefly, since Mike B missed it, it happened right before Maggots and Beckett's. He just Marlow had the inline going left, and he just overtook him cleanly.
Yeah, it was clean. It was aggressive. I mean, he did get a little squirrely on the exit of Maggots, and then it was like through Beckett's and into Chapel. It was like, is the rear end of this BMW about to go facing the other way? But he held it together. He just probably, in the words of Colin McRae, probably went in doubt flat out. Yeah, he had to pit for the stint timer probably. Well, I mean, you wouldn't have had fuel to get to the end, I'm pretty sure. Like, he had 30 laps down. If you had fuel to get to the end, that's a massive saving. IG, man, thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words. Glad you're enjoying the show. Glad you're enjoying racing with us today in the 8 hours of Silverstone. It's been a lot of fun. And you guys in the Flyboys Beamer, man, you guys had some serious pace. And the battles that you guys were having early on with Willis was legendary, dude. Seriously. Field somewhere. Let's check in with Jake Moore. RacingSimTools.com esports. Like they're on easy street to a second place finish. Stop and go cleared for the number 3. This is Danny Baisden, Vulcan Bakkerden, Jake Moore, and Zach Etier for RacingSimTools.com. Cool dudes. Oh, somebody just went sideways. I believe that was Chris Pennycook. Back on track, though. Looks like the car did not get any damage. That's good for him. His tires, though, might need some love and care at the end of this race. Ollie G in the Pac-Man hood. DST Aston Martin. Chomping power pellets trying to catch up to Jarek Snyder, but I think they're going to run out of time before he can get around and catch him. And Jarek's not slow by any means in the AWA, so that's going to be a hard ask. But if he can finish in this order, Ollie G's looking for a second place win in GT4, which is hard fought.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ollie G, he just did a 214, which was Jarek Snyder's last. Basically the same, even going in the same tenths. They're just separated by 4 100ths. So like, that's not boding well for the driver.
Yep, the race would have been different under circumstances where bad luck or penalties hadn't been a factor. But man, hard racing to everybody in the GT4 category. That was some stuff, because we've seen drivers all over this grid for GT4. It has been wild. I know Eric is trying to hang on, and believe it or not, from a pace perspective, I do believe he is. It's actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump over and take the belt. So 2:15.1 is what it says. So I think Beltan's either running into some brain fade. 2:15.17 for his last lap. Meanwhile, Eric's pumping in a 2:14.7 for his last lap. So he's trying to hang with Snyder, it looks like, who did a 2:14.9 last lap.
And where's the tightest battle, if there ever was one? I think it's going to be Snyder and Ollie G, but they're still a bit of ways away.
They're pretty far apart. So this is probably it until the end, folks, unless something technical gets in the way. I mean, there is an opportunity here. I say an opportunity in the sense that something could happen. Doesn't mean it will, but fueling could be an issue. We did have a driver or two go in for the splash and dash. That said, we've also had some drivers that have done basically their long run stints the whole race. Running out of fuel on the last stint. I've seen it happen in endurance races. It's a real thing.
Bro, it definitely is a possibility.
So if I'm like Ed Kerstetter and the team frenemies, like I'm probably I'm either feeling really good about my fuel calculations, or I'm looking at the clock, counting every second down as we get to the finale of this race. The 8 hours of Silverstone with Trackalicious Sim Racing and 949 Driver Endurance Swap Series. A drive-through for car 3. Track limits.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Quit again with another drive-through. It's not going to bode well for him. I was just going to mention that Cornotis is somewhat of a mathematician, so I don't foresee Snyder's team failing to get the fuel right on this for the last couple laps.
That's fantastic. I love it. I love it when my
I think he actually has a calculator right next to his computer.
Yeah. My fellow math and science brethren rise up, do the calculations necessary. I say fellow math and science brethren. I am basically like a caveman who understands computers, and I just like smash them together to get what I want.
Yeah, just Google everything.
Yeah, yep. But Ed Kerstetter in the Team Frenemies car right now. 230 laps in the books. 11 minutes, 8 seconds left in this race. It's 24 degrees on track. Tires are probably not feeling the best right about now, but it's mostly about, you know, just trying to keep it on track, get it to the finish line. And Eric is just really just hanging out with Jarek. I don't know if they're like forming a club or what, but they're just like just hanging out. Quid. Gonna have to serve another drive-through, but man, that ASR Baca does look really nice when the damage is repaired. But man, that's a pretty color scheme on that car. Into the pits, hopefully for the last time. Gonna take a Joker lap. Jarek Snyder in the 789 probably did not think he would be at the front of the field. He got dealt that first drive-through. In GT4 and driving a 570, man after my own heart. Driving a complicated car. I love it. Drive-through clear for number 3. So Eric gets around Jarek, starts driving off. So it looks like Eric's cracking the code on this AMG. First thing I'm going to ask Eric when he gets out of the car, when you doing another one? 9 minutes, 23 seconds left in the race. 231 laps. Max. It's a lot.
It's definitely a lot. There's a reason why a lot of people don't like to do endurances.
So my thing is, you want to talk about a game, you want to talk about a format that I think ACC, with its complicated like multi-driver swap and all that other fun stuff going on, a format that I think would be fantastic for team sports. Do the SRO Sprint X format. 45-minute to 90-minute races. Only 2 people. That's it. GT4s. I mean, you could even make it shorter than that. Could you imagine doing a 45-minute race with 2 drivers where there's a mandatory driver change in the middle? Make the pit window short too, like 10 minutes. So everybody's got to go in and take the pit. Do the driver change. And the cool thing about that is if you do a 45-minute race, you could have 1 or even 2 of them on a weekend. Like, that's a lot of fun racing action for you and your buddy to go out and engage in a team race. I think that would be magical. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, you just also have to trust your buddy and hope that they can drive really well, keep that racecraft in order.
But man, think about it though. 45 minutes, man. That is like that is not a lot of time in the car. If you throw a 10-minute pit window in there, it's like get in the car for 20 minutes with your B driver, try and go lights out until your stint's over. Swap in. You got 25 minutes, not minus whatever your pit time was, to try and go to race to the checkered flag. 2 brilliant sprints back to back, separated by a pit window. I think it's a great idea. It's kind of like what you were talking about before with the doubleheader stuff. Getting the doubleheader formula in the same race. He's speechless, folks. It's either a brilliant idea or it's the worst thing he's ever heard.
Oh, I was just reading, Gingy says the BGT is a 60-minute sprint driver swap pit, open 25 to 35, and it's multi-class.
Yeah. BGT is, there is so much action. And they do that on tracks like Brands and Alton Park.
Spicy. Yeah, that's spicy.
Yeah. Alton Park, Donington. Is there, Gingy, is there a BGT track we do not have in ACC? Because I can't remember. You guys don't do the BGT.
Spencerton's in.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's saying Snetterton. I was like, that's a track in
ACC. It's an ACC. But I'm curious. You guys don't do like Croft, Knock Hill. You don't do those. I'm trying to think of one you guys would do in BGT that's not in ACC currently. Oh, you just listed it because it wasn't mentioned? Gotcha.
Give it up for Piner. He's actually a full 10th faster than Marlow right now. But it's unfortunate that he's as far back as he is after that incident he had.
And then the other thing is, too, is the 805 might just be managing the pace to get to the end. You think they're all in the game? See, that's the thing, man. I love, and here's the reason why I feel like I wish SRO, or not SRO, but Kunos would approach the touring cars. Because I think if you did British touring cars on British touring car tracks, would be just straight up the most brilliant game ever made. Like, ever. But also, I'm a weirdo, so take that with a grain of salt.
805 is fuel saving.
805 is fuel saving.
Why? Why?
What? Like, what? The 805.
Piner is still a lap down though, so
Yeah, I know. It's just, I'm like, fuel saving though, that means that running out of fuel is in the cards. I'm like, uh-oh.
yes, it is. And they have 4 minutes 35 seconds to go. Tricky.
That is definitely, wow.
And Kersetter's finally slacking. He hit the 2-minute marker.
He might have just decided, you know what? I'm gonna give my right foot a little bit of a break. He's not gonna do the Cam Waters down Conrad Straight where he's got to use his left foot to hold his right foot down because he's so tired. And for the folks that don't know what I'm talking about, go look. Just do a YouTube search for Supercars, Bathurst 1000, Cam Waters. Watch his footwork as he goes around the mountain. That dude is straight up mental in a Ford Mustang. Mental. Three minutes, 30 seconds left in this race. Kerstetter trying to take it to the checkers. Jake Moore behind him. Racing Sim Tools Esports racing with us in the Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 Driver Endurance Swap Series finale. 8 hours.
Coming to a close with 3 minutes left to go. You know, it would be very interesting if the next they already have the endurance maps tracks already listed, don't they? So I was thinking, you mentioned Brands Hatch, and I was like, Brands Hatch would be like a good 4 to 6 hour one, just to see if everyone can really just keep that mental pace.
Yep, it would be. I'm a fan, so I know it's like controversial for people to say things like Brands Hatch is an amazing track, but it is an amazing track.
It is an amazing track. I agree 100%. It's one of my favorite tracks.
Alton Park, also an amazing track. Do you want to know what's amazing about it? Is if you go off track, you're in the grass. There is no runoff area. There is no runoff area at the end of Cops on Alton Park. Or in Brands Hatch.
It's that chicane that really just like kind of sells it for me.
Oh, at Alton Park?
Yeah, those double chicanes.
Yeah.
Actually, I should say it's triple, isn't it? Oh no, it's 2.
Yeah. So out of the shell hairpin, you got the
straight away to the other hair.
Well, I'm just remembering the hill slop chicane is at the very end, right before you head into Sector 3. Racing Circuit.
You know, part of me, for this first start of this, when you were saying Alton Park, I was thinking of Donington. So I was like,
oh, Donington? Oh, Donington's chicane is the you're talking about the Fogarty S's right before Melbourne and the Goddard hairpin. That is That one right there, the one with the tires that you can just basically delete into oblivion.
Yeah, if you do it incorrectly, yeah.
Yep. Brands is only second to Bathurst in difficulty. Really?
I don't believe. I wouldn't agree. I don't believe that it is close. Bathurst is its own degree of difficulty, and it's because of how tight the mountain is itself. You have it's just that one sector basically that really just puts you in or out of the game. If you can't master that part, then there's no you have no business being in that on that track.
I think he's saying. I think what he means, Carter, is the spectrum of difficulty is far apart. Like, it may be the case that they are second, but the comparison is like comparing, like a steak dinner to a ham sandwich.
Because you'd only be like looking at like tracks like Monaco, and like you'd be looking at F1 tracks that are similar.
No. You want to look at some good. You want to look at some good street circuit action if you like Bathurst. Get Belle Isle in here. Get Long Beach. Then we'll
Long
talk.
Beach, that's a difficult one. Yeah. Yeah, Long Beach is definitely the one I was.
Well, I was saying Belle Isle because
not...
Belle Isle has the bumps of Sebring, but the walls of Bathurst. It is.
Yikes.
It is very, very demanding. One of my favorite tracks. I love it.
And with the race coming to a close, it looks like Kerstetter's going to Sector 3. There should be anticlimactic for the ending, but that sometimes that's all you want, especially if you're the driver that's finishing this up. Willis is still in P3, holding that back.
You're kidding me. You mean people that have been doing this for 8 hours just want it to stop?
I think they want calm. They don't want someone aggressively trying to set it up the inside when the racer's already at 0-0-0-0.
Yep. Ed Kerstetter is a beast. Carter is 100% correct. It has been a wild ride for, and I was super happy to get to do this with you guys, the Trackalicious crew. You guys are awesome.
And unfortunately for Pennycook and Lewis, they're both going to have to go for one more lap on this circuit.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, you definitely do.
But yeah, this has been an absolute blast. Big thanks, absolutely, to everybody. Ed Kerstetter taking the 8 hours of Silverstone for Team Frenemies. And Riley Minier. Yep. Ed Kerstetter and Riley Minier, Team Frenemies. They beat the crap out of each other on Sundays, but they win endurance races together on Saturdays. That's how it works around here. Jake Moore with the Racing Sim Tools Esports 88 entry. That is Danny Baisden, Balkan Bockerden, Jake Moore, and Zach Etier getting ready to take that second place finish. Josh Willis, and I'm sorry, I forgot names already. I know Devin Brock is in there as well.
Josh Willis, Devin Brock, and Aaron Free.
Aaron Free. That's the third name I was missing. Taking the third place finish for Red Bull. Good job. We got Marlow. Who was it that started the race for Live Oils? It wasn't Marlow. Marlow put it on the second row, but somebody else started the race, and I forgot who already.
CB and
Chris
M.
B.
Dizon.
Yep, Mark Dizon. Yep, good job for them.
Dizon.
So we got Marlow coming across the line. So we got Moore, Willis, Marlow, Piner. Chris Pennycook's about to come across the line in 6th place with Shane Reeves for 949. Congrats to them. In the GT4 category, well, actually, Jay Quid's going to come across the line 7th. Jarek Snyder, AWA Incorporated, taking the race win for GT4. Congrats to him. Ollie G, hard-fought battle, finishing second in what looks like the most depressed version of an Aston Martin. Got Eric Gakasian in the 55. The Shameless Plug AMG taking 10th, and Robert Lewis, Beltan 621.
Just crossing the line now, but he does it. The man and the beast solos an 8-hour event.
That's right. That's right. Andres Marstachero. GG boys, have a good race. Well, it was a good one. That was a long time ago that we said that. What a race, man. That was a lot of fun. You guys normally do driver interviews. We got to try and get Ed and...
we are here.
Ed's already in here. Wow. Ed, that was fast, man. That was fast. That was fast like you just ran an 8-hour race and won it. How'd that work out?
Oh, it was good. That was a blast. I know the RST guys had some unfortunate drive-throughs and stuff, so that sucks. But it was fun racing Danny there in the beginning.
Indeed. Talk us through preparations for this race. You and Riley had this car figured out, it looks like.
If I can squeeze in here for a moment,
go for it.
My power's gone out and my cell phone only has 5% left of battery, so.
Fantastic. Well,
Let's
you
hear it,
squeeze
Chrono.
in here, Chronotis. Tell us what it was like in GT4.
Well, outside it was windy, and then everybody ahead of us disconnected, and then I handed the car to Snyder for the last time, and then the wind disconnected me. So it went really lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't take the fastest car to win these races. You just need to keep those extra pit stops down, keep everybody connected, and have a good time.
Good job, man. And Snyder's in here, too. What was that like, Jarek?
I'm sure Chrono already explained it, but the luck of not having a disconnect right there at the end as his power went out is pretty incredible. And it's really unfortunate that Provolone and his teammates got a little punted near the end.
Yeah, it was unfortunate circumstances, but it does seem like you guys were able to take advantage of that. And yeah, it was really wild in GT4. Like, cars were going all over the grid, up to the top, down to the bottom, back up to the top. Like, that was crazy, man. 100%.
Yeah, it's a really fun race for us.
Well, congrats to you guys. I'm going to switch it back over to the GT3 crew. Ed, Riley, question still stands. M4, you guys seem like you got it figured out. Is that true?
Well, we didn't really talk about it much at all. It was, I think, half hour before qualifying, we said, let's give this a shot, see if we can, find a setup that works. And Ed did some practice beforehand, and whatever changes he came up with, we just carried him into the race, and man, we flew.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like you guys had a leg up on the competition when it came specifically to mechanical grip. I saw pace drop-offs with every other M4. Every other M4, with one exception. The one exception is when we put Riley, when you were in the car, what was going on? Because your numbers were basically just solid every single time. You were faster than Ed a couple times, but most of the time, just basically punching in the same lap time every time. What was going on there?
It was just trying to keep the right side balanced. The way Ed kind of set up the car in the beginning, we added a lot of front ARB and took away some of the rear, just because from what he talked about with the BMW, it's apparent that the rear of the BMW is pretty much set. The stiffest it can go is 4, and then everything else on top of that is just extra. So we set the car up just slightly differently, and I mean, it felt like the tire wear was consistent. My goal, especially with this new update with 1.8, was always just to go out, get the first 2-3 laps in, and just try and bed the tires and try and get them set. So we're not going to see a bunch of fluctuation. So I can see bright green on the temperatures, because the front left around this track just wears heavily. And so we were kind of able to keep the temps off that front left. And man, Ed's setup skills are otherworldly.
So Ed, what do you think about your teammate here with those consistent lap times?
Yeah, he was on point. I stepped away for a little bit during the race and would check in on the stream, and at the end of the stints, I was like, is this Delta working? Because I'm in the easy in the 2s, and he's still in the 159. So super consistent. It was first time racing with him as a teammate, obviously, and he was a fantastic teammate.
And
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it, man.
And Ed, man, that pace at the end. What was that? Like you got the lead of the race. You got the lead of the race. You got the gap. And then you're just like, you know what? 58-2. You know what?
58 even. 58-2 again.
Yeah, it's just like okay, yeah.
He said Whelp said you were gonna be cruising. I was like, that's not cruising. That guy's foot is still on the fucking. It's down there.
Yeah,
he wasn't cruising. He was flying.
Yeah. So whatever you did with the setup and whatever confidence you had in that M4, by all means, man. Like if you could like show me the way, like whisper that witchcraft into my ear, please. But seriously, that was an amazing drive and an amazing finish. You guys got to be happy with that result. Congratulations.
Oh yeah,
thank you so much. We're absolutely pumped.
Fantastic.
And a little plug here too. RST. I had a couple sessions with Zach, and I use that software basically fired up every time I'm racing, and that was well worth it. I don't know if he's still doing coaching, but if he is, they're certainly the guy to talk to when it comes to setting up cars, because I kind of learned everything from him and the YouTube stream events that he does.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it, folks. RST.
Well, congratulations to both you guys for P1. That's a fantastic finish.
Absolutely,
Thanks,
man.
Jay.
Good job, guys. Good job.
And
thanks, guys.
While we're at it,
Appreciate
we have a P3 with us from the GT3. I'm going to pull him down.
Fantastic. Let's do it.
And
drivers and viewers, I'm sorry, I just wanted to quickly interject and say thank you to everyone. Thank you all the drivers, thank you all the viewers, thank you to 949 and the streamers. Everybody did an awesome job, and it was such a pleasure to have this community come together for this event. I'm out of here. Appreciate everything. Join Trackalicious, join 949, and hope to see you guys in the races next time.
Fantastic.
Another thing.
Yeah, well said.
Another thing. I just want to shout out Trackalicious. Eric, you have built this community to be some of the best and most respectful drivers out there. Really appreciate that you've allowed me and all of us to race with you guys and enjoy it. So I appreciate it, man.
While I appreciate the sentiment, it's not Eric that makes the community, it's the community that makes the community. So thank you to everybody else. Hey, Alvarez, don't throw up in your mouth.
You know what that is?
I'm just ready to.
That's a modesty
I'm ready
challenge.
to go. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Good
Thank
night.
you, Eric.
Yeah. Thanks,
Later,
Eric,
buddy.
for joining us
Thanks,
on
Eric.
that. Same thing with you, Riley. Just wanted to quickly. Was excited to get to this question, and Whelps, I hope you don't mind, but Josh, you had P4 and P5. One was in front of you, one was behind you, and you could have just let that driver by and save yourself the indignity of what ended up happening. Would you call it a racing incident, or would you not?
Honestly, haven't seen it yet from another perspective. I felt I left plenty of room. We were side by side, so it probably would be a racing incident.
You weren't side by side. You're actually quite well ahead, and you definitely had the line to take that corner in.
Oh, well, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, honestly, again, I don't really know. It didn't really change the outcome of the race. I just was kind of wanting to race somebody, and I was going to tow him along to I don't know how to pronounce his name.
There was
with the car 23 ahead, I was going to kind of tow him along. That was my thoughts. But hey, it is what it is.
Cakes
That's
was
racing.
well, we were discussing this, and he was saying that it would be beneficial for you to pull away from the side so he can go past you, so he can attack P4, and so you had 4 and 5 battling each other. But I know from knowing you, I thought you wanted to be racy and you wanted to stick in there regardless of that fact. And 100%. You're definitely not going to move over and give him the line, even though it would have done nothing for you nothing against you for letting him by anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I could have made the decision, the conscientious decision to let him by. He was 2 laps down, not really somebody I'm racing. But at the same time, I got my own race. Something can happen to me, and I could easily be 2 laps down from a mistake. It's an endurance race, so I got to hold my track position as I'm driving along. I didn't outright feel that he was significantly faster than me. I was running low 2 flats, and so was he at the time.
Yep.
So I didn't feel that, I would benefit from him being in front of me, and I thought I could tow him along easy and clear. And then when I made a little mistake and we got a little racy, I just wanted to be fair and clean. I thought I gave room. We made contact. I got a little bit of damage, and that was the race. But again, it didn't affect anything. So
You definitely didn't. You guys finished P3. Great job from Aaron as well as DeRock. Is that Devin Brock? It was a fantastic finish for you guys. Welp, do you have any questions?
No questions. I mean, I just wanted to say congratulations because I felt like you guys ran a really hard race, and you guys ran a really hard race also against the Flyboys. Like that early first quarter of the race, the battle between you and Flyboys was the thing that we were basically glued to on the stream for a good chunk of time. Good hard racing between everybody on the Red Bull crew. So yeah, big congrats on getting I believe the 3rd place finish, right? So yeah, congrats. Massive congrats to you guys.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to my teammates. They did a great job. We dealt with the new car, new setup. Dealing with the tire pressures of this 3x multiplier race. We dealt with it pretty well. Had a lot of fun driving with Aaron and Devin. Driven with Aaron plenty of times before, but Devin's a new guy to the server, and I was glad to have him on the team.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, great race, that's for sure. Great end. It was clean, and no mistakes really occurred on those last couple laps.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
The M4. You guys gonna try and run that in the next one?
No.
Nope. Done. Punched out.
No, I think we're good.
I don't think it's a very good endurance car, if we're going to be honest. I think it's a good car. It definitely does well in the lower temperatures. That's where I was doing my best times in the race. More consistent in the 59s. As it warmed up, it was 30 minutes like clockwork. The tires just didn't feel good. It didn't mean you were outright slow.
Yep.
But it wasn't enjoyable to drive, I guess.
I got you.
I want to ask Riley, how did you feel about that? Because you were driving the same car with, I presume, a CDA setup.
We had a CDA setup, but we changed some stuff on it. I felt completely fine. There were times at the end of the stint where I was running 159s and I didn't flinch.
Well, I assume you're faster, but I mean, more or less, do you see the tire wear over time? Do you felt totally fine with the car?
What you have to do that's what I talked about in the beginning. You have to get your tires worked in. You can't just go out straight out of the pits and just try and set a fastest lap. You really, honestly, when I went out, I wasn't trying to set 159s right away. I was trying to set 2 minutes. I was trying to get the tires heated up, but not overheat them and beat them down. That's how I felt like I got tire life at the end of the stint.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that is an important thing. And we, I felt we did that rather well. Maybe it was more pressure related, but it just felt a little bit sluggish after a little bit. The tires would come back. Don't be wrong, but I think that there's some better endurance cars out there.
Well, it's gonna be fun to see what you guys pick for the next one. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, there might be better endurance cars. I don't know. That car felt very good. I think it's just the way we set it up.
Well, you heard it here, folks. It's going to be interesting to figure out what people pick for the next round of endurance races with TRACKILICIOUS and 949. So that was an awesome race, and congrats to all you guys in the interview room right now for a very, very good, exciting event. I mean, we finished with 11 cars on track, but I feel like we had good, solid, close racing and good strategy battles across the board. Massive congratulations. You guys definitely deserve a big pat on the back for that one. But yeah, that's 8 hours of Silvertone in the books, Mex. I guess we figure out where we're heading.
Congratulations to you for just being able to stick it out and do this the entire time.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I could talk about racing all day.
Big thanks to you, Welp, for being able to cast this whole thing. We really appreciate it, man.
Oh, it was fun.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I want to say big thanks to all the streamers. yeah, especially you help doing this at 8 hours, being our primary here for these endurance. It's been amazing. It allows us to do what we do. So we really appreciate it. Of course, thank you, Max, Jason Alvarez, one of our regular streamers, did a great job. I really enjoyed it when I was watching, not when I wasn't driving. So thank you guys.
Absolute blast, man. Absolute blast. Got to cast with Mex for the first time. That's a lot of fun. So
yeah, it did really well.
I'm super looking forward to what's in store. But Mex, we got to find someone to send this over to.
I already have the guy, and I'm ready to hit the button when you guys are ready.
All right. Well, with that said, folks, we're gonna punch on over here to the end screen, which I think is gonna come up. Nope, that's be right back. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I mean, I guess in theory, being right back is relatively speaking. The stream will be back, just not today. So go ahead.
We'll see you Thursday night.
Yeah. Thursday sounds like a good day. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pump up this music real quick and say goodbye to everybody who decided to hang out with us tonight. It was a lot of fun. Max, this was great.
Who it over to?
The real Alex Rogers, and I'm gonna hit the button now.
You mean the Alex Rogers? The Alex Rogers? Yeah, Alex Rogers is a cool dude. Everybody from TRACKILICIOUS from 949, be sure and give him a shout out when you get in the chat. It's been an absolute blast, Mex. It's been an absolute blast for all the TRACKILICIOUS folks. Thank you guys so much for doing this. That's 8 hours. I guess we're done now. So hit the button when you're ready, sir.
It's done. We're clear.
Thank you.
Thanks again. That was awesome, guys. Way to go.
Yeah.